Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show, coming at you here a mere week away from the beginning of something great. From the beginning of the beginning of the beginning. We're about to start it, folks. We're about to light this thing off. Get the wick ready. Get your Bics out. Or you highfalutin suckers out there with your Zippos, pop them on out. Let's light this up. Training camp is just about to beginning, and I am stoked as could be for all of the possibilities for this upcoming year, by the intrigue of this possible upcoming season, by the unknown of this possible upcoming season. We've been so much affixed in recent years. We'll know we'll be good. We'll know we'll be competitive. Got some question marks. Got some worries about some Achilles areas. And then those things all kind of, one way or another, fraught themselves out to fruition. You always kind of knew where the story was going over the last few years. You were hopeful. You'd see glimpses. You'd see hope, and you'd see devastation. But this year, you don't know what you're going to get. And I know. Pundits are all telling us we ain't that. Analysts are saying we ain't jack. National perspective is in the toilet for this team. I get it. I've made an argument throughout this offseason, show after show, trying to present to you why I do think this team has some potential. Yeah, they could go down the road of being not as great, but I see room for hope here. I see light entering the room. And even if that return doesn't happen in this upcoming season, I do think it's coming in the very near future. And it will be, I believe, only a one-season situation that we are sitting upon. But again, as I'd like to reiterate, it is the great unknown here. It is the Antarctic. Nobody can get up in there. We don't know what it is. Okay? So right now, we're coming up to this point in training camp. There are going to be some storylines that are fermenting throughout this. You're going to see it by reporters and all the people of like. I'm going to get out ahead of this and start kind of presenting a couple of these storylines as we go in that are going to be the most important and most impactful as far as if this team can take some steps forward this upcoming season, or will be as what everyone says they're going to be, which is poor, one league worst. There's even now the recent narrative that you hear right and left of, they're actually just trying to, they're just quietly tanking for the number 1 overall pick. Okay. We'll see. I go back in my mind to Coach Carroll coming to this football team 2011, taking those teams and at least pulling them up reasonably well throughout the year. Yeah, they're not maybe in the elite stage. Yeah, they're maybe not even in the good stage of things, but he was taking rosters at that time that he had inherited from Tim Ruskell and Jim Mora that were frankly wastelands of talent. That's why they had to spin through so many people through the roster over those first couple of years when they first arrived, was because it was not good enough at any position. And yet still with that group, Coach Carroll was able to coach them up reasonably well to get a handful of wins with poor quarterback play. The same thing that they say that is our death knell this year will be the end-all be-all reason why we can't compete, why we can't be in it. Again, not saying elite, but to be potentially good. So here are the first kind of stories as I see with training camp and as we approach that are the main things that I'm targeting in on, that I'm paying attention to, that I think are the most important. And of course, at the top, I don't have to tell you about this one, folks. You're hitting that refresh button every day on your news site. Come on, DK, where's the contract? Where's the contract? Have a day like yesterday where I'm doing the same thing. Come on. Signed. Just happy to be coming to training camp in a week. Signed, happy to be training. Then you see a video of Debo with his trainer. His trainer's like, Debo's just about to get paid. And you're like, oh, damn, the cost is going up. But hopefully the signing does come down. I still remain optimistic that this is going to happen, that if a trade would have happened, it would have happened long ago, and that certainly maybe there are some tense negotiations still being undertaken here. But I think that they're in principle, in general framework terms, a deal is at least, I think, somewhat near to completion. So I'm still putting my money on 22 red here, saying it's, or I guess 14 blue. And I'm saying that that's where the roulette ball is going to stop here within the next week before training camp begins. But it is an interesting situation to monitor again, too. If a guy like Debo signs and he signs for something crazy, does that push the market even more? Does Debo then come, or does DK come back to the table at that point and say, okay, now the cost even went up even more as you guys are scuttling, as you're dragging your feet here. Pay me. And as I say, pay the man. Let's get this deal done. Get him into camp, get it done. Let's do this. Seattle is sitting on some of the most cap space right now in the NFL as it currently stands. No reason not to get this deal done at this point. A lot of poor reasons not to get the deal done. So just from where I stand. Now, these other upcoming situations are going to be more positional battles related. There's going to be a couple of schematic things that if you happen to be there, on the field or on the berm, as they say, if you're there at practice field here over the next couple of weeks, that you want to look for. So we'll be getting into a couple of, schematical things that you want to kind of check for that. Again, if reporters are talking about this, it's a sign that Seattle's moving towards embracing these kind of stylings of play. And I'll get specific to this, but that's kind of the overarching kind of theme here as I'm trying to move around this whole thing a little bit. Let's start out with the one at the top, which is the most important positional battle that is going on as we enter camp, and that's the Geno Smith-Drew Lock competition that's undertaken. Early word is right now that Geno Smith has a very slight lead over Drew. Of course, he's had a head start with the personnel here and with the offensive playbook. Drew was just coming along early on, so you would expect that to maybe be a reality of what you would think you would see. And as I look at it more and more, we hear there's a lot of scuttlebutt in the background from the coaching staff as they say that we really do like Geno. You guys think we don't like Geno, but we do like Geno, and we like Locke too. And that they do really like these guys. And I went back to Geno again because it's a narrative I continually hear and is hammered into my ear over and over again by everyone, which is that, we know what Geno is. That's the narrative. The narrative is we know what Geno is. And I go, okay, well, maybe. I go back to last year, he played in 4 games. 3 of those games were against top 10 NFL defenses. And he acquitted himself pretty well. Best touchdown to interception rate in his career, highest completion percentage in his career, highest average yard per attempt in his career, highest quarterback rating in his career. But we know what he is. We know what he is. Do we? Geno Smith comes as a second-round pick to the New York Jets. A Jets team at that time that's driven by a maniacal Rex Ryan and his defensive proclivity. And it was a team built towards its defensive side of the ball, not built towards the offensive side of the ball. You guys want to hear about the skill position players he had through his first 2 years where the die was cast according to this narrative, where everyone tells us that this is absolutely what he is, and we know it. So let's throw him in the trash and just forget about it. Or here's his skill position players in his rookie season. Chris Ivory, Jermaine Curley, bust Stephen Hill, and old-ass Santonio Holmes. That was what he was throwing to that year. That was his, just everywhere he looks, he's just got a playmaker here, playmaker there. But we know what he is. Then we get to the next year. Who was he? Did they add a lot of pieces? Did they go, boy, our quarterback had a reasonable first year, struggled a little bit. Maybe we'll give him some more playmakers here. Maybe we'll help him out a little bit here. I want to reiterate by that point, that was not Super Bowl MVP Santonio Holmes they were getting by that point. That was broken down Santonio Holmes by that point. That was, I'm basically almost done Santonio Holmes. So then the next year, they rocket back with Ivory and Curley. They bring in old Eric Decker. They go to Seattle, who at that point is absolutely done with Percy Harvin halfway into the year, and they offload him to New York. He wasn't going to last but another year in the league before he ended up retiring. And that was it. That was it. But we know what he is. But we know what he is. It's set. Because here's the thing about it with that narrative that is what he is and it can't be anything better and there's no potential here with Geno Smith and it's all is that he hasn't gotten a chance to start since those 2 years. So all of this narrative is based upon those first 2 years with the New York Jets, with the personnel he had around him, with a defensive-minded coach driving the bus wildly from lane to lane, swerving in every different direction. And there's no chance that there can be anything different with him at this point. I sort of shrugged to that. I sort of go, maybe Geno might just surprise some folks here. I'm certainly a guy that's going to cast an opinion on a player, and I'll be as harsh as any other person down the road on certain players and say, yep, done, know what he is, done with it. But when I don't have enough data to make an assessment, I'm probably still guilty at times of having an opinion when I probably need to take in more data. But in this case, I just can't help but look at his career and the amount of times he's actually had a chance to start and play and go, okay, I'm going to make my final judgment on a guy and what he did in his first 2 years with a very less than ideal situation he was playing from within. In New York, under the bright lights, young kid. He fails in that situation, or he doesn't bust out in that type of situation, and now that means he has to wear the scarlet letter on his chest for the rest of his career. And maybe these folks are right, and he is what he is. I just always go, but how did you come to that opinion? What is it you're basing upon to arrive at that state? It's a toolsy guy. He can move a little bit. He's got a good live arm. But those first 2 years means he sucks down forever and he can't be anything good. Because last year, you can't say he sucked. You can say he didn't tilt the field. He didn't play superstar level quarterback. He didn't play MVP level. He wasn't a Pro Bowler for us. But you can't say he sucked. I see lists putting him out as the 40th best quarterback in the sport right now. I don't know. I don't know about that. So we'll see on this training camp. I went a little bit deep on that battle, but that's going to be one that's going to be interesting to shake out. And I'm not going to be the least bit surprised if Geno does happen to win it, especially as I've been harping on for now weeks, months, let competition win the day. Who's the best man for the battle, and let them win it out. And I know that there's going to be some dogs in my chat going, Jacob Eason, man. What about Jacob Eason, bro? You forgot one. You forgot one, man. I did not forget him. He's not in this battle. I don't know. Unless he comes in he's been doing P90X the whole offseason or something. I'm going to, at this point, kind of write off Eason until we hear differently. Okay, so a couple of other positional battles we want to talk about, / a couple of interesting things to pay attention to here. The Abraham Lucas, Jake Curhan battle at the right tackle position. I do expect Charles Cross is going to find his way into the starting lineup. Even if it's fairly close between him and Stone Forsythe, I think the team eventually would still lean towards him. I don't know if I would have the same certainty as it applies to Curhan and Lucas. If Curhan has a little bit of a slight edge here early on, I think the coaching staff will be happy to go with him. I have been predicting that I do believe that Lucas is eventually going to win this job, and that his talent and that his how many games he's played on the college field, just his experience, is going to allow him to not be your typical rookie coming in the door and just not being ready to go. So we'll see how that positional battle breaks down. Of course, Curhan played very good for us at the end of the year at right tackle. They tried one game to slide him into left guard. I think it was for the Cardinals game, which was not a good fit for him. But he's been a natural over there at the right tackle. He's a guy that doesn't have a lot of tools to necessarily work with, natural tools. He can move relatively well in space, and he certainly has got some pretty good mobility and just a way he can get his body into a lay-up block no matter what. He can get it around one way or another. It might not always look pretty, but he'll get it laid down. But it's going to be a good battle between those two. I think that's one of the main battles to take a look at. See if you're going to have your two bookend tackles are going to be rookies to start things off. But right out the gate, that they're going to want to try to get that offensive line, I would think, into a state of they know who's going to start and who's going to be their guy going forward, so they can get the betterment of cohesion going in there at that point, right? Get the continuity factor entered in a little bit better at that point in time. The next thing on the offensive line for me is going to be to look at what does Austin Blythe bring to this table. He didn't play basically all last year for the Kansas City Chiefs after signing a 1-year, $4 million deal with them. Of course, he was overtaken by what many Seahawks fans still long for. They long for like that original love that you never could get. Oh, Creed Humphrey. Oh, damn it. Of course, Seattle passed on Creed Humphrey back a year ago, and he turned out to be, I think, the best center in all of the National Football League last year, so it's no shade at Austin Blythe that he happened to not win the job last year from this guy who was the best center in all of football. And I think it also is a little bit of the fact that Andy Reid has more of a predilection, I think. I could be wrong on this, but just my sort of instinct on this is that he likes to tend to lean towards going back to some of that man-on-man blocking stuff at times, which Austin Blythe is more of your pure zone guy. And he's going to be a better fit back into this scheme than probably what he was with that Chiefs team, and probably another reason why Creed wins the job over him, not just on top of maybe being more talented, but also because that's more schematically a fit to what the Chiefs want to do. But we want to see where he's at. Hasn't played in a year. Seattle gave him $4 million again for not playing last year. That's pretty good chunk of change to give, and they are certainly looking at him being the guy to come in there and take the bull by the horns. The thing I really continue to get excited with him, it's not as much I'm expecting the ability to come into play here. Oh, he's going to be a game changer there at the center position. We're getting an upper level center now. That's not what I'm looking at here. It's more about the mobility he brings, specifically the mobility he can bring to the running game. This is a guy that can pull from the center position, which has historically been very tough for those guys to do. Get the snap off and then get out in front. You're almost, after you're getting out that snap, you're already sort of a step in behind everybody else if you're trying to sway everybody, get a wave going of blockers to one side of the football field. This kid's got that short area burst to get there, something Seattle's not had here in the center since probably Max Unger. Unger was the last guy that had this kind of short area mobility, and this guy probably has even a little bit more mobility than Unger. Again, though, it's not the ability I'm talking about. I expect more of a league average kind of level of play out of the center position this year. But that mobility part could be kind of devastating, I think, to our running game and what it could help. Because it allows you to run more of those outside edge runs as opposed to everything being up the middle. You guys know how I feel about those A-gap runs being done at 90% rates and how annoyed that makes me. Next battle up is going to be Phil Haynes against Gabe Jackson. This is an important battle to take a look at because you can save $3 million by moving on from Gabe Jackson prior to the season. That sits there and remains on a year where Seattle's, where do they see the roster? Is Gabe Jackson make a big difference for you at right guard versus running Phil Haynes? This is one of the more frustrating spots, frankly, on the roster for me when I look at this team because you have Damian Lewis still playing out of position at left guard, and now you are putting Phil Haynes in a competition battle with Gabe Jackson. Phil Haynes is a pure natural left guard who you're forcing over to right guard to fight it out with Gabe Jackson. You guys see what I'm doing here? Like you've taken two guys, switched them off positions for no particular reason, when the easy answer here is you just take Phil Haynes, who's a natural left guard, and you take him from the right guard, the natural left guard, and you put him at left guard. And then you take Damian Lewis, who's a natural right guard, natural right guard, and you move him over there, and then you cut Gabe Jackson and save $3 million. It would seem to me like the most easy, straightforward situation here to do, but indeed, this coaching staff has never had a real vibrant amount of love for one Phil Haynes. So it will be a battle, and we will see who wins. Although, again, I'm not going to be the least bit surprised if Gabe Jackson beats out Phil Haynes over at right guard for the same reason I'm not surprised last year when Damian Lewis kind of doesn't, not flame out, but doesn't play as well as he did in his rookie year over at the left guard, despite it being year two when every player is supposed to take the gigantic leap forward. Because the right guard, you need to be the road grader. The left guard, more of the pass blocker, right? More of the guy, the movement guy and space guy. And that's more to me what Phil Haynes does well, as opposed to asking him to turn into a complete road grader over on the right side, as he's going to be asked to do, I think, a little more often than not. Either way, it's going to be a fun battle to pay attention to. And you have to think for Gabe Jackson, he better come in the best shape of his life, because if it's even close, that $3 million is going to be enough to make the decision sway probably one direction over the other. The next one up on my list here is the third and fourth wide receiver position for the Seahawks. And I put this sort of with italics outside of the gadget guy. There will be people screaming from rooftops as I say that, going, Dwayne Eskridge, D. Eskridge, D. Eskridge, D. Yeah, D. Eskridge. I get it. Here's the thing with D. Eskridge at this point. Bottom line on D. Eskridge, I'm not hating on him. I know I had my draft evaluation night reaction, which was funny, and I wasn't huge on him there, and I'm hopeful for him. And I thought he showed some real nice flashes last year. But the injury problem still remains there. But that's not my only reasoning. There is also the aspect of even last year, once he got back from the injury, once he was recovered from the concussion symptoms, he was still struggling at times to crack into the lineup rotation over the top of both at the same time, Freddie Swain and Penny Hart. I'm not saying it's an indictment on Eskridge in his rookie year that he can't overtake those guys, but he's a second-round pick who came into this league at 24 years old, who couldn't overtake guys who were a seventh-round pick and an undrafted rookie free agent. That is just a tiny bit telling, and I'm a little bit worried with it. Bottom line is, I know at minimum, as long as he can stay healthy, he's going to give you the gadget guy stuff. What do I mean by gadget guy? Bubble screen, fly sweep, drag routes, short drag routes over the middle. Basically manufactured routes that give him easy touches and let him do what he does best, which is yak. This does then mean that you need now your third and fourth wide receiver for those situations when you got to go to third and 3-4 wides. It would be great if Eskridge can also fill that third role, but I think because of the injury history situation he sits at, it becomes a little more important how we now pay attention to those third and fourth areas on this team, because you're going to need them, right? Good chance you're probably going to need them. Lockett's up there. Thank God DK has played the totality of all of his games as a pro, but we know last year he was suffering through a foot injury through a large part of the year, and you never know when something can come up. Now, the good news is here, Seahawks got a lot of guys. Penny Hart, Freddie Swain, Goodwin, Marquise Goodwin they added, Bo Melton, Tariq Young, Cade Johnson, Cody Thompson, hell, even Aaron Fuller for you dog fans out there. You got some bodies to kind of sort this out. But you do need to figure out if you can get a little bit better at the position, which frankly, the third and fourth wide receiver positions, if we were looking at this, probably measuring it up against other NFL teams in the last couple of years, we've been one of the weaker across the league in that spectrum of things. It's a place where they can get better by taking even a just minor leap forward as far as improving the talent at the position and what they have at. They almost just kind of run the guys out there. They're like, well, whoever we put out there, we got DK and Tyler, so whoever else we got throughout there is kind of whoever. And instead now let's actually get guys that can give you a little bit of something, give you some juice when they get out on that football field. The next one, and this is just the offensive side of the ball before we get to the defensive side of the ball, would be the third down running back. This is going to be a ferocious fight. Travis Homer, DJ Dallas. Travis Homer, of course, a 7th-round pick. DJ Dallas, a 4th-round pick from a couple of years ago. Look, Travis Homer, he had an awesome fake punt last year, return for a 90-yard touchdown or some odd thing like that, which, jacked up his yard per carry rate last year. So when you see him at 6 yards per carry, it's a misnomer. You can't just take it off of that. He did well with the carries he got last year. You could say the same for DJ Dallas, who averaged about 4 yards per carry as well. Both have been fine. It's been a little bit odd to me because DJ Dallas was supposed to be the pass blocking extraordinaire of the draft he came out in. Part of the reason that he was drafted in the 4th round was he was, quote unquote, the best pass blocking back in the whole draft. He has not shown that in the NFL. He's had times actually struggled in that realm of things, and Homer has been the more consistent of the two there. My inclination is that maybe Dallas is a little bit better between the two right now as far as just being a running back and what he can do when you hand him the ball because Travis adds these other elements to things, he's got a bit of an edge. Either way, both of these guys are probably going to be making the roster at this point outside of some dark horse coming out of the ether here a little bit, because we do still expect Chris Carson's one way or another probably going to be retired one way or another. Another big question on the offensive side of the ball that's certainly one we want to pay attention to, and this is right from the jump, because I want Rashad Penny to have a fantastic year this year, and I don't think that he necessarily gets to that place coming into training camp and having some nagging injury right off the jump. Come in, be ready to go, take those number one tailback snaps, get yourself ready and primed and good to go for by day one so you can get those 15 to 20 carries a game, and let's watch you roll this year. Let's watch you take it off, take the top off and go. So that's another thing I'm going to be paying close attention to is he healthy coming in? Had a little bit of a nagging hamstring situation going on in OTAs. I think the team was just trying to be protective of him, but nonetheless, it's something that I'm going to monitor from, and because I've been a guy saying, look, he's not injury prone. I think he's over the injuries that have kind of popped up from the torn ACL, but this is a place where those people who are on the other side of the argument may have a point, may make me to look silly on this, where he comes in and he just can't stay healthy. We've seen it before with a guy like CJ Prosise. I don't think he's in that category. I think he's going to be ready to roll. I'm still predicting big things from one Rashad Penny. Let's get over the defensive side of the ball, and let's first talk a little bit about you folks. If you're in the berm, I want to hear reports from you here in my chat. I want to see this on the news. This is something I'm going to be paying very close attention to. Who are getting the first team snaps with the 3-4 defensive ends? We know Al Woods is going to run the zero tech. Brian Monet is going to back him up, and both those guys are going to fluctuate with their snaps to Al's old, Brian's a little younger. You're probably going to see some, especially with the money now they're paying with Brian Monet, a sort of a 50-50 type snap count situation between those two guys. But who's our defensive ends? Who is starting defensive ends? Is it Shelby Harris one and, dare I say, LJ Collier the other one? It's uncertain right now where those are at. And that's why I say it's a spot I'm going to be paying very close attention to right out the jump of camp when they get out there and go, because they have a plan for this. They have an ideal for this. And maybe it could change versus early downs on run downs, who the 3-4 defensive ends in, versus if it's a passing down, who you come out there with the 3-4 ends. But this was the spot that they didn't necessarily attack in the draft and free agency totally. I know Quentin Jefferson can do it. I know Shelby Harris has done this in this exact same defense, so they have a little bit of a past history here with this, but we just haven't seen it quite yet. So it's something I'm going to be paying attention to. Cody Barton, is he ready to go? He has been one guy on this team, I think, through this offseason at this point that's been handed a starting position on this squad, who I don't know necessarily has fully earned that yet. He played pretty good at the end of last year. He's been here for a few years. Frankly, most of the time he's gotten on the football field, either as a will linebacker or as a Sam linebacker, he has struggled. He is supposed to be a really good linebacker in coverage. That was his claim to fame when he was arriving here. That would theoretically be a very nice pairing with Jordan Brooks, who at times can sometimes struggle in that coverage. And with the 3-4 defense, now you have two middle linebackers on the field at one time. So having one guy that can maybe be good in one area and another guy's maybe a little bit better in another area to kind of offset each other, kind of balance each other, could be nice. But Cody's still got to show it. And the consistency just hasn't been there. And there's been times where he's just getting kind of swallowed up, especially in the run game, where it gets very concerning. Now, he played very good last year, middle linebacker overall, but even if you look at like the PFF scores from his play in that game where he's quote unquote playing good, yes, getting a lot of tackles, not playing necessarily amazingly, not like, oh, he's the light bulb's gone on, the switch is turned on. He's good. He's good to go. So pay attention to where Kobe's at, and is the team looking at somebody else paired in there with Jordan on starter snaps? Are they maybe not completely sold on Barton? It'll be interesting to see where that goes and what the team decides they want to do with that. Next up is, of course, the cornerback battle. Trey Brown going up against Kobe Bryant. Well, I think Sidney Jones will be your starter on one side of it, and certainly Artie Burns kind of factors into this as well, because if he comes in, balls out, let's not sell short on Artie Burns. This is a former first-round pick coming in the door, coming off of his best season. Coming off his best season, playing in the exact same kind of secondary play of defense that we're going to be running this upcoming season. So he is also in on this battle as well. It's sort of a three-way battle, but Kobe Bryant walks in the door as a pro-ready cornerback, I think, as you're going to find coming out of a draft. Two-time ACC, All-ACC player, a Walter Thorpe Award winner. You could maybe make an argument that there's not as much top end to his game as you were going to have with some of the other upper-level corners in this past draft. But the other flip side to that was that you were getting theoretically more of a pro-ready player, a higher floor type player. Trey Brown is coming off off-season surgery. It was an injury that he had said had been bothering him going back even to college. I thought he was as impressive in his early run as a rookie at cornerback as we've seen throughout the entire Coach Carroll time here as head coach, and with all of the corners that have come in, the good young corners that have come in. We've seen very few rookies come in and be it wasn't game-changing, but just to be impactful from the cornerback position right from the jump like Trey kind of was there was so encouraging to see. I love that there's a nice battle here. You've got Tariq Woolen as well, sort of lurking in the background with the freakish skill set. If he can put it together quicker, if he can take to this Coach Carroll style of play, the kick step, the bail technique, if he can build that all within, maybe he's got another chance to jump into this situation as well. But I still expect at the end of the day, it's between these three guys. It's going to be a fun battle between them. And how nice is it, again, that there's just, you've not got these guys like we've had in recent history where it's like, well, this is starter one on this side and that guy's starter one on that side. No, let's have a battle. Let's have a fight. Let the best man win. You know, maybe you were better last year. Are you better this year? Maybe you spent all offseason in Cabo drinking. I don't know. Prove it. Show me. So I like this. I don't know about you folks, but I like this too. Next one here. This is another one where you can pay attention to this one and the little news tidbits that you will get out from the local Seattle reporters as they're talking about that. And this is going to be Darrell Taylor. Is he taking the next step? Does he look like a little quicker this year? Does he look like he's not thinking and just playing this year like we saw last year in training camp and whatnot? You'll hear those kind of stories come out. And if you're not hearing those kind of stories come out, it's not a room for concern. It's just maybe a room to say maybe he hasn't quite, he's not going to go to another level or another step in his game. Maybe he'll just be a 10-sack dynamic guy off the edge there in what he's going to be. I don't think so. I think this guy is going to take another step up in his game. I'm hopeful that he will. We desperately need him to be the best pass rusher on this football team. We really, really do, so everything else can flow quite nicely. Uchenna can be over the other side handling his business. Mafe can come off the bench as a rotational guy. Alton Robinson can sprinkle in there, and hopefully some of your interior guys can generate pressure like Shelby Harris and Quentin Jefferson to make it all kind of balanced along with the blitz game. But hopefully Darrell Taylor does take that next step, and we are hearing those reports in training camp very, very early on. Next one is, who takes the bull by the horns at the slot? If the outside cornerback position is a ferocious battle, a heated battle, a battle with too many men and too small a room, well then the slot is a clown car full of slot cornerbacks. We got Justin Coleman. I think Trey Brown could work in on this mix. Ugo Amadi. Marquise Blair returning from injury, and who knows about Artie Burns. There's a lot of guys down here on this spot as well. And again, I like the let the best man win approach work here. Ugo struggled a little bit last year. Marquise Blair, when he's been healthy, has been the apple of the coach's eye from the slot corner. They love what they see from him in the practice field. We haven't gotten to see it really play out on the football field necessarily, but they do love what they've seen from Blair from the slot. And certainly he gives you way bigger of a hitter than you normally get from the slot, way better of a tackler than you normally get from the slot. There's a lot of benefit if Blair can be the guy to step forward here in this. On top of the fact the kid's now into year 3 and you're just like, come on, he's a second-round pick. Let's go. We drafted him higher than we took DK. Let's go here. Come on, Marquise Blair. So it'll be good. Another good fight. Cornerback position's a little bit wide open, but the slot needs to get better. Again, another spot that's very easy for us to improve upon where the benchmark was set last year because it wasn't put very high. Can LJ Collier hold on? This is one where my answer to this is no. I think he's eventually going to be cut. You can save $1 million this season cumulatively by moving on from LJ Collier. But I have to also agree with the fact that those people who tell me, yeah, but 3-4 is more of a fit for his body style and type in his game. And I can't argue with them in that respect. This may be more of a fit for him. Doing a little bit more of the gap and a half stuff might be better suited to him. And 3-4 is a better spot too as well, where he's sort of in that in-between place like a 3-4 defensive end is, where you're, kind of not quite a defensive tackle, not quite a defensive end. You're kind of in the middle a little bit. That's a little bit more of what LJ is. I can't argue with that. Heavy hands are going to help there, in that he's going to command attention, at least from that respect of things, and he doesn't have to be brilliant with his pass rush array of moves, as we know he doesn't have. Nonetheless, though, I think that savings of $1 million is going to hang high on this situation, especially if there's some other guys who step forward who are better. But again, they didn't do a lot to address this offseason, so there is a door open here for LJ Collier. Status on Quandre Diggs and Marquise Blair. Obviously, Marquise, I'm hoping, is able to come back and be ready to go by the start of the season. I haven't heard any updated reports at the moment. Quandre Diggs said at OTAs that he expects to be ready by game 1. I don't know if that means that he's necessarily ready to go in full on in training camp by the start of training camp. So both of these situations are very interesting to monitor, of course, because these are probably your 1-2 free safeties right now on this roster. So if neither are ready to roll, it's concerning. Why? Because you could potentially end up with what? Ugo Amadi out there then, starting out a free safety for us through the first 3 weeks of training camp, 2 weeks of training camp. So again, a situation that is important to monitor. Just a couple other final little notes on this that'll be, if you're on the berm, I'd love to hear some reports on this. These are things I'm going to be paying close attention to. Scheme wrinkles. Defensively, are we seeing a lot of moving parts? A lot of guys moving around at the line of scrimmage? A lot of difference between the way the safeties play in and play out? Or are we just hearing about a lot more of the cover 3, cover 2 stuff that we've seen in recent seasons? It's going to be very interesting to pay attention to. If you want to be a blitz-heavy team, as I have spoken about many times in the past, one of the reasons your Seahawks have failed in recent years in being an efficient blitzing football team, despite at times, and especially in 2020, being one of the highest blitzing teams in the entire league through at least the first half of the schedule, is because you didn't scout guys who blitz well. You hadn't brought on coaches who teach blitzing all that great. You don't work on it a tremendous amount in training camp. You're working on other things. If you want to be great in the blitz game, you have to work on it. You have to dedicate towards it. You have to bring in the coaches that can teach the nuances of how to play it, how to disguise it, how to be exotic with it. Otherwise, you can throw a blitz at a line of scrimmage, but there's no sense of artistry to it. You're just throwing guys at the line of scrimmage, and the quarterbacks are going to read the blitz, find the hot read, and beat your blitz every single time, as has happened in recent years when we've tried to blitz, because it's just not a component of what Carroll does naturally. That's why you've brought in some of these coaches this offseason as you have. That's why there's a change to a defensive coordinator now, I think, to bring in more guys now that can build on this part of the game. But it is the spot that I'm going to be paying attention to, and very close attention to through this training camp. Use of Jamal is paramount within that. We should be seeing him hopefully a lot more at the line of scrimmage. We should hopefully be reading reports throughout training camp about the fact, oh, wow, Jamal's playing so much more at the line of scrimmage throughout this training camp than he was last year. It's astounding. That's what we want to hear. That's what we want to read. And hopefully, and I believe we will, be reading stories just along that trek of things. Offensive linemen moving in space. If Seattle wants to run more outside zone, much like the defensive wrinkles of doing more blitzing, they've got to work on it. And working on it means getting these guys pulling, getting these guys moving in space, reading stories that you would read where there was DJ Dallas had a convoy of blockers to one side of the field today. Seattle just had like half the offensive line felt like it was pulling. Something along those lines we want to read, because that's how they're going to get here, is that this Rams attack with its reach blocks and its pulling game and how it does it is to essentially get you to one side of a football field where you've got one less defender to be able to tackle the running back. Instead of having a 2-for-1 situation, you're more often than not one-on-one, where that running back merely at times only has to break one tackle if it's blocked right, and he's gone if your tackler doesn't bring him down to the ground. And very often, even by the time he is bringing him down to the ground, it's a safety doing it, and it's 7-8 yards down the football field. So you're still being proficient in running the ball, but the bottom line here is just get to the outside, get to the edges, get those linemen moving in space. And they brought the mobile linemen in this offseason to do so. Now it takes the second part of this equation, which is the commitment to actually doing it and not just saying it. Use of 3-4 to 4-3. This is, again, something I'm going to listen to for the people in the berm. If Seattle is definitely intending on running a 3-4 scheme predominantly, majority of the time, then you would expect them to be working on this in training camp a majority of the time. So if we hear many reports about 4-3 looks more often than not, and that's what they're doing still, there's a little bit of 3-4, but it's really still just the 4-3 stuff, that's going to be an inclination. Then, okay, the 3-4 stuff was a little bit over-talked. In actuality, they're really just sliding the 4-3, but they're going to run Vic Fangio cover principles on the back end. Okay. Fine. Well, that's what we know is the truth at this point. I would rather that they go all the way in. Again, I don't like half adoptions, right? I'm going to adopt half the kid. No, you adopt the kid, take the whole kid. Okay? You don't get to cut it in half. If you're going to take on Fangio's scheme, take on Fangio's scheme, right? My last one is, again, just as I said, I already spoke about this, just again, working on the blitz game, working on how all the little nuances of it have to work for it to work correctly and work brilliantly. I expect that they're going to be doing this stuff, but we should be seeing and hearing reports about it as well. And if we're not, again, it's a little bit of an indication that maybe they're not going to intend to blitz as much as we think they will. Again, I'm expecting we will. That's why I have it here on my notes. But these are the collection of items that as I go into this training camp, are most going to be paying attention to and are most going to determine the success of this season, I think. DK and Tyler are going to be good on the outside. Our running backs are going to run, and they're going to be efficient and effective in how they do so. Our team can tackle. Our team can hit. I think our team can prevent other teams from getting into the end zone. Can they cut down a little bit of the bend but don't break? Can they take a little bit of the wounds that have been cut all over the body 1,000 different times but are very tiny in game after game and take those down a few? We'll see on that part of it. But I know what I've got on certain things. These items I don't know about. These items are the question marks, and these items, if a majority of them can come together and fit and can turn in the right direction, then that will help the better dictate success even this upcoming season and not having to wait a year from now for the rebuild to conclude, or for you to be really, okay, we got our quarterback now, we'll be ready to go. So we'll see what happens this upcoming season. I'd love to hear about from you guys what you think is the important storylines going in this training camp, or what you're looking to pay attention to. Please let me know. If you do like what you're listening to here on the stream, hit this like button, or even in recording, please hit the like button and subscribe. We're making great progress. Just rounded, I think, yesterday, 7,700 subscribers. So we're motoring along well through this off-season dead period. I appreciate all your guys' support in that respect of things. As well as I'm going to be over on the Mariner channel here, as we got the Mariners coming back up in the second half here, doing some live streams over on there. So if you guys are looking for a spot to see baseball live streams, I'm going to be over on that side. Now that we got over 100 subs over there, got a little bit of a video go viral on that side of things a little bit. So it was nice. Got a little bump. So we're going to be going over live on there. Even I think tomorrow I'll be probably going live on the baseball side of things. I hope you guys are having a great Wednesday. The summer is beautiful over here on the east side. The sun is out. Nice, perfect 80 degrees, that 80 degree where everything's just, not too hot, little breeze, puts it down about like 76, it's nice. 76, a little, all day. You just walk all day in that kind of weather, you know? So I hope you guys are having similar wherever you're at and not burning up too much. I do appreciate you guys watching here. And thank you guys for all you guys riding throughout this off season. I know many people do sometimes check out through the off seasons and wait to come back in, but we've had such a great viewership throughout this off season. And it's been awesome just seeing you guys in the chat and being able to cook through what would have been a real tough off season to have to go through if I'm just alone here, not talking to anybody with some of the frustrations, but it's been awesome having you guys along. So thank you guys for that. All your support this offseason. Been the best Hawks Nest offseason ever in 4 years here by far. And let's just see if we can keep this momentum going on into the upcoming year. Devin Martzall, what's up, my guy? I hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Furlack, what's up? Wash Visquest, this has got to be the most meaningful training camp in 9 or 10 years. Glad Brandon's on the scene. Oh, you know it. You know it. I ain't going to miss this one. And this is the most important training camp in the last 10 years. Can the changes take hold? You brought in a new offensive coordinator last year. You half bought into his stuff. But by the end of the year, and when your running game was cooking, the success of that by the coach's own mouth was brought upon by you firmly taking on and adopting what they were bringing to the table. Let's continue that further now in year 2 under Waldron. And we know already what they're doing with the defensive side of the ball and the changes they've made there. So these are great changes. They've made the right kind of changes they need to do. They've modernized both sides of the football that had been stuck in 1980s mode for about the last 5 years. And these are all really, really exciting. Now we just need to see it take hold. Don't fall back into bad habits. Trust in the process, trust in the new, and it will bring about future success. It's good to see you on here, man. Well said. Amari Taylor says, do you think DJ Ugalele will have a bounce back year? He may. And this is a guy that I need to go back and watch more tape on for sure, Amari, because I did my initial look on him and I was a little, I'm not going to lie. I was pretty down on him. And you watch, Clemson has as loyal fans as anybody out there, and you read some of what they talk about with him and their view on him. And it's not great. I think he's got a little bit of that thing where he has a lot of the wow throws that come out that get you hooked and reeled in a little bit. But if you then go look at really the consistency stuff in between, it's not as much there. It's like the Spencer Rattler is another one that has the same situation going on where, yeah, they'll give you a wow throw. They'll make you stand up out of your chair and go, whoa. But the stuff in between isn't always as much consistently there. The good news is that this is the stuff that consistently develops along for a college quarterback as they go through their collegiate career, if they've got it in them to do it, if there is that next level of their game that they can rise to. But he's got to just show more of that to me. He's got to obviously good size to him, good arm. The delivery for me is a little wonky and it's over the topness. That's again a little bit why I don't have as much hope for him on taking a step forward. As I think that as I say with these quarterbacks, the delivery is what it is. And the thing just comes up and he turns his shoulder sideways and brings it up here when he comes over the top. And it just doesn't always look real fluid, throw it easy, not an easy throwing motion, let's say. So I'm going to pay attention to it though, Amari, and I will go back and try to take a little more look at his tape because there are people that he's getting a little more heat behind him as of recent. B-Boy Loretto, let's go Hawks. Let's go, bro. Pretentious Cameron. Gino played better than Wilson last year, honestly. I think that there's a good argument to be made on that. Obviously, 4 games is a little bit of a sample size, but again, is the part that he doesn't seem to be getting any credit for, to your point on this, Cameron. He did this again against 3 top 10 defenses. The Steelers have a monster defense. The Saints have a monster defense. He walked in against the Rams with 94 yards of football field up ahead of him, and he said, I got this. And he walked that Rams defense right up that football field. I'm not saying he was an all-star, but again, that these people keep coming out telling me that the die is cast with him and that there's no way that he has any other potential to his game to going forward, I think is a little bit, it's a little tired, honestly, and it just doesn't, I don't think it encapsulates, the potential that is real there with him. Or he says, Gino's a okay backup, pure and simple. Well, we are going to see, Ari, aren't we? For sure. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez. Hey, Brandon, you're not worried about DK not signing yet? Still think I'm crazy for wanting to trade him? I never thought it was crazy, Jose, I would say, to trade DK. So I don't want to say that I would ever look at somebody, because I disagreed with it, but it doesn't make it crazy from my standpoint on it. I think the people that made the argument about trading DK, including yourself, have some intelligent points to operate upon. being team's not ready and the money he's going to cost and where you could put that money elsewhere, and you're running football. I mean, there's a lot of reasons here. I think that the people build within why they were wanting to potentially move on from DK Metcalf. The issue for me comes down to, Jose, at this point. If you're choosing to make the trade of DK Metcalf at this point in time right now, you're getting less asset-wise than you would have got by trading him on early in the offseason, in my opinion. Before a lot of these big wide receiver contracts kicked in, when there were teams with multiple first-round picks in the first round that you probably could have found a way to pilfer from on a draft that was stacked with players who you would have gotten some really good players then for those picks. To do so now, I think you're getting less for him at that point. There's less of a market for him at that point, Jose, right? Because you go into the start of the offseason and there's 9-10 clubs looking for elite wide receivers. And then, okay, Eagles go and sign A.J. Brown, and the Raiders trade for Devontae Adams, and the Dolphins make a trade for Tyreek Hill. And now it's like musical chairs. There's no more chairs left to sit on. There's no more trade partners left to give. So it's more of that at this point. To me, I feel like if you're moving him at a bad time to do so. And if I'm going to trade a player, I want to do so when I can get maximum return back from him. So that's more of what's with it. I still don't want to trade him on principle, Jose. Don't get me wrong there. I'm still want to keep DK and sign him, and I don't care the price. But I don't want to. I think moving him right now, you maybe get one first-round pick and like a fourth. Versus, I think at the start of the offseason, you could have gotten a first and a second, or somewhere in those lines of things. Ethan, how's it going, my guy? Hello. Megan Roger with the $2 donation. Thank you, Megan. It's good to see you in my chat. My lady Danenda says, greeting 12s. So excited for camp. Me as well. And it's good to see you here, Jose. Very good. Truffles, how about Julio in the home run derby? Oh, Julio was awesome. Best moment of home run derby for me was Ken Griffey Jr. They cut to a quick shot. Man, it was so fast. If you didn't catch it, you wouldn't have saw it. But Ken Griffey Jr. over there with this telephoto lens looking like some damn Sports Illustrated reporter out of the 80s on a tennis court or something, right? He's got the telephoto thing. It's like 6 feet tall coming up out of Kenny's camera. And he's focusing in on Julio. He's locked right in on Julio. And he's right there on the field side. He's like trying to get in a better position to get a better shot. It was just, for me, like just warmed the cockles of my heart were warmed in that moment watching Kenny over there doing that. That was like, yeah. But boy, effortless home run swing. He just flicks his wrists and the ball leaps off of his bat. It's amazing to see, but the effortless way he was taking the ball out of that park there in Dodger Stadium, which is historically speaking not known for being a bandbox ballpark where you can just pepper the ball over the top of the fence like you can in a place like, let's say, Baltimore. And so that made it impressive as well. But just the kid has surprised me in every way, shape, and form. And as I do maintain with him, he is going to be, one of those once-in-a-talent generation type players. We got it once with Griffey, and we're lucky enough to get it with A-Rod. We might have now gotten it a third time in this franchise history, and we really need to savor it and appreciate it and take advantage of it now that we got it. But, yeah, he's amazing. Vank 88, thank you for the $10 donation, my brother. You're awesome. Appreciate you. He says, I feel that all the so-called know-it-all are not giving the Hawks a fair shake. I can't believe with the talent and coaching staff that the Hawks will get to just 6 wins. No, if I'll at some point in this stream, you guys, we'll go look at that 2011 roster or 2010 roster. I forget which one it was. And then had 7-8 wins or whatnot. I'm speaking off the top of my head. I should probably just go look it up. But that team was absolutely had no talent on it. It was empty. And you still managed to pull out the wins you did because, again, this is a little bit of the underselling of Coach Carroll. You can come to me as a Coach Carroll hater and say, he's seen his day. The game has passed him by. He no longer can be an elite coach. You can sway me to that argument. I might not fully agree with you on that argument all the way around, but you can kind of sway it to me. But there's parts I've always said with Coach Carroll he still brings to the table. The man's tackle box didn't tip over, fall into the river, and now it's completely empty and there's nothing to work off of. There's some things that have been problematic in his coaching game, but there's also been things that have remained, like his ability to motivate players week in and week out and get the most out of him. Might not be getting the most out of the scheme all the time, might not be the biggest X's and O's guy, but he can motivate players and players play hard for him. Likewise, I think there's a little bit of a floor there with Carroll when you bring him in, that because of the way that he runs a football team, especially when he's not leaning towards star play, let's say, and that it's truly a team environment, and that team spirit is really, truly not just a thing that's being said, right? That's being spoken about like it's a platitude, but it's actually occurring, where the synergistic energy that you get in a true team environment, where it's not some 2 or 3 stars that are like walking in the room and everyone needs to bow their head like, oh, the king has entered, but instead everybody's sort of on the equal pedestal. That type of team can be brought to a baseline point, and maybe that baseline point is 7-8 wins. But the 4 or 5 win play that we're going to be competing for the worst record in the league, you folks taking a look at Houston's roster and they hired Lovie Smith? How? We're far and away better than them. And there's a good handful of teams that I think that we could put in that same mold that I think we're better than them. That the talent level is better. But Vank, let him keep selling us short. I like the underdog. I like the Cinderella team. I like that. Vank? I like that. I like operating from that spot. They'll never see us coming. Megan got Roger with another $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. Very kind. She says, the NOLA bros, the NOLA bros, Saints fans, give us all a shout out and say, who dat to y'all? Well, who dat, Saints fans? I know we got Hoodie Jube over there, one of our friends of the channel over there, the Saints side of things. We'll definitely be having Hoodie on over here. Probably don't we play the Saints? No, we don't play the Saints this year. Thank God. Saints are tough. Do we play the Saints? I think we do play the Saints. Well, we'll have them over here if that's the case then. But good to hear. I'm Saints feeling pretty good about their team right now, Megan. I've watched a couple of their streams over there. They're feeling pretty good about what they got going on. So thank you for all the donations though, Megan. She says, greeting 12s. So excited for camp. Yeah, I'm stoked for camp. I can't wait. I just can't wait. It's gonna be awesome. Appreciate you though, Megan. You're the best. Randall McDaniel with a $20 donation. Thank you, Randall. Coming in hot. Says, sitting around $16 million in cap space. Can easily get to $20 million. Love the flexibility that gives us with vets being released. Also wouldn't be surprised if Blair pops in his contract year. Really excited for camp to start. Well, thank you for the $20 donation. So much in there, so much goodness in there, Randall, in your not only in your donation, but in what you had to say around there. Yeah, we are indeed sitting on, I believe it's reportedly right now, $15.88 million in cap space. And certainly you have as much as anybody in the NFL right now to do so. And Randall mentions you can get up to $20 million as well. I'm starting to remove out Carson as an ability to get freed up cap space with him because of the fact that he is, what I've heard is that there's some injury protections in his contract where if he has to retire due to injury, that he then has his contract guaranteed through. And if that is the case at that point in time, then you're not going to save necessarily from him. But $1 million from LJ Collier, $3 million on Gabe Jackson. If they really wanted to get crazy, they could, move on from Myers, though those savings are going to be minimal when you factor in bringing on who you'd have to bring on to replace him. But still, there's even more room there if they wanted to. This is one of the reasons, Randall, why I wanted to hold out of going after the quarterbacks that are out there on the market, be it a Baker Mayfield or a Jimmy Garoppolo. This is the big reason that stood there for me, is that this money could come in useful. If this team comes out and surprises folks through the first 4 or 5 weeks, I know what everyone says they're going to be, but what if they surprised everybody? What if they came out through 5 weeks and they're 4-1 and looking really good and playing as a team, and the running game is dominant and the defense is playing top 10 and the quarterback, whoever it is playing way better than anyone ever would have thought? Would you guys not be in on making an aggressive move in that moment? If it's all just built on maybe flipping a later pick, but the big part of the deal, the big thing that could hold up the deal for many other teams looking at that same player is not that the player is still talented and able, but actually the remaining cost to have them on the books for the rest of the season. That being the impediment. And you don't have that impediment because you saved your money. Story of that ant and the grasshopper, right? Ant's out there just, you were stuck. You've got your little 15.8 million in nuts that you've been moving into your little house. All the other little ram grasshoppers have been out there like eating everything, just like, who gives a shit about winter? F winter, I am winter. I'll find a blanket. And now we're going to be getting to winter. And you got those 15.8 million in nuts. And let's go. Who wants some of these nuts? Who wants some of these nuts? I like that position. I like being in that situation, Randall. It does encourage me. And I just think that you might get yourself a really, really fine player if you can maintain and hold on to a little bit of that cap space. We saw them do this even recently with a guy like Carlos Dunlap last year, right? Or not 2 years ago, where what made that deal work was, oh, you had to give up a lot of draft capital? No, 7th round pick. It was that you had to take on the salary that he had left on, that you had to clear the money on the books to make that part happen. The same thing the year prior. You went on and made a trade for Quandre Diggs. That worked out pretty well. Where again, you're taking on a guy at that point who had like about an $8 million base contract moving forward and through that part of the year, but you had some money left on the books to go make that kind of trade. You give up very low amount of draft capital. It's all just about the cost at that point. And if you have a team competing that can add that kind of extra final piece in there to kind of cement things along, you never know what the landscape will play out in the NFL. You never know how the season will go. You never know what weird injuries will come about to certain teams that no one saw coming. And if that happens to happen, I want that flexibility, Randall. As you mentioned, flexibility. I think Marquise Blair definitely could pop this year too. It's an important season for him. I mean, he in a lot of ways is going to be playing for his NFL life here if he goes through another year of being injured. So he's doing everything in this offseason hopefully to get himself right. It's coming off these lower leg injuries. Do I think to a degree, Randall, eventually do rob you of maybe some of that athleticism and quickness that was a part of his game initially? So we'll see where he can be and if he can bounce back. I'm hopeful for him, Randall. I love the fact that he can play both free safety and strong safety. So if one of our two guys do go down, he will probably get his opportunity to get on the football field and show what he can do at that point. But this is going to be a big year for him. No doubt about it. This is going to be a huge, huge year for him. And always those kind of seasons, Randall, do, as we know in the recent history, cause players to tend to play at the highest peak that they can get to. Train as hard as they possibly can train. Megan with a $2 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says, we played the Saints before Munich, I think, B. Well, thank you for the donation. Correct me on that. Yeah, I was thinking about it. I was like, oh yeah, we do play them within. So I'll get Hoodie on we'll get Hoodie on the channel and see where their team is at from a confidence standpoint at that point. They've got the first time coach Dennis Allen there, defensive coordinator now, has become the head coach for them. We'll see if he can get the most up out of that team now that Sean Payton's moved along, or if there's any kind of dip with Sean Payton now gone. But that's going to be a tough game, Megan. There's no doubt about it. That's going to be it's going to be a tough game. Thank you for all the donations, guys. You guys are very kind today. Micah YT says, Brand Goat is back. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, Micah. Thank you. Ryan Ball says, we're not going to be the disrespectful people to ruin Brandon's stream. Nope. Well, we got Megan on the case. And Megan did, as I was aware of last week, Megan did the right thing last week. The guy comes in the chat and says, I want to get banned. I'm going to do what I can to get banned. Then he gets banned. We will provide you what you want. If you seek that here, ye shall get it. Micah says, by the way, love what I'm seeing from the Mariners, 14 wins in a row. Never was a fan of baseball, but I support them because they're playing for my city. Well, I love it. I love what I'm seeing from them too. It's his magical run for second longest in franchise history. They are doing phenomenal right now, and greater run as we've seen here in 20 years. So it's been a long time before we've seen this team play this good. And that's one of the reasons this year I wanted to create the Mariner channel like I did, Micah, is to start to get back on that boat with them and follow them a little bit closer, because there's so many parts of them that's worth watching. And they're playing like just an awesome team baseball right now. It's fun to watch, and I'm very excited what they might potentially do here in the second half. You never know. Never know. Divine Comedy says, prediction, Forsythe is the real competition to Lucas at right tackle. Eliand is the confirmed left tackle too. I guess it's Island. Sorry, Greg Island. Well, that'd be interesting on Island because he was a guard in college, so he didn't play a lot of tackle, at least the tape that I watched on him. And Stone Forsythe, I've always seen Divine Comedy as a pure left tackle, but we'll see what they do. If Stone goes out and balls out, maybe he will be the guy to do it. They tried him a couple times at right tackle last year, Divine, and Stone wasn't as good as when he's played over at left. He's looked way more comfortable left and way more certain at left, especially in the preseason last year. So I'd be a little bit reticent to think that that's the way that it'll go, but you never know, man. All it takes is a guy to have an amazing offseason and just kill in the weight room and be working on his game and going way beyond what his peers are doing to take the bull by the horns. And I'd love to see it, because if he does that, then that just means, our offensive line is just all that much more better, all that much more deeper. Mr. Isaac says, love you, Brando. Well, thank you, Mr. Isaac. I love you guys too. Greener. Oh. You guys are so kind. So kind. Josh Wardfield says Jimmy G. No Jimmy G. We got over the Jimmy G last week. We got through that bend. Greener says, I'm interested in seeing if Posick can rebuild his reputation and actually turn out a good year. It'd be good to see. I kind of think Posick is sort of what he is at this point. You know, he got a good amount of run here now recently. And the thing that you can't say with Posick is when I got 4 years of data, 5 years of data, and you just can't stay healthy, hard for me to see you getting more healthier the further you get along, the later into the 20s you go. And maybe he can shake that stuff through and just finally get to that healthy point. Kid was a former second-round pick, but never really showed any of the flashes here that would make you look at that guy and go, yeah, I can see why that guy was such a high pick. I can see what warranted that. He never showed it to you. Tried him out guards, finally got to his natural center spot. I think last year he was somewhere in the back 80th percent or something as far as his ranking at the center position in the NFL. So it's, maybe. He hasn't shown it yet. That's all I'm saying with it. I'd love to see it, but like you would, Green Earth, he hasn't shown it quite yet. DJ Jimenez says, yes, Hawks Nest, let's effing go. Appreciate this, like always, Brandon. Well, it's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. And we're going to be able to get these going more and more here as we get closer to the season. We got more content to discuss and more news bits of items that we got to turn over. So we're going to be ramping this back up again here as we get into the year. Sean Maney says, starting corners this year, I got Bryant, Sidney Jones, and the slot is where it gets tough. Artie Burns or Ugo, could be Trey Brown or Blair fit in at that spot. I love your, Sean, I'm with you on the outside. I think when it shakes out at the end of the day, Sidney and Kobe Bryant are your two starters on the outside. I do think that. I think Artie Burns makes it hard, so I don't think he's going to make that easy on the outside stuff. I've got a dark horse for you on the slot. I think Justin Coleman comes back in and plays the slot and is put in more of this kind of similar positions that he was prior a little bit in what he's asked to do, where in Detroit, they were trying to do some different things defensively when he was there, and I think he went to Miami, and it's kind of similar there. There's a little bit more of the a lot of moving parts kind of stuff, being asked to do a multitude of different things. Or maybe he's just done. Who knows? Because the last couple of years since Justin Coleman has left, he's not been at the same level of corner play he was when he left Seattle to sign the big deal that he signed with Detroit and got paid as he did by them. But I wouldn't be surprised if Justin jumps into the ranks either, Sean, on the slot. Nor, Sean, let's also think about this too. I mean, if Trey Brown's in there on a tough fight with Kobe and Kobe's just balling out and wins the spot, Trey Brown's got the body style, quickness, what you would normally see out of the slot as well. And he could be jumping in there just because, okay, you can't get him the outside. You want to get your three best cornerbacks on the field at any one given time. That might also end up being the pathway to accomplish that. We got a lot of guys though, Sean. That's the nice part. Recent seasons, it's always been one or two guys you've had really duking it out for that slot role. And now you've got 3 or 4 guys in there. DJ says Max Unger, he was the best. Probably was. I think, if you want to look, probably Kevin Mawai was probably the best all-time center, though you could say he did much of his best work once he left Seattle. Same thing with maybe a Pete Kendall. So you could maybe give it to Max as the best all-timer. Deanna says, new shirt looks great. Thank you, Deanna. Thanks, Mom. Glad you like the shirt. You like that? Well, Mom got me the shirt. Robert C. Is Carson coming back? I don't think so, Robert. No, I've got a brother that works in the medical industry in the exact kind of surgery that Carson had. And you're putting hardware in the neck. You're not just fusing the neck together now. You're actually putting hardware in there. And so if you have a high impact hit with the kind of metal and hardware you have in there with bones around all of it, it could get fragmented in the bone. You could get the wrong nerve ending could get split. You could end up handicapped. I would be astonished if Chris Carson is actually ready to go this year in any way, shape, or form. D.S. needs to step up. D.S. does need to step up. Agreed. Bash Gordon, go Hawks. DJ says third down is Travis Homer's hands down. He's got a pretty good firm hold on it, I think, DJ. Yeah. I think especially the blocking aspect is where he's been very solid in, and that's going to be the part that is surprising with Dallas because that was his claim to fame coming out of the draft. But indeed, Travis has just been better. mean, you all see Travis be getting all jacked in the offseason too. So he can hold up against those defensive ends and blitzing corners. He's got it. My man's only like 5'8", but he's been yoked up. Watch FizQuest with a $5 donation. Thank you, Washington FizQuest. Awesome of you. Appreciate you. Says, I hear the Broncos are shooting a Tommy Boy remake. Chris Farley's character to be played by off-season Russ. Goodell to be played by David Spade's character. I mean, you know, Russ does get the body up to Farley levels in the offseason at times. I mean, he's on that wine and cheese and a lot of mac and cheese, and he gets up there. I'll tell you what. I mean, he slims down, so it's not that Russ doesn't eventually somewhat slim down. I'd still offer. He's still been pretty thick on the field in recent years, but yeah, my guy likes to eat. He does like to eat. I don't know if he could. Yeah, he could probably handle the goofy side of Farley, couldn't he? Washington FizQuest, only he wouldn't maybe be acting on it. And Goodell is the Spade character, is the Weasley character. I could see that too. I can see it. Random again with $2 donation. Thank you, Randall. Says, you move in 4 of your top 5 prospects for Soto. I am. I can probably be talked into it at this point. I could. Because it's so enticing. You've got a guy that his left-handed swing in that stadium would be an awesome fit. I am a little worried, Randall, on 2 different items. Number one, you're only technically getting a couple of years of club control at that point because you're not going to theoretically get a contract done prior to making the trade. So you very well could end up making those trade of those prospects and then losing, then essentially losing him in a couple of years, for nothing if you can't sign him to a big deal. The other problem I have with it is that there is some meh to him as far as the outfield defense goes. And, when you play in the stadium, defense does have to be a little bit at times at the forefront of our consideration of any player we're adding, especially in the outfield, which has a lot of ground to cover. With that said, though, Randall, he's such a good talent, and to be made available at this point and to know what he could do for that lineup and understanding what you're up against to go against the 2 big dogs right now in the American League being the Yankees and the Houston Astros, you're going to need everything you can get. And stacking in order with those 2 guys, being Julio and Soto, man, that'd be a scary proposition. I don't know if I could say no to it. I don't know if I could. In Mowbray says, Darwin Thompson has excellent speed. Is he a Hawk now? Darwin Thompson? I guess he's technically on the roster, but I think he's kind of just camp fodder. He's probably a guy to balance off the carries in camp as much as anything else, and they'll give him a try, but I wouldn't count on him doing much coming in. Guy's got a 3.5 yard per carry average in his career. Former 6th round pick back in 2019. So the team likes a lot of those Utah State players. I'm not surprised that they picked him up, but I don't think that they're looking at it like, I don't think he's going to be somebody you want to look at as going to be carrying any of the water through. I watch as Eskridge was a pointless pick to me unless he returns punts and kicks and actually shows something as a wide receiver. So one of the reasons I didn't like it as a selection. I mean, there's a lot of reasons with it, but why I wanted Creed Humphrey as bad as I did at the time over Eskridge, I didn't kind of get as much the Eskridge love with it. You have an older prospect with questionable hands who has an injury history. Yes, he has other skill sets he brings to play, but when I'm having those as kind of 3 of the first things I'm thinking of when I think of an individual player, that's kind of worrisome to take that guy in the 2nd round. Now, Rams probably would have if we didn't, but let the Rams make that mistake then. And he showed some exciting moments last year. I can't lie. I watched when he is the best guy we have running the fly sweep stuff. And the fly sweep element should not be understated. It's a vital component of this offense. You cannot just not run it. And when he went down last year, Seattle had no other receiver who could really run it the same way that he could. But it really does challenge defenses if you can have a legit guy to run that way. And it doesn't have to be a complete Deebo Samuel type, but it has to be that guy who's a sub-receiver running back guy to be able to really do it and bring kind of the fear into the defense's hearts that you need to bring to be able to run it right. And if he just does that, I watch. If he just does that and bubble screen stuff, he still can have a decent rate of effectiveness with us. He can still provide us a level of production that's useful for this offense. But I am selling a little low on where I'm seeing him as a pure wide receiver type at this point. And again, until I see it. Like I said last year, he got to a point where he was healthy and still was not able to overtake Penny Hart or Freddie Swain, not just one or the other, both in the depth chart. That's a little concerning. Bash says, hope everyone in the chat is doing good. I'm super juiced on the season coming up. I don't know why. You should be super juiced, man, because this team looks good, and this team's got some great, exciting pieces. And God forbid a few of these young guys pop. Look out. Look out. John Acevedo, thank you for the $10 donation. I hope I pronounced your last name correctly, but I do really appreciate the donation. You guys are so kind in that respect. I mean, it is change the deal to go back to Marshawn. Got to bring Marshawn Lynch back into the donation point here. But thank you, John, for the donation. Randall, Russian Fistquest, Megan, Gawk, Roger. Appreciate all of you. Very kind of you. Vank88. You guys are awesome. Always awesome. Support I get on this channel. Like I said, this offseason has just been amazing. Usually getting the dead periods, and you guys have been right with me every step. And appreciate you for that. I'm having so much fun. Bash says the New Orleans Saints once boasted one of the best linebacking cores the game has ever seen with Patrick Swilling, Sam Wills, and company. They did. That was a scary unit back in the day. Sam Mills, one of the more underrated players in NFL history. He's one of those London Fletcher types who played like 23 years and hardly anybody noticed, but he was awesome throughout most of that time period. I'm worried about the defensive front seven. Got run over last year. Points against was terrible. New scheme, new defensive coordinator. Got run over last year. I thought we were good in run defense. I thought we were okay. Let me double check. I could be wrong on this. Let's see here. Team defense. So Seattle last year. I mean, Seattle last year was like middle of the pack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So yeah, we are literally the 17th team in the NFL against the rush last year. And then we were 12th in points allowed. So I mean, you know, we weren't, to your point on that I watch, you know, we weren't great or amazing in either aspect of it, but we also weren't into the 20s in either of those two points. You know, you've added Shelby Harris, who, you know, is a good player. He's not great, but he's a legitimate good player. There's no questions in him. I don't know what you're going to get from Quentin Jefferson. I know I'm getting something from Shelby Harris. Al Woods was, maybe he doesn't maintain the same play last year, but that's a top 10 defensive tackle for you last year, in this sport, at least rated by PFF and how they viewed him. And a lot of the reputation last year when looking at his play was frankly very high. You've added Mafe, you've added Achuna. Those are two spots you didn't have last year. Darrell Taylor coming back into year 2. I'm concerned with it. I think you're right to have some worries with it, but I think there's also some sparks of life. There's some signs of life. It's not a group completely bereft of any talent. Certainly if the talent doesn't develop, it could get dark and ugly quick to a degree. But I think you marry that with, I watch a little bit more of the blitz heavy nature that they're going to employ that they haven't employed in recent years. And that could help to offset some of that. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez says, Brandon, I hear you before I see your mouth moving. It's weird. That is weird. Well, I've got a little delay on the audio, but I'll try to fix it in post. It's probably something to do with the mic. Let me see. We can add a little more millisecond to this. We'll add a 110, see if that makes it a little bit better. Jose added a 110 millisecond offset, so hopefully that doesn't make it worse. Could be too. I just have too many things opened up. Let's see if that makes it a little bit better. It's out of sync slightly. Weird. Yeah. I'll try to see if it cleans up. Could be just tripping out. I've had some issues lately with the Streamlabs thing, so I don't know if it's starting to go weird. Oh, it's getting hot. Jose says, if Ugo's still on the team week 1, I'm going to be mad. I would be with you on that. Yeah, I'd be a little annoyed with that as well, because you have taken steps this offseason to improve the position where he sort of just kind of got to be the default star the last couple of years. Marquise Blair was supposed to pull him and push him in each of the last 2 seasons, but instead it has been one where that's not been the case. He's because, of course, Marquise Blair gets injured, and then he's basically becomes the de facto guy, and you don't have anybody else on the roster to really push him at that point, or that's more talented than him to push him. So that would be a little bit of an annoyance. I agree with you there. Christmas says, hey, y'all watching while I have a conference call on low volume. Nice. Hang in there on that conference call. So we got a slight delay so far. Sorry, folks, I haven't done any new settings. If I'm getting a little bit of delay, I'm sorry. Shouldn't be, though, because the sync offset should be working. So let's try. All right, I'm going to take it to 0 first, and let's see if that makes it worse or not. So you guys just tell me if that makes it worse or better. And if it makes it worse, then I'll go the other direction. We'll get this fixed. Benelli says this is the Seahawks. It's the Seahawks way. These boys always play hard. They always do, man. Something you can count on with this team, no matter what. Alex Saucedo, week 1, Monday Night Football, Denver at Seattle. Go Hawks. Beat the Donkeys. Seattle all day. Bring it. That's right, Alex. That's right. Beat those Donkeys. Sonic Hawks Nation. Hey, what's up, Hawks Nest? Thoughts on Russell Wilson on the ESPYs? Not sure if this has already been asked. I didn't see it. So, Sonic's Hawk Nation. I didn't see the thing. What did Wilson say? What'd he say? Terrell Bigelow says, go ahead and give my squad DK Metcalf. No, we're not, Terrell. Don't think you're the first. We've had Jets fans and Dolphins fans and Chiefs fans and Packer fans, and they come on in here and they want DK, they say. They say, give him to us. We want him. Give him to us. But then when we ask you for actually the assets to give him, when we actually ask for what he's worth, y'all just start turning over your pockets and doing a lot of shrugging. You don't seem to want him that bad. If you guys want him, 2 first-round picks is where we start. Man up and drop those assets. Chris says, Blair's a thumper. Always liked him. Slot. Could Blair cover a Baldwin or Welker in the day, though? He would have struggled with those guys, Chris. Look, I'm not a big guy on him being moved to the slot from the safety position, but they're trying to find some value or a way to use him after you've made your trades for Diggs and Adams and you don't have a way to get him on the field. I think that beyond it being a question of could he cover the most elite slot wide receivers in the game as far as a question goes, for me, it's more of a question of is he an improvement or potential improvement off of what you've ran out there over the last couple of years? And frankly, I don't think Ugo's been the worst in the league at the slot over the last couple of years. I think he was actually somewhat decent in 2020, but last year he was awful. He was just not good out there. And I think that you're talking about a baseline now that's pretty low for Marquise to clear, where, okay, maybe he's not able to stay with those elite slot wide receivers, but nonetheless, he is at the very least an improvement upon what you've had there prior. Osprey Raptor says, pay that man. That's right, pay DK. That's all we got to do is just pay him. He's going to get paid. Bash says DK wants to get paid. He doesn't want to get out. Why? He has everything in his pocket right now. Russ is gone. That pretty much makes him the leader on the offense. If you think about it, he's a star here. DK knows that he's got it made right now. He just wants to get paid, and then he's going to ball out. Agreed with you, Bash. I agree. 100% agree. Chris, DK has all the leverage to get paid now, and he should absolutely play that card. Yeah, he's earned it. This is the name of the game. After 3 seasons, the CBA determines that a player can renegotiate if he's outperformed his rookie deal. DK has outperformed his rookie contract. He deserves to be paid. That's just one of the reasons why I'm in favor of paying him. On top of the fact that it's the price is not going to be bad. The price is going to be at its worst the day DK signs the contract. Give it a year or two down the line, and the deal is going to look just fine compared to the other deals being handed out. Bash is a little hobby. Hey, bro, in college I had a minor in film and media, and I can tell you that a little powder puff and some Penalt's men's powder will help that shiny forehead, my bro. Laughing out loud. Just messing with you, B. Nah, nothing's going to help this shiny forehead, dude. Because when I start sweating, it's going to get shiny. And it's hotter than hell in here right now. So if I turn on my AC, you guys are going to hear a so I gotta just hope the fan can be enough. It's not as bad as Hawaii, but unfortunately it's gonna mean you guys are gonna have to look at my sweaty forehead. Alex Wheeler says, I just want DK to get extended and get 1,300 yards again. Sick of analysts rating him out of the top 10. The disrespect is unreal. Agreed, man. DK is still kind of underappreciated in this league right now. Good point. Chris says DK needs to be force-fed on slants. Dude is a monster with Russell Wilson. He got hardly any targets unless they were deep balls. Yeah, they've got to find a way to get him targeted. That's a place they can improve this year is get the targets up. 10 to 12 targets a game. Find a way to manufacture some touches for him. It's a way to go there with it. Benelli says it'll break my heart if DK leaves, but that's our reality in Seattle. It would break my heart, but I'm not even really, I still haven't even prepared myself for that eventuality because I just don't think it'll happen. I think if we were going to see DK move, there would have been some indications or signs here in some way or another that just haven't occurred. I think that it's just going at its own pace. But at the end of the day, he's going to get done. It'll get signed. DJ says, wish we would have kept Glowinski, but I don't think he would have been utilized correctly under Solari. Who knows what Dickerson would have done. Agreed. And Glowinski's main attribute that he was going to provide you was an ability as a pass blocker as much as what he gave you in the run game. And that probably was not going to ever put him up on Carroll's list as far as a starter goes, or that he's a valued asset at that point, because that's how they looked at offensive lines at that time, was that they were very run block centric. The Colts were more open to the full of what Glowinski had to offer, but he was okay for them. He wasn't amazing. He was fine for the Colts, but yeah, it would have been nice if Glowinski would have developed during that time, because we definitely needed a lot more help there on that line than we were getting. Matt says, yeah, we're not going to rate DK Metcalf in the top 10. He's the most double-teamed receiver in the whole league. Laughing out loud, he will be the best receiver in the league next year, mark my words. One of the main reasons why DK will be one of the best receivers is also because of the addition to the front tight end, opening up and taking away players that are usually on him will help so much. Somebody's going to feast, right, Bash? If you're going to double him, then that should mean Noah Fant should then be opened up and good to go. Who's the guy that you're mentioning there in your comments, and well said. Fant, of course, led all of the NFL tight ends last year. Every tight end in the NFL. David Njoku's and Gronkowski's, and you can bring up Travis Kelce's, and you can bring up George Kittle's. He beat them all in one particular stat, and that's yards of separation per route at 2.5 yards. Per route, he was averaging 2.5 yards of separation, which is very hard to do from the tight end position. But that type of separation, when you create it like that, will draw attention. And it will make it harder for teams to just sort of ignore you if they're trying to become focused and obsessed with one other particular player on the roster. Chase Stern's been a member for 5 months. Thank you for that, Chase. He says, my prediction for the DK contract is 4 years, $104 million in total. I like it. That seems about right to me. $55 million of guaranteed money, maybe 60 even of guaranteed money. That should, in Chase, that I would think would get the deal done. It's part of why I've not understood what's held this up for so long as it stands, is that the numbers should be pretty well formulated here based on the contracts given out even this offseason. He should be able to slot in there very easily, you would think. Chris says, what's this baseball you speak of? Richard Gentry says, we know about Geno. Question is lock. Go Hawks, go Chargers. Well, I was making a little bit of an argument at the top of the show, Richard, that I don't know if we know fully of what we have in Geno. But I would give you that we don't know where Locke is either. I think that they're both a little bit have question marks to what they're going to be or what they could be. And I think that their story isn't fully set at this point. Megan says 14 degrees here, B, freezing cold, howling wind. I ain't missing the winter right now, Megan. I don't care how hot I get. I hate being cold. I'd much rather be hot. I watch as I'm all about the short to intermediate passes to wide receivers and tight ends. We'll see. Haven't anticipated the offense like this in a decade. Should be exciting. Well said. Yeah. Agreed. We should see way more of the short and intermediate game than we've seen in, to your point, 10 years. In a long time. Since the Holmgren days, maybe. Ethan says I'm visiting Lake Chelan in a few days. Going to be hot. It's nice and comfortable in Seattle. Yeah, the whole state's feeling good right now. Thank you, Jose, for reminding me that. Please hit that like button if you do like what you're listening to here on the stream. It does help out the channel considerably. You guys do a great job with it, and I do appreciate it. Just shows me up on all those searches at that point for Seahawks fans. So thank you. Blunky TV says Giants winning it all this year? The Giants? With a new coach? You must be thinking Thibodeau's going to just completely light the world on fire or something there. I don't know. I don't know about that one. That one seems a stretch to me. You guys got to win your division first. Alexander, maybe these people look at his catch rate and are concerned with that, not realizing a majority of those were misses by Russ. Probably could be, because then that's actually making you, to your point on that, Alexander, you're having to watch a lot of the deep film. You can't just look over a player through surface stats and come to a determination about what they are. And maybe that's what people are doing with DK. I think that there's also those, again, I mentioned this word a lot, but narratives that set on a player, can't run routes, can't move laterally, can't catch very well. And that those things hang over you. And then when you're a receiver and you have this reputation among some then that you don't have good hands, it's going to ding you in a lot of people's eyes because that's the main attribute that they want to see a receiver to have, much like if you were a quarterback that didn't have, everyone's like, well, we're not sure about his arm strength. And so that's going to ding people in your eyes. And it's wrong. It's not right here. DK should be a top 10 receiver in this sport right now, if not, frankly, knocking on the door, getting into that top 5 from my standpoint of things. But look, the coaches know how tough he is. That's why he gets doubled as much as he is. If DK was a 13th ranked receiver in this league, he wouldn't be double teamed at basically the highest rate in all of football. Those two numbers do not go together. So he's a problem, he's an issue, and he will continue to be so. Matt says, plus next year, no Wilson on the books. Hawks still paying $25 million for Wilson this year. 26? Meow. Yeah. No Wilson, no Wagner's money on the books, no Carlos Dunlap's money on the books, no more Chris Carson's money on the books. You clear out a lot of dead capital moving on. Dara says, is Amir DK is everywhere on TV? Oh, he's got a good endorsement deals rolling, which I love to see. The more the merrier, Look, he says they follow each other on Instagram, being Daniel Jones and DK Metcalf. And when Danny made the one-handed catch, DK posted a picture of Danny saying Daniel Beckham Jr. Okay. The Giants aren't getting DK, man. It's not happening. No. No. It's not happening. Bash, I know this is training camp is important. I'm kind of nervous for it. That's it. A little nervous anticipation. It's good for you, Bash. Let you know you're alive. Evergreen Rider, A-Rod, I don't really count. He skipped town the moment the first chance came. Well, he was a freak coming up, though. He was that freakish level of talent, like if he was. I think that with Julio, I mean, we've only had, I think, 3 of them, really. Lucky says we're about to let go of Kenny Golladay next season and get DK to sign. We'll see. You got to pull him away from us first, and right now we've got last check 3 years of club control in him, Blunky. So, you know, we can franchise him twice. Like, what you giving us? Why don't you start wooing us over here? You want DK, don't come in like a thief in the night trying to take him out of our house. Get your hands out of my wife's credenza. Get your hands out of the credenza. Let's sit down like men and talk about what you're giving up for him here. What do you want? You really want him? Let me start hearing what you're giving up. And don't be throwing these multiple second round pick crap situations at me. Give me something good. Christmas says, didn't we draft Jason Varitek before he was traded and became awesome? We did indeed. Yes, very good memory on that. Jason was part of a package deal at that time, I believe, to bring over, was it Heathcliff Slocum? Heathcliff Slocum, one of the great all-time baseball names, by the way. That is absolutely a baseball name. But I think we made it for like a reliever. Horrible move. Horrible move. And yeah, Varitek became a very good catcher for the Boston Red Sox. One of their best all-time catchers, probably, historically speaking. Randall says, Pete's the best coach in the league 6 days of the week. That's worth 7 wins. Well said by Randall. And he's not making a joke where he's like, well, then he sucks in 7 days. But that the value of those 6 days does actually carry weight. And being good through that period, knowing how to get the team ready to play on game day and prime for game day is an asset to a coach and should be worth paying attention to. Consumer says DK actually has really good acting skills. Dude will have a career after football. I could see it. We're already seeing that with Marshawn too. How great will it be to see all these former Seahawks getting into the movie industry? I'm with that. Dar says haters are going to hate. They will. Rain Tacos, let's go. Looking forward to all 6 wins this year. Go Hawks. I think we can get up to 8. We get at least up to 8. Lucky says Kadarius Toney's going to be better than DK. Oh, really? Is that why the Giants were trying to trade him prior to the draft? Get out of here. Your own team doesn't like him that much. They're only holding on to him because they couldn't get any offers for him at the draft. It was like, oh yeah, he's got work ethic problems. Yeah, we'll let you keep that issue. U2K says, obviously on any given Sunday, any team can beat any team, but analysts are looking at quarterback and schedule and Seahawks having a bear of a schedule. It doesn't lead itself to picking wins week to week. It's fair enough. I mean, it's a 15th rated schedule in the NFL. So, or what, 13th, I guess. So it's 13th rated. It's not an easy schedule, has some easy games within it, but it's a fair enough point. It does have a tough schedule. Vank88 says, boys and girls, make sure to hit that like button for this guy. Thank you, Vank88. Appreciate you. Raining Tacos. Fat Russ in a little coat. Fat Russ in a little coat. Come here, Russell. Why can't you just go? Watch Fizquest. Also, I didn't mean to insult David Spade, who's actually a cool dude, to Roger Goodell. No, you're just speaking on the character. Goodell's playing the little slimy. He ends up having an arc in that movie. He goes from sort of slimy to a good friend by the end. Brandon Poyer says, Brandon, have you spoken on next year's likely draft needs? Too early? Probably a hair early, Brandon. I mean, the quarterback position is obviously the one that stands out to me as one that you take a look at and you go, okay, this one's this one's really important. But I mean, you know, the problem with doing an exercise on draft needs at this point in time are kind of twofold. Number one, you don't know who's going to develop from this year's squad. But then number two, you don't know what you're going to accomplish in free agency or via trade. And if you have an opening of a hole and you end up addressing it with that, you could have put it as a draft need that really was never going to be that at the end of the day. You were never going to go to that spot of things. So it's a little early. I would say that there are probably a couple of things you could kind of start to maybe take a little bit of a passing look at if we say acknowledging, okay, let's say they don't develop in free agency. Austin Blythe's on a 1-year deal. You're going to need to probably deal with that. Left guard to me, because I think Gabe leaves after this year and they end up sliding him. Eventually they get Damian Lewis back to right guard. So I think left guard, center are probably two positions you could really take a look at, especially now that you've already got your two bookends on each side ready to kind of roll with that. Middle linebacker, Kobe Barton's in on a 1-year deal. So that would be another position that you would want to take a look at. But outside of that, honestly, there's not a lot of other spots. Maybe a receiver. You'll start to get into Lockett's deal here in another year where you can, you know, start to look at when you're going to be moving off in that if you want to or not. Maybe having a little bit more flexibility there will help. AI says he has a year to switch to right side technique. He just has to flip his brain. I think you're talking about Stone Forsythe. And he has a year to switch to right side technique. Maybe. Again, understand, like I always harp on, guys, there's a difference between what you want to ask a right guard to do versus what you ask a left guard to do. There's a difference in what you'll ask sometimes a right tackle to do versus what you're asking a left tackle to do. And so when you move a guy like Stone Forsythe to me over to the right tackle spot, who's a very pure left tackle and that he's a dancing bear, his best attribute is pass protection. Now you're moving him over to the right side where you want more of a mauler, more of a people mover. And that's the weakness of Stone Forsythe's game. So we've just watched this play out literally last season with Damian Lewis, where they literally made this same mistake. We would make it again to me by moving Stone to the right side. I don't know if I see how that works or why that works. Outside of Stone suddenly understands how to be great with leverage, which is kind of impossible because he's 6'8", and that's always going to be a part of his game that was going to be a struggle. It's one of the reasons he lasted all the way to the 6th round. I can't see, players have talked about this. It's just easy. Just switch from one side to the next. A lot of guys get messed up with that. You know, I'll give you a guy who had a year to do it. Sean Locklear. Great as a right tackle right out the gate for us in 2005. Played really well. Team eventually was like, okay, you were really good for us at right tackle, so now we'll just naturally flip you over to left tackle and you'll be really good over there too now, won't you? He sucked. He found it awkward. He felt like he was playing left-handed. And it's the truth. Sometimes guys are just natural fits at their position, and moving them all over the place is not for the benefit of the player, not for the benefit of the team. And quite frankly, we have such a rich history recently of trying to do this and having it fail at so many turns. I'm kind of surprised that the team would still consider even trying to put Stone over at the right side if they're still trying to do that at this point. I understand from a depth standpoint, but to do, honest to God, think to do it, he's going to push to start. I don't know. Tanner Corwin says, is Damian Lewis doing good enough for a contract? I think you need more data, Tanner. You know, he had a very good season at right guard his first year. At left guard last year, there were some improvements to his game, but he is overmatched over there against more pass rushing defensive tackle types. He really needs to be slid back to right guard long term. And then, yeah, you could certainly make an argument at that point for potentially paying him a contract. If you're going to maintain with the Waldron system, there is an argument to be made here that maybe he's not exactly the mobile athletic lineman. That's more of the what you want prototypically from the position at this point. But he's really good. He's great as a run blocker. He has improved, I think, a little bit as a pass blocker, but he's just playing out of position at the moment. Evergreen Rider says Posick just needs the supplemental protocol. A little bit of that HGH, a little bit of them, one of them back alley pills. Get a couple plates more on the bench. Meowmix says, I bet Posick has a decent year. He was the second highest graded offensive lineman on the Hawks too. Hawks. Too many fans mad at Posick because he can't block Donald. Nobody can block Donald. So I don't know what you mean by highest rated. So simply saying you're the highest rated lineman is maybe not in itself, especially when you have a poor offensive line, a huge metric. Yeah, I mean, 67.3 to your point. That's about average, I guess, overall for an offensive lineman. Last year on 600 snaps, 1 penalty, 2 sacks allowed. But what am I to the eye test? This is again where I never just go to just usually the PFF. It's also the kind of the eye test. You know, did any of us at any point in time watching post it go, you know, wow, he's really killing it out there. He just jumps off what he's doing out there. But you know, again, your point is right. He was graded well, but you go graded the best on a Seahawks offensive line where it's like Dwayne Brown had a down year. Your right tackle situation was kind of Shell was out for most of the year, and then you're trying to kind of move in bodies before you put in Curhan. Curhan's grade got hurt because he was playing at left guard for a whole game where he was miserable. Then you got Gabe Jackson, who wasn't very good, and then Damian Lewis playing out of possession at left guard. But 67 is what's the word I'm looking for? It's okay. It's again about league average, maybe just a smidge above league average. CJ Kurzman says, does anyone remember linebacker Austin Calitro? Never understood why we didn't attempt to use him more. And then we released him. Killed it every time he was on the field. Yeah, I think he went to the Jaguars after we released him, so he did get picked up after that point. That was when they had a few different linebackers as kind of developmental guys. I think that they were keeping over him. So you had, I think, specifically the guy that was impeding him that year was Shaquem. I believe Shaquem Griffin was the, kind of the main reason the team wanted to hold on to Shaquem, who could give them maybe some pass rush up front, whereas Calitro was more of your pure linebacker type. But you're right. Every time you did put him in, he played pretty good. He was okay. He's all right. I can't believe Posick was that high, Meow Mix. I didn't know he was at 67. That's a shocker to me. Megan says, I had my eye on that shirt when in Seattle. Hell yeah. I've been doing some more Hawk shirt shopping. I'm gonna get a Bosworth shirt here next. I'm rocking the Boz here soon. Always compete, says go Hawks, man. DJ Jimenez says, oh, no doubt, Kevin Mawai, the GOAT. I meant to say Unger was our best center after Robbie Tobeck. Oh, yeah, undoubtedly, man. 100%. 100%. AI says Russ wasn't as good because he was 15 pounds heavier than previous years, not explosive running anymore. I have AI, to your point on that, I've got suspicions on that, where you have a player already naturally getting into his 30s. You're already going to lose maybe a step just kind of naturally, but then it's almost like he increased another half a step on that step he lost, because it did seem like he gained about an extra 10 pounds, 15 pounds. You take him from the age of 25 to where he was at 32. I wouldn't be surprised if those scales were 10 to 15 pounds heavier. And then that probably also slowed it down a little bit more. I don't have that's just, I don't have anything to back that up, but I wouldn't be surprised if, for instance, the Seahawks have like GPS tracker, speeds, and that Russ's tracker speed slowed down significantly over the last couple of years versus where it was in his prime. Ethan says, I don't feel comfortable trading for Soto. We'd have to give up too much. One of either Kirby or Gilbert, along with Marte, Kellenick, Hancock, and more, but giving up those pitchers may make us worse. Yeah, I mean, Kirby's on a pitch count, Ethan. So the thing with Kirby is that sooner or later, as they get deep into the season, they're probably going to have to shut him down one way or another. And if you do make a move for Soto, you're probably going to be making a move in addition for another starting pitcher. So probably a part to consider with that. I am with you on, I don't want to give up Gilbert. I'm a little bit more willing with Kirby because there's an unknown element to where he could become or where he could go versus Gilbert really coming along and ready to go. So, I mean, if it's Gilbert's included in the package, that's a no-go for me. But if you're talking about Hancock, Kirby, I could do it for that. I can do that for that. I still have got a good core here. My farm system is still in really good shape. Even if I offload those guys, it's not going to decimate my home farm. So I know why I understand the hesitancy. I do. I get that. But I'd be willing, man. To be able to add that bat in that lineup. But again, the fill in the holes, Ethan thing. So I get what you're saying with Kirby. Again, if he's on a pitch count, when you got these pitchers on a pitch count, there's going to be a part of the season where you just shut him down. And I'm sure that they're going to try to elongate that out and give him time between starts and try to utilize him as long as they can this year. But that's going to come sooner or later, Ethan. So he's coming off the board at some point. But if I'm saying I'm not keeping Gilbert in the package, then that doesn't impact any of it with those guys I've included at that point. Maybe they're going to want somebody from the major league roster, but maybe they don't as well. The Nationals are definitely going to be in a rebuilding mode if they move on from Soto. Always Compete says, why do you think people are overlooking the fact Geno Smith sat behind Russ for 3 seasons and thinks he's still the same Geno from the Jets? I don't know. It was the exact point that I tried to make. Always Compete at the top of the show. I dived really deep into Geno a little bit on how have we come to this certain opinion that we know Geno is what he is. He was given an opportunity to be a certain starter for teams 2 seasons, his first 2 years of his career. Every other year beside that, he's been a backup quarterback. And, sometimes you don't get second opportunities, or you have to wait a long period of time to get your second opportunity. Just because you were a really talented guy that was held in high acclaim at one point doesn't mean that you're going to definitely get a second chance like, let's say, Drew Lock's getting right now, kind of instantaneously with Geno to fight this out a little bit. That pathway wasn't as opened, I think, for Geno. But that's one of the reasons why, for me, I don't say, like, he may be what you guys are telling me, some people are telling me he is, or well, we know what he is. He's a backup quarterback, life backup. That's all he's ever going to be. He'll never be anything. Maybe he is. But what are you basing that on? Just your instinct of watching him play? Because again, last year comes off his best season from a completion percentage, yards per attempt, touchdown to interception rate, all career best for him. But the die is cast based on what he did with the Jets his first 2 years with Rex Ryan running a defensive-minded ball club that wanted to run the ball with no playmakers out on the outside. I can't see why people come to that point on that assessment with him. I'd kind of like to actually understand a little bit more on that. Ethan says, I'd rather trade for a starter like Castillo or Montes. I'm open with that too, man. And just improve the team one way or another, at least. It doesn't have to be Soto, but definitely upgrade this team. Definitely add some more. The Yankees are, and maybe Houston too. Malmix says, laughing out loud, I remember those David Moore jet sweeps, bad stuff. Yeah, it was rough. Yeah, we've tried it with David Moore, Penny Hart. I mean, man, Lockett running it is just, I have to avert my eyes. If I see Lockett get a fly sweep, I'm looking away because I know it's going to get ugly. And that's the problem, is that they've not had a guy to run that stuff. That's why I say there is even still, to me, a good value in Eskridge in just running the fly sweep stuff and bubble screen stuff. That's an elemental part of the Rams offense, of this Waldron offense. So it'll be a benefit still. But nonetheless, you don't have any other real good backup options beyond him. Maybe Derek Young, if he can come in. But you need him to be that guy for you. And when you don't have that guy, it looks weird. Tanner says, I miss David Moore. Sucks he got arrested. Yeah, poor David. Herbicide says, we can't say go Hawks anymore. That was Russ's catchphrase. What's our new saying going to be? Russ made it prime time, but go Hawks has been around and predates Russell Wilson. he may have made it more of a normal thing, but that's owned by the Seattle, not Russ. And Power Code says, go Hawks, baby. What's up, y'all? Brandon, it's been a minute. I'm more pumped than ever. Hell yeah, brother. I'm good to see you. I'm glad to see it. I'm feeling a lot of good energy out of the chat here tonight and through this whole off season. I think people are seeing that mistakes are being learned, problems are being potentially fixed, or at least they're taking the steps to try to fix them. Whether it will be fixed or not, we shall see. But they are at least taking the right steps in the correct direction. And that should get people encouraged, and that should get people like yourself pumped. I'm pumped. I don't know what we're going to see this year. I have no idea. It could be almost anything. I'm just ready to be amazed. Hawkso says, who do you have making the team after DK and Tyler, and how many receivers do you think they keep? Oof, tough to predict this, because as I was saying at the top of the show, you've got a lot of receivers here. Freddie Swain, Penny Hart, Marquise Goodwin, Bo Melton, Derek Young, Cade Johnson, Cody Thompson, Aaron Fuller. Now, some of what factors into this is going to be cost and price. And quite frankly, I think Bo Melton's got a very nice inside track here to getting on the roster as that sort of, call it the third, fourth, fifth right receiver, whatever you want to call it, because he's going to be so cheap. He's coming in on a 7th round contract, whereas Freddie Swain's now getting into year 3 and the cost is starting to increase for him. couple of the other guys would be cheap as well. But it's hard because Cade Johnson, I was high on coming out last year. I thought he would be a good player. And he was on the practice squad for the full year and off season. I don't know what I'm going to be able to see with him. So I'll give you my prediction on it, but don't hold me to this because we don't know who's going to be good or who's going to be bad. I think Melton makes the squad. I think Swain makes the squad. And Eskridge makes the squad, obviously, too. So that's your 5 wide receivers. I do think that you're still going to see on the practice squad Derek Young, probably Penny Hart, and maybe Cade Johnson at that point would be your receivers on the practice squad. But it's hard, man. Even a guy like Cody Thompson, who's been balling out through all of OTAs, could come out and surprise. So it's a little early to try to make that guess, but I'll give you those. Swain, Bo Melton, Eskridge, DK, and Tyler are your 5. It's good to see you here in Power. It has been a minute, man. Randall McDaniel with a $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. I appreciate you. Oh, Randall's got some big news. Big news to Randall. Randall found out on Monday that we're having another baby. Mrs. Randall has one in the oven. Well, congratulations. I got to stand up on this one. Congratulations, Randall. Another Hawk fan entering the room, entering the picture. That's always a good thing, Randall. We grow just a little bit larger. Just one more fan added on in, one more 12. But that's awesome, man. That's awesome. You're due for a girl, I think, Randall. I think you're about due for a girl. Got to complete the circle of the family. Very kind of you on the chat, man. And big congratulations. That is awesome. Awesome news. Alexander says Rundy was fine. It was top IRC. Yeah, I thought it was all right. Tanner Corwin says Daryl Taylor is still hurt. Nope, Tanner, he's ready to roll. Ready to roll, ready to cook, ready to go. Ethan says, I'll say go Hawks regardless of who said it. It belongs to the team, not a player. That's right. Can't trademark this, Russ. This is one thing you weren't trademarking. I have the delay too. Is the delay still going, folks? I was trying to see if maybe it had fixed it. It's like a Chinese dub movie. Sorry, guys. I don't know what happened, man. Everything's been working good. I didn't do anything different on my settings today, but for whatever reason, I guess things are just a little bit wonky. Don't you love that when you're not doing any change? You don't make any changes or anything, and then just stuff just suddenly decides to go weird. So I was hoping that fixed it, but I guess not. I think you're okay now, bro. Okay, let me change it back. Let's go through. Let's see if that works. I think it's okay now. We'll see. Thanks, James Stoltz, for the update on that. Bash says, I really like the first big original Seahawk by my name. Is there any way I can just leave that there? It doesn't progress to the new one. I'm laughing out loud. I'm just a partial to the older one. I think it progresses, Bash, with the length of time that you're a member. So it's kind of set up to sort of increase. I don't know if I can manually set you to keep you on the lower emblem rung. But I'll see if I can, man. Jeffrey, imagine how it'll look for Russ if he loses to us week 1 with a better team. It'll be a tough look for us. There's no lie about it. This game 1's going to be a big one for, honestly, kind of the pressure is going to be more on Russ than anyone. Denver's looking at him like, all right, let's go. What do you got? What do you got? We've had John Elway and Peyton Manning here. What are you doing now? What do you got? What do you got? So there is a little bit of pressure on Russ. You're starting to hear it a little bit from, I listened to just kind of passively on what some of the local radio in Denver was talking about. Man, when, like, for instance, that offseason picture came out with his big dad bod belly sticking out, and they were like, what is this? This doesn't look like all ball. That looks like he is a ball. Mark Harbercorn, update. Home but hurting and one arm Band-Aid for a while. Thank you for all the thought, though. Med to make me remember the proceeds didn't work. Still can moderate, though. Go Hawks. Well, take care of yourself, Mark. You stay on the mend over there, brother. Hang in there. It will pass. But glad you're on the mod patrol here. We've been having our randoms come in here, and we've been noticing, just let you guys know, we're dealing with them. We get, I don't want to call them hater watchers, but we get the purple people coming in that just want to sort of like, walk into the room and do the equivalent of like open up your kitchen and start throwing plates on the floor and smashing stuff. So our moderators have been laying down the law a little bit lately. Ryan says, pay DK Bakers, man. Pay DK as fast as you can. Kiefer Myers says, just a little hot, laughing out loud. Yeah, it's a little warm. A little warm here in Spokane. Herbicide says, Brandon suffers for his art. I do. It's not bad for me. You guys got to look at my sweaty ass forehead. I just got to talk. It's you guys with the view. This is one reason, though, maybe not to upgrade the camera, if you know what I'm saying, though. You can literally see the beads of sweat running down the side of his face. I watch his, and how nice would it be for a newly drafted quarterback next year to throw to a happy, highly paid DK ready to catch everything? That's what I'm talking about, man. Quarterback's best friend over there, right? Got like DK coming in the door. Oh, I got a good offensive line up front, and I get to throw to DK and Tyler on the outside, and I got Fant and Eskridge, and I can work with this out the gate. And you only need me to throw 25 times a game? Okay, I got that. And again, it's part of my reason why I watch. I've said this whole trade DK because we're not good now, and we won't. When we get good, if we're not good this year and we're good a year from now, and DK's 25 years old, going to become 26. Like, is he over the hill at that point? Then when they're at that point, he'll be in his prime when we're ready to compete, which is a good time to have him. So I'm hopeful that this thing gets done. It's going to get done. The signing's going to happen. Always going to be says, can't wait for the new Madden. I'm definitely going to sack Russell Wilson over and over and over again. Then I'll be over him leaving 100%. I'll be over him leaving 100%. Nice. Hey, we all got a process, man. We all have a process we need to go through, MK, to get through it. And you're going through yours, man. I support that. Hopefully Madden's actually decent this year. Every time I pick that game up over the last couple of years, it's been hot garbage. What's the temperature in Spokane, Vegas right now? It's about 93 degrees outside. It's a little warm. Edmund Armitage says, let's trade Geno Smith for Josh Allen. I'm with it. I'll even throw in an extra second round pick, Buffalo. What say you? Come on. Ryan Ball, I liked Spokane, Vegas a lot more than Spokehampton. The Spokehampton reference makes me feel like I need to get ready to fall to the floor because there might be some bullets flying. I don't know. DJ says, good analysis on the Gawinski take. Thank you, DJ. I liked him a lot when he was here, but you saw a lot of these kind of players come through here and on the offensive line throughout Carroll's time, who have been first and foremost pass protectors. Not that they're complete vacuous as far as their run blocking abilities go, but just that's their first and foremost skill set. And Carroll just doesn't value that. He's always going to lean into the run blocker first. It's one of the reasons, DJ, a couple of years ago, we were having free agency start in 2021. Free agency begins, and it's announced the Seahawks signed BJ Finney. And I looked at BJ Finney's tape, and he was a pass blocking center. That was his first and foremost skill set. And you had him going up against a guy like Posick, whose skill set was still to run block first and foremost over pass blocking, in my opinion. I still think that that's where Posick is probably at his best. And that's why I was able to make that prediction at that time, is that Carroll has been very much obsessed with that, stacking up an offensive line of run blockers first, because he wants to run the ball first and foremost on the offensive side of the ball. That's the biggest, most important thing for him to do. Protects his defense. It controls the clock. It sets up the big chunk plays down the football field by drawing the safeties up into the box. Hold on, folks. Let me get some more coffee. Benelli says heat stroke is what I meant to say. Oh, Megan's in the middle of winter. I'm dying from heat stroke. Oh, you talking, Megan? Yeah, we're warming up here in the U.S. right now, Megan. This is where most of the U.S. right now is just laid about like something out of a Gone with the Wind with a, oh my goodness, it's so hot. James Larson says, I think Locke will surprise people. Very well could, James. I'm not selling short any of these two quarterbacks. I think both of these two guys have been given the short end of the stick a little bit as far as how people view them both nationally and locally. Certainly, I'm not expecting either of these two guys to be a top 15 quarterback at the position, but I think that they can functionally operate well within an offense that's not asking them to do too much. And Locke's got a lot of talent. You know, Geno can throw, Geno can move. Locke can move better. Locke's got a more livelier arm. I think Geno has a little bit of a head start on him, which gives him a little bit of lead right now as they pass the first quarter turn, but it is the first quarter turn. There's 3 quarters left. So we get to see it play out. Let the best man win as far as where I stand with this, James. And whoever's the best quarterback throughout camp deserves to carry the torch into the season, in my opinion. But either way, I think we're going to end up seeing both of these guys at one time or another. But I like Locke. Benelli says, I'm working at Hanford right now, but I live in Lake Tapps. Damn, you're at Hanford Nuclear, the nuke site at the nuclear facility? Ugh. It's a scary spot out there. And Tri-Cities is hot. That's the hottest part of the state, no doubt. Herbicide says Beast needs to be in movies. He does. He's got a movie face. Put him in the right role. Give him a nice natural role. He could roll it. He could do it. Herbicide says hashtag Fat Russ. Devin says hashtag Fat Russ looks fat and orange. Oh, God. Looks fun and orange. Ethan says the Mariners drafted a player named Tyler Locklear. Isn't that perfect? That is perfect. Edmund Armitage says, do you think Tyson Fury would beat Muhammad Ali? What a great question. It's a really good question. I mean, on the surface of it, you would think that Muhammad would be able to, especially prime Muhammad, would be able to use his footwork to stay away from Tyson's long reach and at times even get inside that long reach to sort of pepper him with a couple of shots like Muhammad could do and then get out, so to speak. And I think that Muhammad could have wore Tyson down a little bit. I don't know if it'd been with the rope-a-dope kind of style that he gave Foreman. I think he'd have to take a different approach because Tyson's more of a technical fighter than Foreman was. Foreman was a guy that's just going to sit there and just throw big shots at you all day and just, it's going to hurt. One of them is going to hit and one of them is going to hurt, and it's going to hurt bad. Whereas Fury's a little more in that technical mode, so Muhammad wouldn't be able to just get him with a weird tactic. And I don't think that Muhammad would be able to get into his head either pre-fight like he could with certain other fighters too. So I think Tyson would give him one hell of a fight. I think it would go the distance. And if Muhammad couldn't wear him down, I think Muhammad wins by decision. I don't think either guy knocks the other down. And I don't think Tyson Fury takes Muhammad's cheese to wear him out. I think he stays patient throughout the course of the fight. That's my non-fighting expertise breakdown right there. Sean Maney, Boye Mafe is doing a signing at the Garland Theater on Monday. Thinking about going. Wouldn't mind adding this to my collection. Hell yeah, man. Go get it. Get him on video saying, go Hawks Nest. Just be like, hey, boy, say this. Say this. Megan says, I got my eye on a few large in pieces 2B. Hell yeah. You got to clean up all year, Megan, There's a bunch of cool little shops they got around here, so Got to stock up. Got to stock up. Such good news, Randall. We're getting another little Hawks nester into the crew, folks. I watch after every single interview this year, is Russ going to say, "Let's ride," in that cheesy, suave voice? Haha, that would be hilarious. Yes, he's going to. The answer is yes. The answer is uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Randall says, we have a few simple rules in our house. Be respectful, and you must root for the Hawks, Mariners, and Huskies. Other than that, we go with the flow. That's it. Those are the part of the commandments of any family within Washington State. It's every father's duty to imbue that upon their child. Kevin Anderson says, get ready for the worst season in Seahawks history. No. Kevin, you obviously weren't around here for 1992. You obviously weren't here for 1989. No, nope. Much darker days in recent history than what we're going to watch this year. Megan says, spent some time with my favorite not so baby 12 Ollie yesterday. Was all about the hugs and kisses for Auntie Meg and Nan. Didn't get a look in. I was getting grown a bit. Kevin Anderson's the joke on you. Jim Zorn is going to save us because he's going to be brought in as a quarterbacks coach mid-year. And then who's laughing now? Who's laughing now? Eric Lamar, go to work against Denver on the ground in week 1 with Penny and Ken. That, along with Denver's inability to stop the pass rush, likely a sad opener on the road in Seattle for Rusty Winslow. I love that nickname, Eric. Great point as well. I like that as a strategy week 1. You come out, you lean on that running game week 1. You lean into it. You go, watch this. Oh, you think we're going to run a lot? Well, yeah, watch this. And you just shorten that game down. You know, Russ was going to be trying to get into some rhythm with that team. First game, trying to get things figured out. The more attempts, the more plays Russ can get, the better he's going to have a chance to get into that rhythm. So keep him out of it. Hold on to the ball. Play keep away throughout the course of that game as much as you can. You know, that Denver defense is built to stop the pass, not necessarily to stop the run. And I think that you can have some success in that. It's just going to take, Eric, to your point on that, some commitment. Stay with it. Just keep banging. Keep hammering. Randall says, thank you, everyone, for the good vibes. Of course, Randall. Stoked for you. Our first baby, I literally willed in to be a boy. I never wavered. This time around, I'm good either way. I got my boy. There we go. There we go. Bash is laughing out loud. You're the best, man. Thank you, Bash. Or Randall's best. Grug says, looks like we're getting throwback uniforms next year. Can't wait. I wish we could run like 4 games a year in throwbacks. I'm good with dispensing with action green for throwbacks. I'm on the record on this. Throwback jerseys were tight. Those silver jerseys are, you guys, when you see them, some of you younger folks, some of our younger fans, once you see those jerseys, you're going to know what us old heads are talking about here. You'll be like, why did we wait 20 years not to unveil these? These are amazing. I can't wait for them either. Those will look good. Yeah, Eric, silver helmets then. We get the silver helmet look. Oh, those jerseys are going to look so good. And not the old school jersey where the damn jersey went too far over the top. It's going to be all in that nice. It's going to look good. It's going to look real good. It's going to give me feels too, because it's going to be back to the childhood referencing on the field. I'm not going to know what to think. Greener says, totally forgot about Fant for a second there. It's easy enough too, man. He's kind of that forgotten guy in this whole trade. Maybe Shelby Harris is the most forgotten guy in this trade, but Fant's right there with him in the Russell deal. Those are 2 guys that are quality football players you're bringing in. Not just also-rans, not just throw-ins in the deal, but very good quality football players. Mike Kosicki, sorry, Mike, mispronounced your name on that, says Hawks are on the best track with the current personnel, rookies, and future draft picks we've ever been on. Agreed, Mike. Agreed. And there's no way that this team, there's been teams in Seahawks history that have, literally no talent on them. You had one or two players here or there, and then it was just a lot of nothing. And this team's got talent all over the place. DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, Jordan Brooks, Quandre Diggs, Jamal Adams. There's no stars in the defensive line, but you got some players in there. As I said, Al Woods played top 10 last year from the defensive tackle position, according to Pro Football Focus. Darrell Taylor had a first great season for you, rushing the passer. At times looked like he was going to be a difference maker from that position. You've added two great bookend tackles within the draft. You got two awesome running backs, and Rashad Penny, who was amazing through the back half of the schedule last year, had an epic run, and Kenneth Walker, who at the very least, was the second best running back in this prior draft. That's going to be the worst Seahawks squad we've ever seen in our history? No. Not even close. Not even close. Eric says, Fant can romp right into the end zone. He can indeed. He's going to have a lot of open space to run through, with the double team still probably leaning at the start of the season to DK and Tyler, like I'm guessing they will be. Megan says, my favorite throwback is the 85 Mitchell and Ness jerseys, like the Largent jersey of power. Yeah, I like those ones too. They got it just right with those, Megan. They did. Eric Lamar says, nobody circles the wagons like Josh Bill Allen can. That's right. Nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills. I always loved when Boomer would do that through the 80s, and after they got their Super Bowl when they were bad from the 90s to the 2010s, Berman would still do that every time he talked about it. But nobody circles, and it would be just hilarious because they were so bad at that time. Breeze CFAM says, hey, what's good, B? And what's going on, Seahawks Nation? It feels good to talk to y'all. Let's go, Seahawks. Forever cracking the pressure. Boom. What's going on, my man? We're riding high. We're inside. I think we can officially say we are inside 7 days until training camp, until the beginning of a season of us shocking the world. I said we were dead. I said we're nothing but a corpse. We just hadn't learned that we'd stop breathing yet. I say we're going to be something else. I say we're going to surprise some people. I say nobody's going to want to play this football team week in and week out in this league. Does that mean that we're great? No, maybe not. But do we have the potential to be at least good? I think so. I'm making the case. I'm preaching. I'm a lawyer in court making my case to you folks. I think I'm making some okay points. Michael YT says Quandre being rated 84 on Madden 23 is a complete joke. So disrespectful. Quandre can't get any love. I'm doing a video. I'm putting together right now what will be my next TheSeahawksNest episode video, and it's going to be based a little bit not a little bit, it will be based around Quandre Diggs. And kind of specifically, the thumbnail is literally going to be Rodney Dangerfield with Quandre Diggs' face on Rodney Dangerfield, because he's a man who, I'll tell you, I can't get no respect. I can't get no respect, I'll tell you. Because he certainly can't get any respect. The man has been awesome for us since he came midway through the year back in 2020. And that year, he was really the glue that brought that defense together. It wasn't Clowney, who had a really good year that year. It was Quandre Diggs' addition that was the glue and brought things together and allowed that defense to look somewhat legitimate through the back half of that schedule. He has taken away the ball from the safety position as well as anybody else over this 2.5-year span, yet just can't seem to get any respect. Even the contract the Seahawks gave him this past year allows for them to get out from another contract after year 2 relatively easily. And they didn't give him a significant portion of money to begin with. So that does tell me that there was a little bit of a tepid open market for Quandre this offseason. Even though he never really officially got to free agency, I don't think that there was a real big deal out there for him to be made. Now, the foot injury certainly impacts this, but there's also the part to me that he's just not given his just due at times. I'm not saying he's a game changer, but he deserves to be mentioned up there with the likes of some of the better safeties in this league. And I don't think he always is. Randall says, I'll always be Spokampton to me. Yakima was Crackama, Yaka Vegas, and my favorite Yakistan. Supposed to be 108 here next week. We're headed to the beach. There does have kind of a Pakistan landscape to the middle of the state, Randall. I mean, there's probably maybe a few, but Pakistan's got some trees too, right? So there's some spots there. Yakistan. I hadn't heard that one. Man, you guys get hot there. At least you got the wind though. The wind's always blowing. Micah says Jamal was a 90, by the way, for reference. Yeah, they got Jamal up a little bit high and Quandary up a little low. Junior 610 says, I'd rather see what Drew got this year because with starts under his belt last year, Gino went 1-3, in which case all 3 losses was his fault. An INT to the Rams to end the game. A fumble to end the Saints game and a fumble to end the Pittsburgh game. So I get where you're coming from, Junior, on that. In that there was a couple of things in there that are certainly valid. Let's just first address the 1-3 thing. Number one, 1-3. 3 of those 4 teams he was going up against were top 10 defenses. And against the Rams, when he came into the game, I believe Seattle was already down in that game, so they were already behind. Russ wasn't had them up ahead, and then he broke his finger, and now Gino comes in and they lose the game. The Rams game, I'm going to push back to you on the interception at the end of that game. Go back and watch that interception again. There is an uncalled holding penalty that is blatant on the play. The receiver is going up to the top of the stem of his route. Just as he's about to break on the out route, the defender holds him. That is grade A, down the middle, easy as they come to make the call of holding. Defensive holding, if not pass interference. The player holds him up, which allows the other defender to get up and then make the interception there on the play. But it was an absolute piss poor call by the umpire in that game. Should have been allowed to continue there. We don't know what would have happened in that particular game. So I'm not going to necessarily throw shade in that particular affair at him. As far as the fumbles you mentioned, which are valid to bring up, and certainly he has a hand in that, I would just ask you, is every football game determined on the success of that football game player by player on one individual play? Or do we take the totality of those plays throughout the course of the whole game and make our assessment of that player based on that? That would be my one thing I would push back to you on that. It's not to say it isn't a valid criticism. It's just to say that that's what you base all of your criticism then upon, is these 2 random fumbles, these 2 different separate games, when there's other good stuff that he was doing in all those other games around that. And again, taking into account that he's playing against 3 of the top 10 defenses in the league during that span as well. On an offense that wasn't exactly clicking at that point 100% when he walked in the door either. Under a first-year offensive coordinator, which you're still, whether it's Russell with a broken finger, whether it's Russell at 100%, whether it's Geno Smith coming off the bench, when you have a first-year offensive coordinator, you are going to expect the offense to struggle in the first year of that coordinator as they learn and understand the way he wants the offense run, especially when you've spent the past 10 years running a very certain, exact, simplified type of offense. It's going to allow there to be a little bit of a learning curve, in my opinion, and that's going to affect not only Russell, but Geno in addition to that. But I just, that's where my pushback would go just a little bit for you on that, Junior, where there's a couple of other items in there that go just beyond saying interception here, fumble there, so therefore he sucks. Which is kind of, to me, again, set career highs for completion percentage, yard per attempt, touchdown to interception rate. Had an awesome game against the Jaguars where he played near perfect football. I think there's some optimism there too. Reason CFAM says Game 1 will be the best game, must-watch game of 2022. Could end up being that. Hopefully they're playing in some more important games by the end of the year that turn out to be more vital and important and more intriguing because of that. But it could be. Could be. I watch as I love that the 2 offensive tackles we drafted are pass blockers. Just seems to me that massive humans on the offensive line can learn to run block moving forward much easier than pass block moving backwards. Solidly put. I think as well, too, I watch when you're not asking the linemen that are these pass blocking types to run the traditional run blocking game. And what I mean by that is that you're having them do mono-y stuff, right? You're this guy lined across from me. I got to put him on skates post snap, play in and play out. when you're running more of the zone-centric nature of it like they are, it now becomes a lot of duo situations and 2-on-1 situations and blocking the space. And it makes it to me a little bit easier reach blocks. That makes it a little bit easier if I have a guy that is more of a pass blocker to execute those kind of run blocks versus I've got to have a mauler there that can just, lambaste the man across from him and open up gaping holes on every play. As sometimes has been requested and has been more of a necessity in our linemen previously. That's why we've gone for such large offensive linemen in recent history, is we just want those people mover types. So it's also a little bit blended with the type of running game that you're going to hope to employ, especially if they can start to build in some of the outside zone running aspect of things. Eric Lamar says, now Jamal can effing lurk. This year with him and Diggs and a competent D coordinator that can run cover 4s and cover 2s, man, it's over for the likes of teams like Denver. With you, Eric. This is going to open up a lot of different things, and it's going to free Jamal to fit more into what he does naturally, which, Eric, at the end of the day, what I've always said about Jamal is he's a player you want coming forward and attacking. He is a predator on the football field. And the second that you have him start to go backwards and back up, you're moving him away from what he does best. I do hope that the team has started to fully learn that. I think the changes they made this offseason indicate, especially when the defensive coordinator mentions at the top of his first press conference, I've got to get more out of Jamal Adams. I've got to put him in better situations. They recognize it. They understand it. And he's going to look very comfortable, I think, in this defense. He's done it before. And I think you're going to get the best, if he can stay, God willing that he can stay healthy, you're going to get the best out of Jamal Adams this year because of that. Unknowns. Eric says run blocking is much easier than pass blocking. These beasts were likely just not asked to pass to rush block at a high enough rate to warrant great production. So solid point, Eric. To your point on that as well, Cross was one of the highest run blocking left tackles graded wise in all of the conference that he played in. Same thing is true about Abraham Lucas. Very well graded in the run blocking element. The place where both guys get dinged, Eric, for the same point on this. They both were running the air raid offense of Mike Leach, is essentially what they were doing through the majority of their career. Lucas last year finally changed to more of a run and shoot type offense, but in Cross's case, he was only playing from within that air raid offense. And so that's where they go, I never see him doing any of it, so he just can't do it. But when he was asked to do it, he did it well and he was proficient at it. And we'll see if he can carry that forward. But I don't ding either of those two guys in that element of their game like some others did, because they did show they were able to do it when they were tasked to do so. They just weren't tasked to do so very often. UG says, of course Tyson Fury wouldn't stand a chance versus Ali. Hell, he wouldn't stand a chance against Frazier, Norton, or Foreman. Heavyweight class is a shell of its former glory. Fury has a glass jaw. Could be that Ali could get in there and lay that punch in there on him. Could be. Like I said, I got Ali winning. I don't know if he put him down though. Unless they were doing like those old school 15-round fights, Huey. Where they go super long. But I agree with you, man. Boxing has definitely fallen off as far as especially the heavyweights. Megan says, main buy while there will be the blue and white 12s flag. Hell yeah, Megan. I got to buy back up for mine too. I need to make sure I might be doing some purchasing too during that time. Ethan Tech says, repost take 2. Do you think it's unreasonable to assume that Ken Walker will score a touchdown on his first carry? I don't think it's unreasonable at all. He's done it before. I guess it's possible, Ethan. But you're probably down near the goal line. You're probably giving it to Penny first before you're giving it to him. So it is possible. But it just doesn't happen very often. If you look at NFL history, a guy's getting a touchdown on his first carry probably happens 0.0004% of the time. So you're definitely you're betting on long odds to think that will happen the first time he gets it. But you never know. You never know, especially if you're like giving it to him maybe you've had a long drive and Penny goes out for a blow and you're on like the 16-yard line and give him a carry. I could see it. Keith Kessel says Gino played better than Russ last year. I certainly could. I'm open to hearing that argument, Keith. I'm certainly could be talked into it. I haven't matched up both of their years to look at across the board, but from the eye test at times, there was less maybe rough spots with Geno, but maybe there was also less highs of the deep game and what you got on the big plays that you get from Russ. But yeah, man, Keith, the bottom line point on what you're saying is just what I agree with, which is that Geno played good last year. And Geno's that we know what he is and that he's bad and that he can't be any good. And that if he comes in and plays for us, we're not winning but 3 or 4 games. It's guaranteed. I don't think it's as much guaranteed. I think that there's some room for this going in another direction as well if he does happen to start, especially with all he has to work with around him at that point. It's not necessarily he's coming onto an empty squad like he had in 2013 when he was asked to come in as a rookie and start for the Jets, or 2014 when he came onto another Jets offense that was in equally bad shape, especially as far as the skill position players are concerned. Eric says rush blocking and play calling in general will have incredibly great range on cadence, and the two stud running backs could be Cleveland Browns rushing game scenario. Agreed. And yeah, when you run the ball can have a big impact on it. I mean, when you drop back down, when you go down to the origins of the West Coast offense, which is what we are running, the origins of the offense, the point of the offense, what it's trying to accomplish, what Bill Walsh was trying to accomplish in putting this offense together, was to have the passing game essentially take the place of the running game early in football games in order to be more dynamic, in order to have the potential of putting up more points. And so within that, it's short passes in space to your receivers and let them work in space, let them work their yak. And that means then that you should be with that passing the ball on early downs a little more often than you have in the past, where historically you've been very predictable in your run rates, being that we're going to run on first down a predominant amount of the time, and you can pretty much count on it. And if you add in that predictability that you talk about with that, you could be so much more effective on both facets of the offensive side of the ball at that point. It's a place that, good point. It's a place that could definitely improve. Devin Martzell says, Rusty Winslow. Love the new nickname. Rusty Winslow. I'm going to legit steal that. Sorry, folks. I forget who put that in there. I'll give you credit later. But Rusty Winslow might be how I reference Russell Wilson forevermore. we may have a this may be permanent nicknameville for me. It just slides off the tongue. Rusty Winslow. Plus, I won't trigger the Russ fans in the chat because they'll be like, "Who's he talking about?" Eric says, "Yeah, Russ was looking scared last year and not explosive. Definitely some tentativeness behind that pocket at times with him. He did not adapt to this new offense like a duck to water. That's for sure." Kevin Anderson says, "Aren't you guys still paying Sean Alexander and Kurt Warner?" No. We never paid Kurt Warner. we were always cheap with him. We gave Sean some money, though. Your boy Michael says, honestly, I'm not mad if we just go back to our throwback jerseys full time. I'm with you. I'm with you. I always liked those jerseys. I always thought those were tight. They looked Northwest. Not that our jerseys now don't look Northwest, but those ones just looked real. Like they're just a representation of the region. Even with the grayness there. Yeah, we got some grayness here. That's the way it kind of goes. Eric says throwbacks are the best for sure. Every team should be allowed unlimited. I agree. There should be these kind of rules involved with this. The NFL is stupid for this. Let them run out any jersey they want to run out. I don't care. It makes it fun. Micah says, hey, Brandon, I want you to do another interview with a former Seahawks great. Now this time, do it with one of the players of the 05 team, like Tatupu, Tobek, Chris Gray, Alexander, or even Hasselbeck. Well, Michael YT, I have reached out to every single one of those guys, with the exception of Chris Gray, because I don't think he has a Twitter, so I've got to find him. But I have reached out to all of those guys and requested them to come on the Hawks Nest and do an interview. So I'm reaching out. I don't get any responses back. So if you guys want to, hit up any of those guys, hit them up on Twitter. Say, hey, Hawks Nest wants you on. A lot of people want to hear from you. A lot of people want to hear you interviewed on this channel. He's got some questions to ask you. I would love to do it. I would do an interview every day if I could with one of these guys and talk to them. So I am interested in trying to make something like that work, but we got to get one of these guys to respond back, man. Somebody's got to respond back. Ethan says the Browns are the perfect spot for Jimmy G to be traded to. Cleveland is saying they're preparing for Watson's suspension, and Jimmy G can now be traded according to Schefter. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Thank God for Cleveland. Thank God for Cleveland saving us from doing stupid stuff. Take on the handyman, Cleveland. Take on the handyman, and I'm not talking about tools. Only one in particular. Go ahead and have that. And you know what? Take Jimmy G while you're at it. We're good with that too. You like running backs that kick women in the head? All right. Kareem Hunt's is all yours. But it makes sense. Makes sense. Niners have got to move on at one point or another with Jimmy. When it all boils down to it, it really does. You've got contracts to sign there with Bosa and Debo. You got to get it done. So that's not going to happen until Jimmy's moved with where their cap situation is at. It's got to happen. So I wouldn't be surprised if that kind of trade went down. And good on Cleveland to make that kind of deal. Jimmy can push that offense through for a few weeks while Watson's suspended, and then that still gets them dancing and being a problem for the other teams in the AFC at that point once Watson does get back, because it does seem to be, at least what I'm reading, that it's a low likelihood that Watson is actually suspended for a full year, or that it ends up being a full year if he's got to go and sue the league or whatever he's talking about doing. Eric Lamar says first play, the ball goes over Russ's head, just like the Payton, and it's his fault too. Safety. Oh, it would be all downhill from there. Mark Harbercorn says Corbin thinks Hawks might bring a vet tackle. Thoughts? I could see why you would do it. You know, I mean, you're going to theoretically start 2 rookie tackles, Mark, to start things off, and that's going to always make people very uneasy. You can talk a lot of people into having 1 tackle starting, but when you go 2 rookies, 2, it's a bit much. So, you know, maybe they would like to have a little bit more of a play in and play out. I know what I'm getting from whoever I start out there, and there's maybe even got like Mark Dwayne Brown type. You know, what's Dwayne going to cost right now after his weapon charge in LAX here over the last week? You know, probably not going to be a big cost for these guys to bring him in. So I'd be okay with it. I always mark, whenever it comes to further investment in the offensive line, bringing in another body to add depth, my answer is almost always going to be yes, because of how much I do truly value that offensive line in totality now, and how much to me, it's so much more of an important part of the team than where I saw it 10 years ago. And I always valued offensive line, but more than ever now, I think there's so much gained by building a really good offensive line. Your boy Michael says, Brando, is it bad that I kind of don't want to just be a playoff team or close to it? I just want a top 5 pick. I can understand where you're coming from on that, your boy Michael. The thing that I always caution with this approach or thinking this is to understand that winning football teams are not made overnight. And a winning culture is not created overnight. And you've got to build that within and make that a scope and focus of what you do as a football team. Now, if they just happen to arrive at a top 5 pick and they've tried to compete like hell all the way through and they just didn't have enough talent to get it done, or they were too young, or young guys not enough young guys popped, all right, you end up with a top 5 pick. But to do so from the ratio of we're going to tank, that's the place where I do caution it. But I'm okay with that, your boy Michael. I get it. As I've said, even though I do fully believe this team's going to be a bit better than some people are sitting at, I still think that the top end of this team, the magical height of heights that they could reach, is limited. It is in that you could get to maybe 10 or 11 wins if everything kind of breaks your favor right? That's kind of where I do see their best of their best, situation. So I can understand saying, hey, if it's not this year, I want to get it to a year where I have a potential to say my top of the mark is unlimited. We get to be Mr. Unlimited in our view. And when I'm there, that's when I'm ready to go for it. That's when I'm ready to swing all in. I get that. Randall says the J.P. Lossman led Buffalo Bills. Yeah, nobody circles the wagons like J.P. Lossman, Randall. Nobody. Rosette says, I'm so glad we kept Quandre. I was saying the whole time, out Quandre or DJ Reed, I'd rather have Quandre. Out of Quandre or DJ Reed, I'd rather have Quandre. I would too, Rosette. Quandre costs less, and historically speaking, we've been able to get more done with less at the cornerback position recently, so I don't see a reason to have to pay that position because of that almost. So I think I landed in the same spot on that at the end of the day. I wasn't big on re-signing Quandre, but I didn't hate the deal in retrospect because it's not high cost. It's a 3-year deal. You can get out from under it pretty relatively easy if you want to. Not saying they'll want to, but it just shows that you also have some flexibility with the deal if you do need to go a different direction. Eric Lamar says it would be pretty crazy and funny to see him struggle weirdly. Russ is no Brett Favre. I expect him to lose week 1. It would be pretty crazy. I don't think it'd be crazy. I could understand how it could happen, Eric. And I think that this is a little bit of what I think setting in with the Broncos after they their fans sort of initially had the trade happen and they're like, oh, we've got Elway, Peyton Manning, and now Russell Wilson. He gets to be the third in the trek, but it's not the same of what you were getting when Peyton Manning came in there. It's not the same situation. You're not doing the same things you did for Peyton to accommodate him when he came in there in that way. They're accommodating him, just not the same way. You're not making this the Russell Wilson offense. You made it the Peyton Manning offense when he walked in the door. But I think that they're going to be surprised at the player that they're getting, which is still a very good player, still a top 15 quarterback in this league. I still hold him in that measure. But I do think that, if you're looking at this and thinking you're getting 2018 Russ, that's not the player you're getting. You're getting a lesser version of that. How far lesser? I guess that's open to debate, but it is lesser. Eric says, yeah, it became so funny how funny Chris Berman thought it was to keep saying nobody circles the wagon like the Buffalo Bills. Oh, it's hilarious when they never circle the wagons. That's a joke that never ends at that point. It's always funny. If they were good, you had to stop saying it. Like if they were literally really circling the wagons, then you'd be like, okay, it's getting lame. But every time he's going to him, just getting the hell beat out of him by the Patriots once again. It'd be a great way to open it up. Will Smilf said, yeah, they was tight. He said after the game too. I think I missed your Wolf. I think I missed your other comment on there. You might have said. Ballin Hawk in 12 says, love your show. Great info every time. Go Hawks. Thank you, Ballin Hawk. Appreciate you. I love doing this, man. I have so much fun with you guys and girls. Always compete. Okay. It says, Gino came in off the bench doing what he did. Not too many backups doing that these days, though, by the way. Yeah. Well said, man. That's where I stand with it. I thought he played better than I thought he was going to play. Walks in with 94 yards ahead of him. The eventual Super Bowl winning Los Angeles Rams with Aaron Donald, who just broke Russell Wilson in the game prior. He walks up on the field and shrugs it off like nothing and walks the team up 94 yards. And plays well throughout that game. And as I said, that game ended out because of an uncalled play, which again, I ask all of you guys, go back and watch the highlights of that Rams game. Rams-Seahawks game, the first game of the year. Bring up the video, click right to the last play of the game. It'll be one of the last plays of the game, the interception. And go watch how the defender completely mauls the receiver, holds him with both arms to keep him from getting out of his route at the end of the stem of his route. And that's not on Gino at that point. He's supposed to anticipate defensive penalty, or they just should call it. And the officials should have just called it. But as we know, the officials wanted LA to be awesome last year. So anything on the gray line, that wasn't even gray line. That was overt. Bree says, what are your expectations for Kenneth Walker II? I think he will have a solid rookie campaign. Well, Breeze, I do believe so as well. I think some people are putting him a little bit ahead of the line saying, oh, he's going to start. When he gets in here, it'll be so much of a difference maker at the position that he's going to start. I don't see that. I think Seattle, though they wanted to have a more talented, deeper running back room and bringing Walker in now the second round, they put $5.75 million on Penny this year. They are going to ride Penny out. It's a 1-year deal. There's no, there's no reason why they don't give Penny 200 plus carries this year. But to your point on this, Breeze, I think that they do still find a good 100 plus carries this year for Kenneth Walker, and that's saying something. Look at Travis Homer and DJ Dallas recently. Those guys have barely been able to crack 30 carries in a given season as sort of that extra running back you go to when the other top guys go out. So it's still significant if he ends up with 120 carries on the season. I think he averages somewhere in the neighborhood of probably almost I bet he's at about 4.8 yards per carry on 120 carries in his rookie year. I could see him running for that. But I'm very high on him even out the gate. I don't think he's going to take a long time to develop into what he's going to become, Breeze. Tom DeCastri has got the phone emoji. Always competes as everyone's acting like they wasn't at home screaming Geno, Geno, Geno when Russell got hurt and thought we were going to make a comeback against the Lambs. If you say you weren't, you're lying. No, my proof on this always compete too is that you can go back and look at my reaction on the live streams once Russell was coming back, where I had a lot of hesitancy to believe that Russell was ready to come back and that he was our best option at this point. I think Russell was trying to show everybody how tough he was, and it was more of a PR stunt than it was something that was actually going to eventually be what was best for the team. And in retrospect, Russell should have let his finger heal for longer. He should have taken care of himself for longer rather than trying to get back as quickly as he did. He wasn't ready. And I was on that boat. I was there. I was saying it. I said it. Bash, Jamal is destined to be the greatest Seahawks safety ever, and that's saying a lot coming from me. I love Easley and Chancellor, but there's just something about the Prez. That's a bold statement, man. Bold statement, Bash. I mean, look, and I'm with you if you're talking about what we were getting with Prez coming from the Jets and where he was at on his ascent prior to the trade. But certainly as he's arrived here, he's had some good moments. He's not been bad for us. So I'm not going to put that quotient on him. He's been okay for us. He's been good at times. He's been good in coverage at times. But he's not been on that same kind of ascent he was on when he first started out with the Jets. And I'll tell you something, Bash. I mean, I've been watching, I'm putting together my next video for the Hawks Nest video I'm going to be doing. And I've been looking at a lot of 80s tape. Easley was a beast. I mean, Easley was different back there. He really was. He just, even now when you go back and watch him, he really does pop off the tape to me. But Jamal is still young, man. He's got time to make it happen. He's got time. Aiden Eccles says, I can't wait to see the NFL with alternate jerseys and helmets this year, especially us Hawks being at 12s. It's going to be awesome to see the classic jerseys and helmets. Once you young bucks get a view on these 80s jerseys, I'm telling you, you ain't going to want to see them switch back. You're like, do that again next week. Go to that one next week again. That was tight. It's just, it's pure Northwest. Eric Lamar says, I pictured Kenneth Walker scoring a lot. Penny will wear them down, and Ken with late game tutties, similar to the Broncos last year. So I pictured Ken looking like that rookie cat from Denver last year. I could see a little bit of that, Eric. I mean, Walker's a little bit, they both break tackles at a very high clip. Kenneth Walker and Javonte Williams is the guy that you're referencing. Great at breaking tackles. Javonte Williams is a little more Marshawn Lynch. And Kenneth Walker is a little bit more of, I make you miss an open space in how I break my tackle. Walker still has power to his game, and he still has that ability to run through those tackles. But Walker's doing it at 5'9", whereas Javonte Williams is doing it at, I think, darn near 6 feet tall. So there's a little bit of just a size quotient in that if you're a short area back or a short yardage back, like you're referencing a little bit, that's where it's a little bit harder to fit in that mold, especially when you do have a guy like Penny who's legit 230 out there. Whereas to me, Walker's like a 5'9", 210, maybe a 215 after a Happy Meal. But I think Penny's got a good 20 pounds on him almost at times, and that might lean them into having him go a little bit more in those short areas. But to your point on this, Eric, I would say Kenneth Walker has more of a power element to his game maybe than is Rashad Penny's. Bash says, I absolutely was not at home screaming Geno. I can't stand that guy, so no, don't include me that. You're assuming too much. Wilf, Miff, and Jeff says, Geno's drop steps are clean. Will take the easy pass. Solid arm, just a little hesitant when receivers are covered to make the pass. True game manager. Well said. Very well said. And I agree. I do agree. Good enough delivery, you know? No, nothing too wonky. Not amazing, just good enough. Bash says, as somebody that watched Kenny Easley play in the Kingdom and Cam Chancellor, I can tell you Jamal Adams is on the same level. I can tell you that right now. Well, that's fair enough. It's fair enough, man. I lean a little more Easley myself. I'll give you the Cam one, but to me, Easley, Easley was just the absolute complete safety. There was no holes to his game. It's hard to move off that one. Indeck World says, Brandon, you misunderstood with Walker. I'm saying some little 1 to 10 yard touchdown. I'm talking like a 50-yard run. Totally reasonable. Totally reasonable. Hey, you never know. Bash Gordon says, in the immortal words of Al Pacino, NFL stands for not for long. 14 completions in a row. I don't even remember because it happened when it didn't come for anything. That's what he says. 14. I don't even remember because it happened when it didn't come for anything. That's true. Still noteworthy. Eric Lamar, Rusty Winslow. Rusty Winslow. Bash says, when was the last time you seen anybody win for 8 seasons in a row? Laughing out loud. Russ is way better than any quarterback we have in our conference. Let's put in like even Stafford. Bash says, unfortunately for Denver, for Russell Wilson, he plays for the god-awful Denver Bronco team now. Laughing out loud. Didn't surround him with any linemen, have horrible receivers, laughing out loud in the worst front office ever. John Elway is the worst human being in the world, laughing out loud. Jesus, Bash. Was and always will be down with the Denver Broncos. I'm busting out my official Denver Broncos t-shirt. I got Bronco Buster t-shirts I got from the Kingdom in 89. Goodness, Bash going strong, going hard in the paint. They got good receivers, Bash. Gordon Sutton's good. Jerry Judy's coming along. Hamler. KJ Hamler's there. I think they got a fourth guy who's pretty decent. But you're right about the offensive line. They didn't build that up around him. So they didn't do him that. And you're right, Bash, about there not being a lot of quarterbacks that have won 8 seasons in a row. That certainly is not something that's happened a lot. I do think that it's telling, though, that you've won all those games during those 8 seasons in a row with the very same coach, the same front office in play, and that giving any one of those components a huge amount or all of the credit sort of takes away from the other people's input and their addition and help to that whole situation to make it what it was. So I think that does have to factor in too as well, where it's those 8, the success Russ has had has been great, and he certainly deserves a measure of not just respect, but credit for that. But beyond that as well, he doesn't get all of it. And that's got to be parsed out across the line a little bit. Wolf says, if the receivers are open, Gino will hit him. He's Russ early on without the running ability. I like it. Bash, not a fan of John Elway. Bash had to watch Elway in the 80s, though, so he's got PTSD like I do of Elway. That guy broke our hearts so many times, especially in Denver. Seems like for years we couldn't win there. Michael YT says, Bronco fans act like they'll be as good as the 2000 team. No effing way. Yeah, they're not in that state. I wouldn't say they're bad, but they've got some stuff to work with. Certainly Russ is going to help, but toughest division in football, toughest conference in football, new team, first year, new offense. I think that there's a little bit of a learning curve there for Russ, and both for Russ and the Broncos. They got to learn how to play with him too. Eric says, yep, Jimmy G to the Cleveland Burgers. Thank God for Cleveland, man. One man's trash is another man's treasure. Bash says the Broncos are going to be probably the bottom 4 teams in the league. That's pretty good guess. If you ask me, they're going to be horrible. I've been watching that team forever because I hate them. Hey, I'm with the Bash. If they're in that state, I'd be very happy by that. Our not only our first round pick, but our second round pick be looking mighty fine if the Broncos are that bad. The bottom 4, I do think that they're probably at least a 5, 6, 7 win team is their floor, is their minimum. But I could see a Bash. I could see it. I hope. Junior 610 says Geno only played one top 10 defense, and that was the Rams, and that wasn't his fault. Lockett was tripped if you go back and watch and zoom in. But with the game on the line, he choked. So I guess Junior, we've got to make a designation by what we think as far as what makes a top 10 defense. And I guess that's admittedly a little bit of an arbitrary number to make a determination on. So let's go total yards first. So if we go by total yards, I guess the Saints were there in total yards. I guess you're probably meaning the Steelers. So, yep, Steelers are outside the top 10. That's a good point. But the Saints are in there. And Steelers certainly weren't bad defensively, especially when you can consider the fact that their side of the ball, the Steelers were god-awful offensively speaking. But I'll go back and look at that play, man. In fact, why don't I just go take a look at it right now? Let's go look at that last play of the game. Rams, Seahawks, 2021. I'm going to go look at this last play and double check if it's how I remember it. If it's what I do remember. What was that week? So week 7. So let's take a look here at the end. Of course, I can't ever find the highlight when I want to because it's like highlights. Here we go. This has got to be it, right? People put weird stuff up on the internet. Like they'll put like a first quarter up on an internet and just leave it. Yeah, I'll have to look it up because I thought I had saw it where it was a holding penalty, but you're saying trip. I got it right here now. Well, let's just say it is a trip for your point out, Junior. Again, the 2 fumbles, I'll be with you 100% on that. That's his fault. He's got to protect the ball better in those situations. Though again, he is going against good pass rushing points. But even on the deal where he's tripped, Lockett's completely on the ground there. It's hard for Geno to anticipate that as he's about to make a throw that's a timing-based throw where at the stem of the route, you make that throw on the out route. And he's tripped. That's definitely not Geno's fault at that point for making that throw. It's the right one to make in that scenario. Especially when the Rams know at that point you're trying to get up the field to overtake them. They're ahead. You have no time to really run the ball. You're trying to move a last-second drive, so they know you're trying to pass it. In those kind of situations, you're going to get more of those anticipation-type throws. And if there is a lack of a call at that point, it makes a difference. But I'm going to go and look at the All-22 at that tape because, again, I saw a good shot at one point or another of that, and it looked just like the guy. I'm going to take your word for it, Junior, but when I watched the tape, I saw 2 hands on that. I don't know what happened with the lower legs and being tripped up, but if his 2 hands are on him at the same time, he's having this legs trip up. I don't know if I still put that as much as just in incidental contact. Megan says, okay, I'm heading to bed. Take care and talk soon. Sounds good, Megan. Thank you for being my main moderator in here. I appreciate you, along with your boy Michael and got Mark in here. So thanks for holding it down. Jacob Haas says, let's ride, curse. That's right. Bash says, I think the Denver Broncos are going to give us a top 10 pick. That's what I'm putting money on. I'd love it. Wolf says, wasn't Brock like 6'9", Brock Osweiler? I think he was 6'7". He might have been 6'8". Herbicide's right. Osweiler, definitely, that pick kind of deep six that team. You'd think Elway could, the one position he'd be better at scouting were quarterbacks in his time there. Bash says, even if we don't have a high pick, we have like 3 picks we can trade for a first round pick, top 5. Agreed. JP can circle the wagon. Nobody circles the wagon like Lossman. Nobody. Wolf says, really? I thought Russ was good, just wanted to take all the hard passes all the time. It's like a gunslinger, dude. If he's just got to draw his gun just stagnant, that he's not going to be accurate. He's got to like do a little roll and a fall and then fire, and he'll be right on point with it. Masters, I can't wait for them to go back to old school designs and uniforms. Even an up-to-date motif would be awesome. We need to bring the silver helmets back with the angel blue. I'm with it. Bash says, let's get Rufus Porter on an interview. Big 97. I'd love Rufus more. Rufus would be awesome. I'd be with it. I'm going to keep reaching out. So I'm going to keep trying to get one of these guys to do it. They're very shy, though. You know, they get very shy in their retirement. Michael YT says, every time I watch a Bronco fan vid, I cringe and feel like throwing up. It's like they don't think before they speak. A bunch of bias going on. We're all guilty of it in the YouTube world that cover our individual teams, Micah. You know, we are. And certainly you get people in the chat that if you start to go negative or push back against, a feeling of positivity in a fandom, you're going to face a little bit of difficulty with that. And some people just shy away from that. As I've always liked to say, it's one of the reasons this channel is not a pom-pom waving channel. I certainly am probably more of an optimist than I am skeptical. But I, at the end of the day, do try to still be fair with where we stand from an analyst standpoint. I think it's an easier road to go, though, just to be, everything sunshine and roses and beautiful and wonderful, and it's all going to be amazing, as opposed to trying to maybe, temper where things are going to be. But, those Bronco fans, since the second they got Russ, have decided that that's the end-all, be-all to their situation, and they're going to get themselves from the cellar to the Super Bowl simply by that addition. It may be true. I have to say, I learned my lesson on this one last year where I thought everyone was telling me from the Los Angeles side, Los Angeles fans, 5 of them that there are, were saying that this guy's going to be the miracle worker. He's going to be the new Messiah for us. He's going to come in here and save the day, save our Tookus. And I said, no, he's not. Stafford, you're hitching everything to Stafford. You lose 10 coaches in an offseason, you lose players in free agency, and you think he's going to offset all that, not only offset it, but overcome it, and he did. So it's possible. But I do think I'm a little bit skeptical he's going to pull it off in that same kind of way. Herbert says, I can see K9 getting 700 yards more if Penny goes down. I think that's about right where I saw him at. So if I have him at 120 carries on 4.8 yard per carry average, 576 yards, it's right around where you're at, about 100 yards, 150 yards off where you're at, Herbicide. So I could see that. I can see it. Mariah C says, I'm going to training camp August 1st. We want reports, Mariah. I'm going to be live streaming. I want you to jump in the chat and give me some updates, okay? I need the notepad out there. I need you taking notes. Truffle says, did you hear about Sean Payton maybe coming to Seattle? What's up with that? Ooh. What's up with that? Nothing but awesomeness is up with that, Truffles. That would be amazing. Sean Payton is a legitimately upper-level coach in this sport. And give him a year off to kind of relax and reset a little bit. I'm with that. So it does seem like Sean wants to get out of New Orleans and he's not as happy with the situation there. And he's going to probably come back within the next year. I would certainly, if I was being more of a betting man, I would place him on going to the Cowboys. They've not been sold on Mike McCarthy almost literally from the moment that they hired him. And I still feel like they're sort of circling around him, Payton here eventually, and that they'll make that trade with the Saints and bring him in. The big thing there, though, with Truffles to remember is that if you do bring in Sean Payton, it's probably going to cost at least 1 first-round pick. Wolf says, I hope they're going to run the ball like that, but I don't know if that's our style of offense anymore. I think it will be now, Wilfs, because of the fact that you don't have Russell here pushing to throw the ball as much as I'm sure he was pushing in the background. And I'm not throwing shade at Russell for doing that. It's appropriate for him to try to want to throw the ball more. But now you have more of quarterbacks that are just trying to hold on to their starter role. They're going to listen to what the coach says. They're going to execute the offense the way the coaches tell them to execute it. And I think that that's going to be built around as much as ever running the ball. You have a former first-round pick as your number 1, a second-round pick as your number 2. You've invested 2 of your top 4 picks in this last draft in the offensive line. It all makes a lot of sense to just lean into that direction. Who saw Gino Twitter, the picture of him? I didn't see. Alexander Wheeler says, I can see Walker being really good, but Penny showcased number 1 in the league talent last year. If he can show that against better teams, there's no way Walker is played over Penny. 100% agree, Alexander. Penny showed you through those back half of games a level of production that was phenomenal. Not just good, not just great, phenomenal production over the back half of the schedule. And if he can get into anything close to that, you're looking at one of the top backs in the league next year. Eric Lamar says K9 and Two-Face Penny. Eric, I like K9 and I like Penny in the K9 unit. Almost sounds like a band. That's my nickname for him. Breeze CFAM says, thank you. Finally, someone pinpointed the fact that them stupid Rams cheated my boys out of both wins. And you're right. Both at the end cheated pushing Lockett and Hold DK. I was on fire about them game last year. Yeah, there was that one. And there was also, Breeze, there was the play at the end of the game in the second Ram game where DJ Dallas I think it was DJ Dallas, was obviously pass interference with, and they didn't call it. There's a couple of blatant calls there against those Rams games in last year specifically where it just went uncalled. And quite frankly, since the Rams have gotten to LA, there's been way too many plays that I can point out year after year where they're getting the benefit of the day. They're getting the benefit of the doubt in game after game when we played against them. I'm not saying it's completely 2005 Super Bowl Steelers kind of game fixing, but there's definitely some calls that have some questionable nature to what I'm watching on the field, especially when it happens at such important moments as to end the game on those kind of calls. Rash says, I'm all about the Rashad Penny train this year. I really hope and pray that the brother has a great season. He's earned it. He's been through a lot. Can't wait to see Walker, though. Have a hunch. I think they're both going to be good. Eric Lamar, Penny for 1,400 yards. I got him for 1,500, Eric. I think Seattle's going to get him 225 carries. I think he's going to average well over 5 yards a carry. And I think he's going to be up in that area of things. Herbicide, we should sign Adrian Peterson as a running back coach. He still wants to play. Last I just saw a quote from him within the last week that he still wants to try to tote the rock. Oh, I missed a donation. Sorry, Chase. Chase with a $10 donation. Thank you. I appreciate you that. He says, I wish I got to watch Easley. I'm only 20, laughing out loud. Well, Chase, I came along just as I was very young watching him come up. I mean, because he had his career kind of shortened through, but I mean, a guy, just think of this, folks. In 2 seasons, he had 17 interceptions from the safety position in a time when everybody in football was trying to run the ball right and left. Now, it was a little easier to get interceptions in the 80s because quarterbacks weren't as protective with the ball when they were throwing it, but they were throwing it at a less rate, a lesser volume, and he got 17 interceptions over a mere 2-year period. He could hit, he could run, he was big, he could cover. There's just no limitation to that guy's game. And in my opinion, at the end of the day, where I stand with him is that I think he's the best safety in Seahawks history. And I quite frankly think it's by a pretty good margin. Herbicide's got Woolen being an all-pro next year? Maybe. I think he's going to take about a year. Michael YT says, Brando, can you please explain to the Lambs fans the so-called BS no-call pass interference or holding penalty as they say and say to their face that it could have never been called? Well, I got to go back and watch the first Rams game play of Michael YT. I mean, there's a game you can go back a couple of years ago, the very first game where they played in Los Angeles. You could already start to feel this momentum building for Rams team. And there was 2 plays in that game were the most important plays in that game. And one was a Rams receiver going up the field. He pushes off. And then it's pass interference called on our player. And then we have it on the other side happen with Tyler Lockett, same situation, they call it on us. And they weren't being consistent in that game, and those were 2 big plays in that game of a real low-scoring game. From that game onward, I've seen things that are just a little dicey. But last year, it was that final play of the game where on the interception on Geno Smith that finished it off in Seattle. And then the second play, you go back and watch the highlights, the second game, there's literally a play where I think it's DJ Dallas is sitting there and he's wide open. Russ throws to him and the defender's late. And the defender knows he's late, doesn't even look back for the ball, just hammers DJ Dallas. No call. No call. Complete BS. But thanks for the $10 donation, Chase. I wish I would have gotten to watch more of him too. I got just a little bit of him, but getting to go back and now watch Chase, going back and watching the highlights of him, there are those players. You can go back and watch and you go, that player it's one of those, well, he would have been good in any era. I truly do believe that Kenny Easley had kind of the talent where he could have been great in any era. Herbicide says Easley was a beast. He played mean, way more scary than Cam Eaton, even. He did play mean. The thing is, he was like, he had the finesse ability to pick it off, but he also had that dog in him that you want from your safeties too, where he'd take your head off if you give him the chance. Michael YT says, better team long-term, the Jets or the Hawks. The Hawks are in better shape because the Jets hitched themselves to the wrong quarterback. This is why, folks, I was so militant throughout this offseason about going after the wrong quarterback, even if it could marginally improve your football team. You do not want to get stuck with the wrong quarterback. You do not want to be riding or hitched too long-term to the wrong quarterback. And I bet if you were to put a few of those executives and coaches on that Jets team right now under a lie detector test, they would probably fail it when you ask them about, do you think Wilson's going to be the guy for you? I don't think he is. So almost by that factor alone, because they have hitched themselves to him, they're still going to be married to him for at least the next probably couple of years until they potentially could move off from him. I think that's going to slow their development and their outlook for me, where I see them long-term as a team, or at least in the interim. Michael YT says Cam IMO was always overlooked. Should have had at least a couple of All-Pros. Yeah, don't the Michael YT, don't the NFL with the All-Pros at the safety positions too? It doesn't go one to free safety and one to strong safety, isn't it? That you could sometimes get like 2 free safeties, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong on that, but I want to say that it gets hard for the strong safeties to get up there because the free safeties get the interceptions, and so they're going to get the acclaim, and it's going to be harder for the strong safeties to show up. But there certainly could have been a year, I mean, especially 2013, 14, where Cam certainly could have been an All-Pro at that time, and he could have had a good argument to be made from that standpoint of it. I don't want to, also, because I love Easley, I don't want to make it seem like I don't love Cam too. I do. But to me, I think Easley outshines Cam in his ability to cover and his ability to take away the ball. And I think that he's very close to where Cam was as far as a tackler and his ability to impact the game, the run game, and just be a force in that respect as well. Herbicide says, was about to say Cam was way more athletic, but Easley would murder you and not think twice about it. I don't know. Easley was pretty damn athletic. He was big and he can move for that size. Wolf says, underrated but never faded. He collected actual souls. Michael IT says, Cam took Megatron's soul and said, go retire now. It's your time. Eric says, yep, we should change our stadium name from Lumen Fieldhouse to Cam Chancellor's house. Wilf says, Brandon, you're about a minute behind, but look up the Lockett interview after the Rams game. He talks about the trip, I think. All right, I'll take a look at it. It's hard to do this live right now because it's not fun for you guys to watch me sit here and search in silence, but I will take another look at that play. It had my memory books a certain way, but it could be once I see it in second glance, maybe it's just their legs got tangled up. It is odd when you get the legs tangling up at the stem of the route. Usually when you're having tangling, it's guys running step for step up the field and receiver slightly changes his pathway as opposed to it being like that one, but we'll see. I'm with you, Breeze. I'm with you. It's always important when those failed calls happen at the most important times of the game. That's the part where I'd always will raise my antenna up a little bit. Always Compete says, come on, I'd rather Gino fumble while trying to make a play than take a sack fumble. Then we got Drew Lock doesn't always make the best decisions in the football himself either. Yeah, it's part of why I do say Always Compete. It's the fumbles aren't a good sign, but you can't make that your sole determination on a player on a given game and say, well, he was wholly bad because of this one moment, key moment in the game, he had a fumble. It's like, well, how was he throughout the whole rest of the course of the game? Well, he's pretty good, pretty proficient, protected the ball, didn't make any other bad plays. Okay. Well, maybe that should hold more weight, the 59 other plays that he played, rather than the one where things went awry. Daddy, the best test. We have to play Drew Lock to know what we have in him. If he doesn't work, no worries. Geno will be our backup for the next 5 years, but Lock is a bit of an unknown. I mean, kind of, Daddy. I think I would, always weird to call somebody else Daddy. It's a little bit that. I think the place that I might say it's not necessarily that you have to understand what you get from him when you think of it through the lens of he's a free agent after this year. You know, and do you need to know what you have from him for sure? I mean, if you're in a competition in camp and Geno Smith beats out Drew Lock in that competition, do you need to know so badly what you have in Drew Lock that you then name Drew Lock the starter, even though Geno's beat him out, even though Geno's been better through training camp? I don't think that you do. If you add more multiple years here going on with club control with Drew Lock, as opposed to just one season further of club control before you have to make that determination, to me, it falls back in line with let the best man win. Whoever is the best man through training camp, whoever looks the best in the preseason games, let him win the job and give us the best chance to win games this upcoming season. I think that to me carries just a little more weight. I get where you're coming from on it. It's just that's the part where you only have that 1 year remaining of club control. Randall says, McCarthy looks like he loves chicken fried steak. Yeah, he does. He also does. He also looks like a guy that frequents Asian massage parlors. I would say that as well. A bit of both, Randall. You know what I mean? A bit of both. Breeze CFAM says, I think you said it correct, B. I want the running back do their job, not the quarterback running around. It's a team, not just I. It's the place where I'm really almost as much excited about this team as anything else. We get to watch a team, you know, and this is going to sound maybe kitschy or a little like corny, but like I watch these team sports because I love the team aspect of it above all else. I can appreciate individual performances. I'll praise individual performances. I'll revel in individual performances. But at the end of the day, the beauty of sports is men coming together for a single goal and task, and that you can feel that energy when you see it. When you see it, you know it. You can't tangibly sort of say, see that there, that's indicative of it. And that right there is a sign of it. You just sort of know it when you see it. Part of the reason that we get excited about this Mariner team, this baseball team here in Seattle, is they're going good now, is they've won all these games in a row. But beyond that, they haven't done it because one star player is just pulling the whole load and all the rest are just sort of standing around looking at him wide-eyed going, you're amazing. Instead, it's a whole team working together. It's everybody coming through at a key moment, everybody taking their turn to be the man. And that is the beauty of sport to me. When they're all coming together, when the one guy recognizes it's his time and his turn to do it, and he's not going to let his teammates down, he's going to have his teammates back. That's the sport to me. And so often in recent years, it's been a little bit more of the star quotient being drawn in this team and how it's been running. And it does remove a little bit of the enjoyment factor for me. I want to see this team. It's 53 men on this roster, right? 16 practice squad players. I love it when we see the totality of a team always coming together in full. And when you get it happening, there's nothing else like it in sports. And like I said, it's not something you can reference exactly and say, oh, it's that. See that? Pay attention to that. That's how you know this team's going and they're all together and they're cohesive as a unit. It's just something you feel. Will says, you said 4.8 yard per carry. I hope so. I believe that this team's going to be at that spot with it. I do. I mean, hell, Rashad Penny's well over 5 yards a carry, I think, last year in his year run. I might be being a little bit aggressive on that, Wills. But I'm high on this run game right now. Wills, I'm high on this run game. I like where they're going with it. And I think you're going to see more of the outside zone run, and that's going to create a bit more of those chunk plays. The inside stuff has more of the chance of you're going to get the 3 yards in a cloud of dust and less negative plays. But getting to the outside, now that's where you're really rattling off the bigger runs, which then increase your yard per carry average. Eric says Pitt was a lame Super Bowl. Everyone knows it. It was fixed, Eric. It was a fixed game, in my opinion. No one will ever be able to convince me otherwise. And someday we will learn the truth. Someday those documents will be declassified and not redacted. And they will tell the truth, which is that the Seahawks had a Super Bowl stolen from them in 2005. We are the rightful owners. Jordan Kraft says, my nickname for Boye is now Boye Coffee. Always Compete says, great take on the Hawks or Jets. Thank you, man. Amazing deal. I've loved how the front office has played their cards at the quarterback position. We need long-term solution, but we don't feel pressured to make any rash decisions. I like it too, Mason. It's a good place to be in. Why? Where do you make bad decisions? Where do you make bad choices? You make it out of two things. There are two things that happen that lead you to make bad decisions. Well, there can be more than this. It can be, you have broken processes. You can be unintelligent in your evaluation of players. But I think that that's not the two normal reasons that cause things to be impacted and negatively and for things to go south quickly. Those two things are this: making decisions out of fear and making decisions out of desperation. And God forbid you have two of those factors operating from your standpoint at the same time, because then it's all going to hell really quickly. Right now, I don't think this coaching staff or front office is operating from a point of fear or desperation. I think they're operating from a comfortable standpoint. They know where they're at. There are many people out there in Seahawks fandom that would like to have seen movement this offseason and seen new people brought in the front office and the coaching staff. I've heard about them in the chat, but I don't think that even though there is a little bit of that heat out there from some of the fan base, I don't think that it has yet reached the ownership. And I think because that there is a team that's due to be moved in a couple of years, that is leading to more of a comfortable aspect of the coaches and general managers, both for good and for bad. But on the good side is you're not operating from within fear. You're not operating from within desperation, which I think helps you take better steps towards making the right decisions time and again. Scott Nina says, imagine if the Hawks get 2 of the top 5 picks in next year's draft. Game changer. Game changer, man. You know, if you're able to pull that off, you are sitting in an insane place. My deal here. Lost my spot. Scott, there's so much you're able to do at that point, because I'd almost guarantee you're just using those 2 picks. You're not packaging those 2 picks to go get one player in that draft unless there's just some far and away quarterback that designates it. I think it's more likely you just sit on those picks and go with it. Let's also keep in mind, Scott, that's on top of now having, first round, the 3 picks in the first 2 rounds in this draft. And then you also have that 2 high second round picks, Scott. So then that's also 2 top 5 second round picks, which are almost like having 2 back end first round picks at that point. I mean, you can make a real argument here. You've had almost at that point 5, 6 first round picks collectively in just a 2-year period. And that's one reason, just one of the many reasons why I say this rebuild's not going to take 3 and 4 years like a lot of people are saying it is, that we're heading into some dark age period now as an organization. No, you have a lot to work with here out the jump that's going to help kickstart this, jumpstart this, and get you into a faster state of being good, in my opinion. Bash says, we've always been good at drafting running backs, linebackers, and safeties. The line has always been hit and miss with the Seahawks front office. I agree with that. I agree with you there. I think safety has been another position that's been questionable for them. Outside of Cam Chancellor and Earl Thomas, there's been a lot of bad safeties brought through here, or not bad safeties, but just guys that haven't foot the bill. Lano Hill, Tedrick Thompson, Marquise Blair now. That might be one other spot that I'm not as convinced they have figured out, especially all the draft capital you gave up for Jamal Adams in that deal and then not using him right. So I'm a little bit hesitant on that one, but everything else, I agree with that for the most part. Mason says, what was your favorite and least favorite game last year? Mine was at home versus the 49ers and then as the favorite, and then the Vikings game that we lost as the worst game. My worst game would have been the Tennessee Titans last year, Mason, for me. Mainly because of the fact that I could understand losing the Vikings. I think we were on the road. That was a 10 a.m. game. Vikings is a good team. They've always played us tough, even when they played us here at home for the majority of the recent games. It's kind of a tough matchup for us. I can understand that one being what it was. It was an ugly loss, though, Mason. I get why you chose that one. For me, the Titans one was the tough one, though. You're allowing all of those short completions over the middle over and over and over again throughout the course of that game. You made no adjustments whatsoever. Then you couldn't stop Derrick Henry at all. It was just hard to watch. And you let Ryan Tannehill look like Peyton Manning. It was insane. My favorite game of last year, I have to choose a favorite game from last year. What would be a favorite game of last year? God, there was just some tough games, man. It was kind of fun watching the Bears game because we won it so well, and Penny really broke out, and Russ was actually looking kind of comfortable running within the confines of the offense, and it was in the snow, which gave it, you don't see very many games in the snow in Seattle. So I'd probably go back. If not that, I'd do the 49er one. If not that. Mason says, I think the greatest asset to a front office besides a franchise quarterback is job security, which is why I think the New York teams have historically struggled. Smaller markets tend to have more patience. What a great point. Odd, I've never thought of it that way, Mason, but it's absolutely true. You know, New York teams are going to have a media market that's got, you know, they've got the oven door constantly open for whoever gets hired. I mean, you're initially hired, and the New York media is opening that oven door and they're fanning the flames. So it's a good point that you don't have as much time to be bad or to find your footing. I mean, hell, if Robert Saleh isn't good this year, he very well could be out in New York after this season. And they just moved on, and the Giants just moved on from a recent coach over there as well, on top of a general manager that they just moved on from him. So fantastic point, Mason. I mean, that is absolutely 100% valid. And I agree with you. I think that having job security is important and helpful. Let's hop up on your kitty bed. Give you some loves, though. Yeah. I hadn't thought of that, Mason, but man, that is true. I don't think it works as inversely in LA, by the way. I think LA is different. That's your different mentality of different cities. I think New York, East Coast is that way. A Philly would be that way. I don't know if LA would be that way. Charger or a Rams team would be like that. Maybe the Rams now with where they're at. That could make some sense. Let me know, guys. Did we get the microphone situation figured out? Am I still talking like this is a Japanese action film from the 70s? Why are you here? What have you done with my people? I will now avenge their loss for them. Or is it actually good? Are we good? Bash's defensive tackle and DN. What is DN? Is something we can get in the offseason. That's something we can pay for and bring in some veterans. We need a young quarterback, though. Yeah, we do. Quarterback, we're going to be selecting, Bash. No doubt about it, we're taking one of these young guys. No doubt. Will's Miff says, love to hear it. I thought we were running more of a wing T offense with some passing mixed in. Well, hopefully a little more of the outside zone this year. That's been the part they've been hesitant to embrace in recent years. Wills, I mean, that's been the one thing they've just avoided all turns. And you've got two very fast running backs on this roster. Not to mention two now very fleet of foot tackles on the edges who should be able to hit some of those reach blocks to make that an effective part of what you do. And Bash, I do tend to agree. I see you going back and forth with Herbicide on this. I do agree with you on the respect of needing to get a good, talented quarterback. I don't know if I go full on cog. I think you also have to take into account a little bit of the way you want to run this team in the foreseeable future if Coach Carroll is going to remain and if his philosophy is going to remain. Coach Carroll is going to want to run the ball predominant amount of the time. He's going to want to play to his defense and special teams. And that does mean then that whatever quarterback you bring in, be it an uber talented guy or be it a backup like a Geno Smith or Drew Lock, whoever it is not going to be asked to throw a large amount of the time. They're going to have a very small amount of attempts. And so there's a little bit of an argument you can make here of, if I put all of my chips into the center of the table to go get the most uber talented of talented quarterbacks, I might have him come in and he might be very good with that, but I might have been able to just go get a little bit lesser quarterback and fill out the rest of the roster, understanding I wasn't asking as much from that guy as other teams will ask. We're going to ask our quarterback to throw 25, 26, 27 times a game when there's so many teams throughout the league, from Kansas City's to your Buffalo Bills, that are going to ask their quarterbacks to throw 40, 45 times a game. And if we were operating within that kind of offense, I would be more where, I'd say, no, you've got to get the best of the best at that point. It's absolutely the most important thing. I'm as less likely to believe that as much an important thing, because that you're not going to ask him to carry the day. He's not asked to be a difference maker. He's just going to ask to be a distributor on a few amount of throws. Most of the stuff is going to be easily schemed up for him. So if you think of it like this, Bash, like you throw 27 times a game, 10 of those throws are coming off naked play action boots to easy throws to the far side of the field. Another 5, 6 of those throws are going to be on bubble screens and drag routes. You might only be asking your quarterback at that point to make 7, 8 throws a game with any real high leverage kind of situation involved. And even those throws might be on the back of having great play action working or having a great ground game that's taking up a lot of the defense's attention. Breeze C Fan with a $5 donation. Thank you, Breeze. Very kind of you. I salute you, sir. Kind of all you guys, appreciate you. Very nice of you. It says, my Seahawks Nation, this is the best Seahawks live stream channel. Thanks B for the readout. Forever cracking up the pressure. Boom. Let's go Hawks. Hey, let's go Hawks, Breeze. I love that energy, man. And man, I love what I do here. You guys, it's these folks in the chat as much as anything that make this show what it is. You can see this, Breeze. I see it every time I do this show. We got intelligent people in this chat talking football, going into the depths of it. Everybody's got their stance, but we keep it respectful, but we keep it deep. We get into it here. We're going to go into the weeds. We're going to pull apart the layers. We're going to figure this thing out. And I love doing it. I love having these chats with you guys because of this. It's just it's so much fun to get this deep into the sport, into the complexity of the sport, because I think that's when football really starts to unfurl itself in all of its full greatness. You can watch it on a surface level and just enjoy people hitting each other and balls being thrown deep and great catches. But you get to the second layers and the third and the fourth layers of it, and man, it just starts to open up that much more to you, doesn't it? But thank you, Breeze. Thank you so much, and I appreciate you. Very kind of you to say. Very kind of you. Will says, good one. That's my point, though. We can't have a game manager and still win one. We don't need a super elite quarterback. And I'm glad to hear, Bash, you agree with me on 2005 being fixed. And I think Wills is talking to Bash on this one. And yeah, I'm with Wills on this. I think, you're fitting to the 2012 blueprint. And the 2012 blueprint was not that you had a game-changing quarterback, a game-changing talent at the position. Russ was taken in the 3rd round. Yeah, he's got a beautiful deep ball, and he was very mobile coming in out the gate, but he was also undersized. He also had some limitations to his game. He overcame those eventually to become one of the top 3 quarterbacks in the sport right around the time of 2017, 18, 19, right in there, right? But he wasn't that when you were going to Super Bowls. He was probably more in the line of about a top 15 quarterback in the sport. I don't even know if you got him in the top 10 through the first 3 or 4 years of his career. I don't. And I think that if we're fitting this back to the blueprint that we established once before, why not fit back to it again? Which isn't to say I'm not open to going and getting the uber talented guy. But with those 2 first-round picks, to just say it goes without saying that we must package those 2 first-round picks to go get the best quarterback that we can get in this draft, or use one of those first-round picks on a first-round quarterback in a draft that should have probably 5 quarterbacks taken in the first round. That, to me, is the better approach with the type of team you're going to run into the future. Zal0 says, my least favorite game of last year was against the football team. We only had the ball for 17 minutes. Completely unacceptable. I think Zal's got my least favorite game. That might be... God, the Titans one was brutal, though. But I do remember, the Washington game, we could not get the ball. I think we had like a whole quarter where our offense didn't even touch the ball. That's a good one. U2K says, Seahawks looked great at the end of the season. Russ didn't have to play hero ball because Penny was finally providing the compliment to Russ. Believing Russ didn't carry this team for the last 7 years is folly. I think there's I think most of the year period you're talking about in there, UE2K is correct in that he had to carry the team. We're talking about, again, 2016 to a 2019 territory, the first half of the year in 2020. I'm with you. I think over the last year and a half, it's not been in that same mode, in that same mold. I don't think Russ was playing hero ball at UE2K in the early parts of the year that had anything to do with the running game. I think Russ was playing hero ball in the early part of the year because that was his tendency to slip back into that habit that he had formed there with it. So I don't know if that was necessarily impacted by that myself. But I don't know. That sort of remains to be seen on that. But I don't think he's all 7 years. It's just been, again, giving one player credit for everything on it, I think is a little bit of a gross overstatement. I'm certainly willing, Huey, to give Russ a very big part of the praise and laud him and say that he's a big part of what carried you through the last few years in general. But again, there's been, through the last 2 years, there's been a year and a half of football there where there's been a good portion of that year and a half that he's not played particularly good from the position. And there maybe are reasons for that being, you can go bad offensive line or new offense. You can say he had his finger broken, but it doesn't change the fact that that is the reality of the last year and a half of the last 2 years. First half of the year in 2020, he was godly like. The last year and a half, it's been a rough road. It's been a rough road. Always competes as Packers game was the worst game for me. Talk about being sad. That was a tough one. I thought the team really played hard, though. I was really impressed by just how much they were fighting in that game and that they were wanting it and they were trying to stay in it. And you could feel that, I think, a bit. It was a tough one, though. There was a lot of tough games last year. Let's face it. Randall says, sorry, everyone. Phone in my pocket. I deleted a ton of messages. Oh, it's all good. I don't think we had anything going down. Sal Zero says, we're good, but I do love 70s Japanese movies. Hey, they're good, man. It's good action in those movies. Bash says, safety is true. That's a problem area, I guess. Yeah, it's kind of a quiet one, right, Bash? I mean, they had such great success with Cam and Earl, but most of the guys that you've drafted around those guys have just not really ever brought anything to bear. Spectre7 has been a Hawks member for 10 months. Thank you, Spectre7. I appreciate you. You are awesome. Says, go Mariners, we hot. Cal Raleigh's the best catcher. I love Cal Raleigh. Just another one of those prospects that's coming along. He's got that catcher body to him, doesn't he? Steps to the plate looks just like how you look at a catcher's body. Big guy, though. Big, not small, and I guess not the stout little fire plug type you sometimes get. But that's my next video, Sector 7, for my Crow's Nest channel, is I'll be putting out a Cal Raleigh video, Cal Raleigh appreciation video. And just one of those young guys that's come along and developed right before our eyes, and it's all coming together. The plan is coming together nicely. Zero says, this may sound crazy, but will there be any trade value for Tyler Lockett? He's getting older, but he has tremendous ball skills, so maybe some team could want him since we pay him $16 million this year and $24 million next year. As I understand it with this one, Zhao, there's really not a way to make that happen. The problem here comes into play, unless you really want to eat a lot of dead money. And that's the key here, is to move on from him. You're going to have to eat a substantial amount of dead money to make that work. And I don't know if this team is going to be willing to do that. I'm just checking the numbers right now. So if, the trade wouldn't happen this year, obviously you're talking about next year as a minimum. I don't see anybody at the trade deadline making that move. It's way too much dead money for Seattle to eat. Even next year, if they move off from him, they are going to save, essentially they would save, so it's a $21 million dead money hit to move off from Lockett next year. You're not saving money by doing so, and that's the only reason you're going to make a move for a guy like that. Essentially almost coming off one of his best seasons last year receiving, is if you're going to move him, you're going to want it to be for good assets, and you're not going to want to take that dead money. The only way this could happen, Zhao, is if some team was just in love with Tyler and willing to offer the draft capital compensation to overcome the dead money hit that you'd have to sustain. If there was a team that was willing to do that, you could make the deal. But I'd say that's not likely to happen when there's other receiving options available for trade more often than not, that then don't require you to have to give up extra assets because you're having to, basically give the team the extra draft capital for the money. So probably not in the next 2 years. Will says, Rams game for me sure was my least favorite. Anyone. There were just a lot of bad ones. Brian Meyer says, Bash, 2005, no fix. Never been a fixed NFL game. Owners would never go for it, ever. Refs miss calls all the time. So, Brian, let me push back to you on this, okay? We've had, in NBA sport, we've had fixing going on. You've had a mobbed up owner, a mobbed up referee come out and blow the whole lid off of what was going on. and really even speaking, Brian, to specific games that happened that were games that happened like, let's say, the Los Angeles Lakers against the Sacramento Kings in the playoffs, where there was obviously a fix-in in those games against the Sacramento Kings because the NBA wanted the Los Angeles Lakers to be on the big stage. Those fixes came through. He was literally Brian Myers. Look him up. Donahue, I believe is his name, was literally clipped by the FBI. So it wasn't a matter of, well, he's just big talk. No, literally the FBI prosecuted him for doing so. And if you want to believe that this guy was just operating all on his own and nobody was aware and he's just in this little bubble, I've got a bridge to sell you in Iraq. You know what I'm saying? So the thought process, if it's happened in another sport, then it can happen in other places. It doesn't mean that it's just because it happened in basketball that it's absolute certainty that it happened in football. But your point is that the owners would never go for it. That in itself overcomes it. It happened in a whole sport where every owner was like, okay. The owners want to make money at the end of the day. Some of them are really invested in that way, but at the end of the day, if the money keeps churning, the dollar bills keep getting printed off, that's going to, at the end of the day, carry the day. And there's very few owners that you see in any sports along the lines that ever make those kind of ripples and those kind of turns. It was absolutely a fixed game, in my opinion. If we agree to disagree on this, that's fine. But again, I always push back on this, Brian. When in your life have you ever in your life heard of a game that's officiated by a referee and the referee comes back a year later and apologizes to the city and the coaching staff for doing it, as the officials in that sport did and that game did? And you maybe can come back and say to me that they just crapped the bed and they were all of them chose to have their worst officiated game of the season in the biggest stage in the NFL. I don't quite buy that either, especially when all of the calls slanted into one direction, especially the timeliness of all the calls. But it again, I think just represents the fact I've got to eventually make a video on the Super Bowl 2005 game and show the calls, show them in the totality of them, show when they happen so that we can finally hopefully put this drive through as a final point that, yes, the game was fixed. Herbicide says, thank you, Brandon. That was my point I was trying to make, but I got moderated. I'm sorry, Herbicide. Yeah, Randall accidentally, he gets that phone in his pocket sometimes, so he might have gotten you on that one. Sorry about that. Bree says, me and Breeze have the same name, just spelled different. A lot of breezes. We're breezy in here. Mason Dale says, even if you don't agree with Pete's philosophy, we can all agree it's best for him not to be concerned with Wilson wanting to pass more. It's hard to know if something works if you don't fully commit to it. That's it. That's it, Mason. It's part of why I said I was in favor of potentially building an offense around Russell Wilson and getting a new coach in that was an offensive-minded coach and establishing that as a direction. But if you weren't going to do that, you were going to ride with Carroll, then you needed to fully embed yourself with Carroll in the way that he wants to do this. You know, go all in if you're going to go that approach. 100% agree. Well said. Sal Zero says, I haven't been as hyped for Kenneth Walker III since Sean Alexander, and I'm ready for a dominant run game to come back like last decade since Sean and Marshawn. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Me too. I'm hyped for Kenneth too. I think he was legitimately, if not the best running back in this last draft, he was absolutely the second best running back in this draft, and number 3 wasn't close. I think there was a big difference there. Herbicide says, best game last year. Easy the first one versus the Colts. Everybody played great and not a team and like a team for that one. It's true. It's true. That was sort of the blueprint we thought would be established throughout the season, right? Herbicide, and it ended up being a one-off. We didn't really quite see another game like that throughout the course of the year. Always Compete MK says, I honestly think Russell or DK Metcalf was going to have to leave Seattle. Do you think we could have afforded both DK Metcalf and Russell Wilson this upcoming season? Yes, you could have. You could have. Because you could have structured the contract with DK in order to spread out a little bit of the money along it. It was going to make it tough. You would be looking at a lot of your assets driven to the offensive side of the ball before you even decided what you're doing on the defensive side of the ball when you factor in what Russ, DK, and Tyler were making over the next couple of years at that point. It was going to make it more difficult, but it doesn't make it unattainable. And there have been other quarterbacks who made top money, who've had other receivers who are also making top money at the same time they are, and they've been able to pull it off. The Bills are doing this with Stephon Diggs in Buffalo. Tampa Bay's been able to do this with Mike Evans and Tom Brady. You just go down the list. Cooper Kupp, Stafford. I mean, there's other teams that can pull this off, so why couldn't we? Absolutely, we could. Kevin Higgins-Bottom says, Russ mailed it in last year, or he is declining. He was the reason we didn't win. Certainly has a lot of it with that, Kevin. I tend to lean into more of him being a guy
declining necessarily last year, though I do think that he's lost a few steps there on his game. I think it was more about the finger injury impacting him as much as anything else. Definitely over the course of the season, I think he just came back a little bit too fast. But this is also where he kind of gets dinged for that. Because no coach is going to have a star quarterback come back and the quarterback says, I want to play, coach. I can play. And the medical staff saying, man, he shouldn't. And the coach is like, I don't really think you should. Quarterbacks earned enough by that point to kind of override the coach there and say, I can play. Let me do this. I'm your best option. And, who is Carroll with all Russell's done for him at that point to come back and say no? And almost any coach in that scenario would not be able to hit the brakes on a star quarterback there and prevent them from getting back on the football field. It would take a certain type of temperament of coach to be able to pull that off. But I look at it more of that was, I was looking at that was more of a factor in there for him, Kevin, as it got through the majority of the season. He just shouldn't have come back as fast as he did. What's up, Emmett? Good to see you dropping in with that super positivity as always. Herbicide, his name is now Rusty Winslow. That's right. UGK says, of course, Seahawks could have afforded both the Rams. Could have afforded both DK and Russell. Both look at the Rams, but Seahawks are bad at cap management and generally cheap, especially for top players. They've needlessly waited to re-sign DK until wide receiver market exploded. I certainly think that they've waited a bit of time on DK. I think waiting a couple of months on DK versus signing him earlier in the offseason is not the greatest misstep on their part. And when you've looked at them historically speaking, Huey, they've paid top market deals to Earls and Cams and Tyler Lockett's. And most of the time they've used up every last bit of cap space that they have to use in every given season with the exception of last year. I certainly would have liked to have seen them use up more of the cap space, but they do tend to be a team that does spend money in recent history. So, and there may be a difference of that right now with the cash flow situation and knowing that the trust is acting for them to liquidate assets. So it could be a different realm where we're at right now, but at least in the last few years, it hasn't been necessarily the big problem of the day that I can see at least. Randy McDaniel says Cal Raleigh's a great baseball name. There's no more perfect baseball name than Cal Raleigh. It's like that's a place you expect a AA farm club to be playing. Where are you playing at? Cal Raleigh? Not to be actual catcher. Randall, we've got some names for your kid. If it's a boy, we got Rufus McDaniel. We got Cal McDaniel. I like Cal, Randall. Cal ain't bad. He says Russ can't be the reason the Seahawks didn't win and not be the reason they did win. Can't be the reason Seahawks didn't win and not be the reason they did win. I don't think that's what I'm trying to say. So more of what I was pushing back, Huey, is that if you're going to say that he carried and he did everything and it was like he's pulling up a bad roster and it's just all crap around him, that's the part I'm pushing back against. It's where we land on this, Huey, where it's all got to be a black and the white thing. I mean, that's what I'm pushing it back against and saying it's more shades of gray. Let's operate from within that. But it always seems to be, it's got to be at times all of this person's fault, or it's all onto that person's fault, or this guy walks on water and this guy can do no wrong, but this guy's complete shit. That's where it's like, no, there's a little bit more. It's over his. This is some of what impacts it. This is over here where some of it impacts it. That's the point of why I do the 4-hour, 5-hour streams in the long form as I do, is that nothing's usually as easily explainable as a one sentence, one-off of this is how it is done. Mason Dale, do you think year after year, another year, do you think next year after another year in Waldron's offense, Eskridge and Lockett's lack of physique could prove to hinder the scheme significantly with their roles requiring blocking on screens, sweeps? Certainly with Lockett, that will continue to be a problem, Mason. Eskridge is a little more solidly built to a degree, but that was part of my reasoning for having my worry with taking Eskridge as you did as well, as he didn't fit within the Rams receiver mold. And the Rams receiver mold is usually 6 foot tall, 195 pounds. Cooper Kupp, Robert Woods, Van Jefferson, go through the list. That tends to be where they lean. Now, they did take Pupu Atwell a couple of years ago, weighs about 148 pounds. But predominantly, they tend to go for the bigger 6 foot guys because they can land those reach blocks on those defensive ends at least reasonably well to hold up for a half second as the running back gets free. So it could prove to be an issue. No doubt about it, it could prove to be an issue. Ender coming in with a $20 donation. Thank you, Ender. Very kind of you to do so on that. I see you, my man, coming in strong with a $20 donation. says, go Hawks, smash that like button. Yes, please do that if you guys could for me out there. If you haven't already, just hit that like button. Helps this channel grow. It's a small little thing. Just reach out there and give it a little click, just a little quick click. It will help me out a ton, as you guys already do with that. So thank you, Ender, though, for the $20 donation. Very kind of you, my man. Very kind. Yeah, Mason, I think to Brian Myers' point on this, I think Eskridge is sort of brought in to be more of the, I think Waldron looked at him as more of what he was able to do from the fly sweep bubble screen game, and knowing you didn't have that on the roster at that point, more than it was he was going to be able to do all of the things you want to necessarily have your receivers do within this offense from a blocking standpoint. But I think it does remain a question mark in both him and Lockett's game. I'm less worried about it with Eskridge. I'm more worried about it with Lockett because I watched him try to do it a couple times last year, and he got sent like 3 and 4 yards back instantaneously off the snap. Like the defensive ends were laughing at him when he was trying to lay some of those blocks. Zal Zero says, is it weird that I truly believe our cornerback group is stacked? Jones, Brown, Bryant, Coleman, Woolen, Neal. I'm really excited for lockdowns this year. I think you've got a lot of talent there, Zal. I think it's a talented group that does need to show that talent then on the field and that it can go. I'm certainly feel like I'm comfortable with Sidney Jones coming in there and being solid for you. I know what I got in him. And I am high on Bryant. And Brown was awesome for you from the jump. But you do have a little bit of a question mark here with, who's going to shake out here. And, I think the one thing I keep going back to when I look at this cornerback room is that, Carroll's not really had in recent history anywhere near the totality of talent he has on this group as stacked up as they are from a depth standpoint. Now, do we have any stars there? Maybe not. But from a depth standpoint and quality depth in the cornerback position, it's pretty strong. It's a pretty strong group. Bree CFAM says, that's so true. Like one game last year was like the game I knew we were back in power. I knew we were going to be in the playoffs, but it was a bad team. But excited this year. Very different energy. Well said. Yeah, that Colts game was I thought that was going to be, I thought that was there. We got the blueprint. We got the model. Now we just need to replicate this 16 more times. U2K says, yes, Seahawks have eventually paid their top players, but it's always after long, drawn-out negotiations that they get the deal done, which sours players towards the front office. I don't know that I see that same thing, Yui. I think I disagree with that on that pretty consistently. You gave Cam Chancellor a third contract when he was still 2 years out from being a free agent. You did the same thing for Marshawn Lynch. You did the same thing for Chris Clemens. There are organizations in this sport who do not negotiate with players who are more than a year out. Period. Don't. You've done it multiple times over in 10-year period. Now, did the negotiations with Cam Chancellor get drawn out to the point that Marshawn Lynch had to wear his jersey in practice because he wasn't there? Yeah, but Cam had 2 years left remaining on his deal, and he had already just signed a big monster deal prior. And so was it protracted and a long holdout negotiations with Tyler Lockett on this new deal or his last deal? I don't see that. You had protracted negotiations with Russell Wilson, who was asking at one point in time early in the negotiations for 20% of the cap and was trying to get every last dollar he could be. You'd expect those negotiations to be strained out like that. Were they for Bobby, who had multiple deals here? Were they for KJ Wright, who had multiple big deals while he was here, who you paid big money to? I mean, it doesn't seem like UE2K, it soured KJ Wright, the place now where KJ Wright's at a point where he says, I'm not going to play anywhere but Seattle next year. So I guess you're going to have to provide a little more backing of the players who have been soured because the negotiations being drawn out. And quite frankly, that's what I want from my front office. I don't want you just handing out big deals like it's everyone's damn birthday. I want things to be drawn out a little bit. I know players are going to try to get every last dollar they are, but if I turn this into a big reward front where everybody gets a car like this is Oprah and everybody gets the top of the market deals and I'm paying out everybody because I'm trying to put this good face on things, I don't get that. quite frankly, Huey, I kind of slide more into the side of saying be more like the Patriots in this situation. Because it really, like, all the money you spent on all those guys coming through the Legion of Boom era, the third contracts you given out, you know how hard it is for players to get a third contract in this sport, and the amount of third contracts you gave out, and at every turn, those third contracts bit you in the ass. But the team's tightwad, that doesn't add up to me. I don't see it on that. I'd like to see them more cold-blooded. If the players are going to end up at a point of not being happy when they leave after you've well paid them and paid them multiple times over, then be more hardcore. But we don't see that at all, man. Cliff Avrill's got a great relationship with this club. Marshawn Lynch has got a great relationship with this club. Cam Chancellor's got a great relationship with this club. You know, if those guys were as bitter as you're saying, then you would see them a whole lot more out of the action, out of the limelight, nowhere near connected with this organization like they are. You know, I mean, hell, there was a celebrity game in Seattle a couple weeks ago that had multiple former Seahawks in it, from Doug Baldwin to Michael Bennett. And you have this moment where they're taking a picture on the floor, and literally the players go over to grab John Schneider, the general manager of these horrible, tense negotiations that pissed them all off, like you're saying. They literally pulled him up off the floor to take a picture with him. These are retired players who owe John nothing. If that bitterment's there, they're not doing that type of situation, in my opinion. Randall McDaniel coming in with a $20 donation. Thank you, Randall. My soon-to-be father, Randall McDaniel. My soon-to-be pops. My soon-to-be pops 2 times over, Randall McDaniel. Randall says, got to sharpen my pencil a bit. If you've never sent a dono, tonight's a great time to do it if you can. Never forget, go Hawks. That's right. That's right, Randall. And thank you for the donations, man. By far, I think the biggest donator all time on this channel has been Randall. And one of my OGs too, by the way, Randall. You've been here since day one, riding with me on this channel some now. And we're almost 4 years back here, Randall. We're getting old, brother. Getting old here. Getting old. So, but thank you for the $20 donation. And thank you for all your donations tonight, Randall. Thank you, everybody. You guys have been very kind. You guys are always very kind on these donos. I appreciate it. I really do. And don't you forget, go Hawks. Sal Zero says, do you believe Jamal Adams can blitz more than 20% of his entire snaps this season, possibly using a 3-safety package, and give Bubba Bolden some playing time if they do use a 3-safety scheme? Well, I don't know why, Sal Zero, you'd go with Bubba Bolden over Marquise Blair or Ryan Neal. Both of those guys are more, I think, who you'd go to if you're going to move Jamal up into the box like that. No, Zal, the highest rate that Jamal has blitzed in his career is at 13%. You're not going to get back up to that spot anytime soon. He's going to be probably blitzing around the rate he was blitzing at with the Jets, which is still a very high rate for a safety, but that's going to be around 6.5%, 7% is what you're going to look at as far as the blitz goes with that. You know, when you get up to the 13% rate, you're just not doing it efficiently. You're not getting the most bang for the buck by doing that, especially understanding when you blitz in Jamal, a lot of times you are doing some exposing on the back end to make that happen, even if it's just to a small degree. Even if you're bringing another safety up on into the scheme as far as the 3-safety look goes. But 20% would be incredibly high. At 13%, that was incredible. That was double his rate when we were doing it in 2020. That was the double of the rate for his career. So 20% would be, more than tripling the rate of what he was doing with the Jets. Dr. Medic says, Jimmy G, Seahawks bound? No. Nope. Not happening. Not happening. Pierre's, you think we have too much talent at cornerback? There's no such thing as too much talent, Pierre's, at cornerback. I feel like our backups will be starting caliber guys, and we could get a good return in draft picks for them mid-season. Well, now you're speaking a little bit of an interesting aspect here, Pierre's. I like what your brain's going at with this. You very well could end up with, you've got guys who are able to start that are sitting on the bench because your starters are doing so well. And I have said, Piers, I do want to sit in a wait and hold C point, get through the first 5-6 weeks of the season just before the trade deadline. And if you are better than everybody thinks, or a lot of people think you're going to be, make a trade deadline deal to add onto the team. But if you find yourself on the other side of the spectrum where you're not a good football team and you know you're not going to be good through the rest of the year and it is what it is, then be more of a seller at the trade deadline. And if that includes offloading a couple of cornerbacks to get a back maximum return to a given team, 100% I'm in favor of doing that. Especially if it happens to be a guy that's like a Sidney Jones, let's say, who's only on a 1-year deal as it is. So maybe isn't even part of your long-term plans. It's all just bonus then at that point to offload him. I get a 4th round pick for Sidney Jones on a mid-season deal. I'll be perfectly happy with that if we're in a position of not competing and the team is just in a bit of a lesser state, let's say. Bash Gordon says totality of talent. Say that 10 times, laughing out loud. That's what I'm going to call this rookie class, the totality of talent. I love it, man. I got you on that. Totality of talent, totality of talent, totality of talent. There's some tougher ones to say than that. Always compete, okay? Just subscribed. Fire channel, bro. Well, thank you, Always Compete, okay? I appreciate you, man. Thank you for jumping aboard. Trying to get us up here to 8,000 here, and we're well on our way. So thank you for jumping on in, man. Good to have you aboard the Hawks Nest, SS Hawks Nest. We were just about to leave the harbor here in another week as training camp begins. So good to get you aboard. Mason Dale says, which way I wouldn't be surprised if Swain or even Derek Young get more snaps than we think, having bigger frames. I could see that. Swain's a little hit and miss with his blocking. He's not always willing to get in there and do it. But Derek's got the body to do it. He's got the size and he could pull it off theoretically to be able to do that a little bit better on his end of things. So I could see that too. Certainly Lockett struggles with it, man. Just not a part of his game. And I wouldn't expect it to be part of his game. He just doesn't have the sand in the pants to be able to pull off those blocks. And even when the guys that do it at 6 feet pull it off, like a Cooper Kupp or a Robert Woods, who've been very good at it, they're just doing it for literally about a half a second. It's that half a second to not allow instantaneous penetration by the defensive end so the running back can get clear and wide to the other side of the field. So the receiver's setting it on the near side of the field, and the far side of the field is where the running play is going to. So it's that receiver comes up, lays the block for a second, gets jacked up a little bit, but by that point he's getting jacked up and thrown up in the air, the defensive end's noticing that the running play is going away from him, and he has no impact on the running play at that point. And that's how they end up getting an extra man on the other side of the blocking scheme, because every offensive lineman at that point is then going to the far side of the field in their block. Instead of that tackle going on the defensive end, he's actually then, bam, going up onto the 5 tech, right? And then you've got your center, then goes up against onto the 3 tech, and then you're right, so it all kind of flows in that direction of things a little bit, which gives you the number game on the other side. But yeah, I'm a little worried still with where we're at with the guys we got out there trying to block that, Mason, and if they're going to be able to be effective in that component of it, because it is an elemental part of this running game, the way you want to run it. Brian Myers, can we ever have enough cornerbacks? I don't think we can, Brian. I don't. But don't expect to see Woolen play in the secondary much, if at all. Too raw. Great for special teams, though. 100% agree, Brian. I'm with you on that. I've been a little bit of a pop the brakes guy with folks that thinking Woolen's going to jump onto the stage and be ready to go day one, and he's going to be an impact player day one. I think he's going to take a bit of a year to get himself right. He had some rough tapes, a lot of rough spots to kind of clean up. These are things that can get cleaned up. It's footwork related, right? It's just getting right on his drops. The guy's just been changed over from receiver in the last 2 years in college, so he's very new to the position. But indeed, Brian, I agree. I think it's going to take him a little bit of time to find his feet. Herbicide says, you guys forgot about Artie Burns. That dude is starting for sure. He could. They didn't give him a lot of money, Herbicide, so I will say that. And it's more about how high I am on where Kobe Bryant is coming in and where Trey Brown was and how he played last year, more than it is about where Artie Burns is. But to your point, Artie is a former first-round pick, and he's got that talent is still there. He's coming off of his best season with Chicago, playing in this exact same secondary that we're going to be running this year, running exactly the same kind of looks. So he's going to have an affluence with that maybe some of the cornerbacks in this roster won't necessarily have initially. Maybe that gives him a little bit of a leg up in that competition. But I do think he's going to be in that competition. Pierce says Swain is so mid. I'm out on Swain too, Pierce. I really do hope Bo Melton can come in, to Brian Myers' point, come in and really overtake Swain. I've been very May on him. He does not a lot for me at the receiver position that gets me very excited. I just walk away kind of going, what's the big deal here? He ran a 4.40. Mason says, I definitely understand you saying the Eskridge pick was out of desperation for not having a sweep threat, but it seems like Penny Hart has done fine when asked to fill his role. Poor roster evaluation. Yeah, Mason, don't get me wrong, I'm with you. I think you can go find a fly sweep guy specialist without having to take one in the second round. Cordell or Patterson a year ago was out in the open market and you could have got him for very little to bring him in. And that guy can run all that stuff every bit as well, if not better than Eskridge can. So yeah, I'm with you. You didn't have to give up that much to go get that kind of player at all. Totally agree. And Hart's been okay with it. He's been okay. He's run it a couple times decently, but I just don't think that he establishes the fear in the hearts of the defense to do what you need to do with those fly sweeps, which is there's two things that the fly sweep accomplishes. Well, three things. It's going to attack defenses on the edges, which then are going to help you on inside runs. It's going to move linebackers out of their natural lanes. It's going to get them to take usually a step in a bad direction that they don't want to have to take, but they have to take because of the pre-snap motion, because they have to. They've got to have some respect for the fact that the guy might get the ball there, and they can't just be standing flat-footed on the play. And I don't know if Hart gets them to take that false step. I feel like they think we can get back to Hart, we can get back to that play, we can stick in our gap here. I do think Eskridge has a little bit of that challenge that he provides in that element of it. But again, your point's right. You don't have to give up a second-round pick to get that guy who's just that. If that is what Eskridge turns out to be, is just a fly sweep, bubble screen type guy, gadget receiver type. Zal0 says, I'm just happy we finally got a good start with our offensive line. Lucas is a monster and so excited he was drafted by us, and I'm expecting big things from Cross as well as Blythe is fine, and Lewis can be great. Agreed. I'm high on this offensive line. They're going to continue to develop. I like that they're investing in it finally. Zal says, I just hope we do something worthy with Gabe Jackson, though. Well, you can always save the $3 million for him. That's always sitting there. Anytime they want to pull that card, they can pull that card. So hopefully at some point we see them do something there. Phil Haynes will be the key on that one, Zal. Brian Myers says Swain's a good chance to be traded for a 6th or 7th round pick. If we could get that, Brian, I will stand up and cheer. That would be awesome. That would be an awesome trade for us if we can pull that off. Yep, Creed Humphrey was missed out on that one, Herbicide. I'm with you. That one still stings. Western Corbett says, I thought that was the end of the show. Huh? What? We ain't quite done. We're getting close. We ain't quite there. U2K says, Seahawks all griped about their negotiations while they were happening. The ones that got paid were Super Bowl winners. Seahawks' inability to replace talent effectively is what led to Adams and Russ trade. Agreed with you on this, on the last part, 100%. Seahawks all griped about their negotiations while they were happening. Can you reference, Yui, for me, a story on this, or give me a quote, or and that's negotiations in football. Players don't always have easy negotiations, sometimes tough, but do they get embittered by that at the end of that? Or if they get paid at the end of the day, that's all that matters. I mean, I just don't think that they've been cheap, especially when you compare it to other franchises in football. Look at the situation going on right now between Jesse Bates and the Cincinnati Bengals. The Bengals have him on a franchise tag. The kid's earned a new deal. Seahawks don't, that's the part I noticed you didn't put in there, U2K, is you didn't mention the fact that their Seahawks never use the franchise tag. If they're a cheap teams use the franchise tag as a method to not have to pay guys. Seahawks haven't done that at all. At all. They will make sure a guy like Frank Clark, if they're not intending to pay him, they'll move him to a place where he does get paid. So, if you're looking for a team that's cheap, that doesn't pay people, look at a team like, let's say, the Bengals in a situation like this with Jesse Bates. You got a team that just went to the Super Bowl, is on the rise. Your best player maybe on that defense potentially. And I think they offered him like $4 million more on average per season than what he was going to make on the franchise tag. Like, they just gave him a silly offer they knew he wasn't going to accept because their full intention the whole time was to put him on the franchise tag. You're not that bad. I don't know, man. You can sway me on this one, you can, but you gotta get more specific. And I know it's hard with the character count, but what player are we referencing on? Who's the player that was the bitching and moaning and there was a bit of bitterness drawn by the negotiations and who was upset, and we've got quotes of it. I can be swayed. You can bring me to that side of it, but I got to see it. Random McDaniel says, B said instantaneous penetration. It's going to be my rock band name if I ever put a band together. Ladies and gentlemen, instantaneous penetration. Space Guy 54, let this sink in. We drafted D. Eskridge over Creed Humphrey. Yikes. Oh, it's sunk in, man. I'm still bitter about it, Space Guy. I've been bitter about it and probably referenced it in just about every stream over the last year that I've done. It was just not a pick that made any sense at the time, and it's made even less sense in retrospect. But if you want, Space Guy, you can see my draft day reaction on that one. I was all over Creed. I was chanting Creed before the pick. Creed, Creed, Creed. Eskridge will probably be Lockett's replacement as well, says Chicken God. So I wouldn't just call him a jet sweep guy. He's 5'9", Chicken God. If you're going to be a 5'9" receiver in this league and be able to play on the outside, you've got to be a masterful route runner and you have to have really good hands, because there are going to be aspects from a size standpoint that you're not going to be able to hold up in. Eskridge does not necessarily run amazing routes, and he does not have the best of hands. I do believe that that's going to hold him down in the long term. I also, Chicken God, tend to believe that guys that come in at 24 years old kind of are what they are when they come in the door. And the expectation that there's a lot more room for growth or potential or upside there is a little bit more reduced for me when I've got a 24-year-old prospect. Maybe he could become that. You may be right on that, but he's going to have to show he's got that ability to do that. I see a guy who more long-term fits out as being more of a de facto slot guy more than anything else. I don't think he's going to be able to play outside in this league on early downs. But that's not to me necessarily a black mark on him either, because the slot receiver is getting more snaps than ever before in NFL history. They're essentially, in a lot of ways, like the slot cornerback on the other side of the ball. They're sort of turned into sort of de facto starters now. That's how more of I view it. UGK says that was FU Russ draft. He asked for the offensive line help, and we drafted an undersized, injury-prone slot receiver instead of a day one starting center. Hell, even Blythe was available last offseason, and we passed on him. It's true. True. In retrospect, a lot smarter, right? If you're in on Blythe this offseason, why weren't you in on him last offseason? Especially understanding, to your point on it, Yui, to back your point on this, Yui, you had the potential to move on from Posick last offseason. You weren't married to having to bring him back for another year at that point. You could have just gone to Blythe if Blythe was the answer there. But yeah, that was a very interesting draft. Quite frankly, I do think the last couple of drafts, Yui, I give, and this is where we're not all in black and white, right? So this is where I'm giving some ground here and saying Russ has got a reason in these last few drafts to raise up some hankles about the way that they addressed the offensive line and how they ignored it. You know, you go out and get Jordan Brooks who's going to be then now your middle linebacker of the future, but you're going to wait 2 years to finally get him to be your middle linebacker of the future, and you're going to play him out of position through those 2 years versus going and just getting the best offensive lineman you had on the board at that time. Kind of an odd decision to make in that moment. And the Creed picks right along with those. Definitely a strange one there. I'm with you on that. Bash Gordon says, laughing out loud, well said. Swain incites no fear. He doesn't, does he? Like, defenses aren't scared of him. And it's like, to me, he's got to be like 3 yards wide open, buck naked open to make the catch. If there's any sort of defender close to him, or if there's contact when the ball's incoming, he's got no chance at it. No chance. Bash says it had nothing to do with Russell Wilson other than the fact that he left, so we had money to spend on the good line. I think Bash, I think UE2K is talking about the Creed Humphrey draft, not this last draft. Though I think probably not to speak for UE, but I'm guessing he'd probably say this was also an FU draft to Russell. Spectre7, thank you for the $5 donation, Spectre7. I do appreciate you. Very kind of you. He says, I'm calling it now. The next 5 to 10 years are going to be very exciting for Seattle sports fans. Hope the Kraken can put it all together. I love the prediction, man. Hockey team taking shape. A young baseball team coming into its own. A rebuilding Seahawks football team that hopefully within the next year is finding its feet. The expansion, NBA Sonics coming back into town, hopefully within the next couple of years. We could be looking at very much a renaissance here for Seattle sports. And that'd be great to see. That'd be just great. Mason Dale says, why do you think Tariq Woolen fell all the way to round 5? He is a raw prospect, but just 5 drafts ago, John Ross's 40 time boosted him into the top 10. 6'4" corners with 4.3 speed are just rare. I think receivers, even though corners are still mightily important in the NFL and have a certain amount of value, I think receivers are still held to a higher value. I also believe that if you look at John Ross and how he played in UW in his final year versus where Tariq Woolen has played through his final year in college, Ross really put on some good tape, and he really looked dynamic. And his speed wasn't just a raw 40-time thing where it's like he's a track guy. With John Ross, you saw the speed on the field, and you could feel that go. Now, I still think Ross was taken way higher than he should have been, and team, Cincinnati just kind of fell in love with the guy. But he still should have been a very high pick because he had put the production up. It was legitimate. He just completely fell off the map the second he got to the pro game, and he's just not really ever developed himself. And that's a harder thing to kind of, I think, sometimes extrapolate unless you're really looking into a guy's personal history and off the field stuff and all that. Tariq Woolen is really new to the corner position, Mason. He's only gotten there in the last 2 years, whereas Ross was a receiver throughout his college career, right? Going back to high school, was a receiver. So you had more time at the position. You knew what you had. There's more of the bigger question mark with Tariq Woolen. I don't know if he's ever going to fully develop. I don't know if at 6'3", he's going to be able to change direction fast enough at the pro level to be able to hold up. He also was going to have to, Mason, because he's 6'3" and the size he has, even with his explosiveness, he's going to have to go to a zone-centric team. So that's probably going to remove all of the man cover corner teams out of contention for Tariq Woolen's services. So it has to be a zone-based team, has to be a team that doesn't need him to play immediately. No matter who drafted him, whether you drafted him in the 3rd round or whether you drafted him in the 5th round, you are likely going to have to wait at least a year with Tariq to get the returns back on the football field. And you didn't know if you were really going to get those returns at that point because he was as raw as he was coming out. So that all kind of factored in to push him down. The final part of this being, Mason, is that you had one of the deepest drafts that we've probably had in the last 5 years here. The COVID situation pushed a lot of prospects into this last draft. It pushed up the number of guys in this draft. So a guy, if this was 3 or 4 years ago, maybe Tariq goes more in the 3rd round. But because of this particular draft, it then pushed him a little bit deeper with all of those factors coming into play. Bass Gordon says Richard Sherman was a raw prospect too. In fact, he was a receiver. Another guy, yep, exactly the similar situation to what you had in Tariq Woolen. Just a guy really just moving over to cornerback. You didn't see Richard in his first year start right out the gate. Took him a little bit of time to get on the field, but once he got on the field, he was set. He was ready to go. He embedded himself as a starter very fast. I could see Tariq maybe as we work through the year, getting on the field a little bit like Richard did through the back half of the schedule as he develops. But I just can't see there any way that he's ready to go from the jump, that he's at that point quite yet there. Mason says, with the 9th pick being the primary asset we got for Wilson, I think it's us as fans feel it's crucial for Charles Cross to be a stud right away. Just wanted to remind everyone not to panic if he struggles. I don't think it, and let me join you in not telling people not to panic. I think we've got to be patient with the kid. He's 21 years old also. I just mentioned in Eskridge why I'm reticent to have as much high view on Eskridge in his future has to do with his age. 24 years old the second he's come out and being drafted. Cross was 21 years old when he's being drafted. He's right now 4 years younger than Eskridge at this moment. So if he does struggle coming out, kid's very young, got some time more to develop there. I'm certainly not going to cast aspersions on him if he's not absolutely great right from the jump. Brando2345 says, for offense and defense, which undrafted rookie free agent player has the best chance to make the team if you had to guess now? Great question, Brando. I got a couple guys for you. On the offensive side of the ball, the guy that I think would be a good chance to likely make the squad as an undrafted rookie free agent would be Shamarius Gilmore. He was my favorite undrafted rookie free agent that we brought in. I think he's a pure left guard. I think he's very strong, and I think he moves very well, which usually you get one or the other of a player in that respect. You don't get both of those things to work off of the base that you get to refine. So I like a lot of what I see from him. On the defensive side of the ball, I like the kid out of Virginia. I'm trying to remember his name. I think I got it here somewhere. There we go. Joey Blunt. And it's not just because his name's Blunt and he's coming to Washington State. It's because the kid is an absolute missile out there. He's got some nice athleticism to his game. He ran a 4.38 40, 20 reps on the bench. So fast, strong, 127-inch broad jump, explosive. A lot of elements to Joey Blunt's game that I like. And oh, by the way, yeah, he's also 6'1", 190. So very good size as well. His pro numbers, his testing numbers actually match up really well with Daxton Hill, who came out of Michigan and who was a very highly selected player out of Michigan. So Joey Blount would be the guy on the defensive side of the ball. The safety position stacked. He's going to have an uphill battle, and they're probably only going to keep 4, maybe 5 safeties that they consider Marquise Blair to be a slot more than a safety at this point. But I like the kid a lot, and I think he's got some upside to his game. Brian Meyer, U2K says, none of the guys that got their money are bitter, only the guys who didn't. So you're right. I was wrong. Also, maybe the lack of guys Seahawks have had in recent years that deserve top money affected my memory. No worries, man. I get what you're saying. I know where you're going on. And again, I think your point probably is going to stand more right now where we are with this team and where we know where they're at from a monetary standpoint, and that maybe Jody Allen right now doesn't have the kind of money to spend like they did in 2015 when Paul Allen was here and alive. That could be very valid where we are right now, where what you're saying. This could be as we go forward, and certainly with the DK negotiations, and certainly with the fact you left $11 million of cap space that you didn't spend last year for the first time in the whole 10 years that we've had this run. Those are all to your point. So right now I'm with you on that your point might be valid here, and that right now the cash situation might be a tough situation we're dealing with. But I do think historically, recently, we've been pretty good with it. Always compete in cases. Swain is reliable, though. We haven't seen one of these new guys in action on an NFL field yet. That's why you would keep him around. But he's been a reliable little bit. Always compete MK. I mean, if you look at, it's like, what's reliable? You know what I mean? Is reliable a guy's on the field and just available, or is a guy on the field and he's doing his job well? So if you look at Freddie Swain last year, and there's 120 receivers last year that were rated by Pro Football Focus, 120 receivers in all of the NFL. Freddie Swain was 110th out of 120 wide receivers in his rating. So it's hard for me to put the label of reliable on a guy who's pulling up the caboose that far. That caboose is pretty far up the tracks there if I'm throwing the label of reliable around him. I think he's had some plays where there's been some broken plays, always compete, where he's wide open and he gets a 60, 70-yard touchdown, and it adds to his stats nicely. But that was more about the defensive breakdown more than about Freddie running some amazing route or making some crazy catch. Even to me, always compete, a guy like David Moore had more situations and more moments where I could see, him going up and making a play, him making something happen at times, especially early on in his career here with Seattle, than I see with Swain, who just sometimes seems like just a jag, just another guy. Mason Dale, I still thought Landon Dickerson was the best center from the 2021 class, even though he played next to good guards at Alabama. He was, Mason. He was even better than Creed. And last year, Creed had a great year, but Landon didn't get the opportunity to play at center last year. Landon was played at left guard by the Philadelphia Eagles last year, and he'll be playing that same spot this year. So it's we may come to find out Dickerson becomes the best center out of this class. I mean, physically, he had ability that Creed Humphrey did not from an athletic and size standpoint, quite frankly. But then Landon had the 2 torn ACLs, which was the big thing with him that was kind of the black mark. Even still, I believe he was still selected higher than Creed, even with the injury concerns. But he will eventually slide back to center. I like both those two guys. I knew both those guys were going to be good players on the line at the next level. I didn't know Landon would be able to do left guard. That's been surprising. Herbicide says Woolen's a 4.2 guy, by the way. That's right. He's fast. Did I say 4.3? I wanted to let slip. Van Canada style. Colts fan who lives in Pacific Northwest. So I'm always more in tune with what's going on with the Hawks. Love your podcast. Well, thank you, Van Canada style. I appreciate it. I'll tell you, your Colts had one of the best trades of this offseason in that Carson Wentz deal, and being able to offload him as you were able to offload him and get all you're able to get back from the Washington football team. Especially when you looked at a couple of the other deals that were made out there. There was one deal that was made where somebody else gave up, the Matt Ryan deal. I mean, then you turn around and then you bring in Matt Ryan, and you give up less to get Matt Ryan than what you had to give, than what you got back to get Carson Wentz back. That move, you guys might come to look back on and say, man, that helped us out so much. That was a huge move that not a lot of people talked about. And I'm not a huge Matt Ryan fan, but you went and got a guy who needs to be in an indoor stadium. You brought him into an indoor stadium, climate controlled place. It's going to keep his limitations brought down to a bare minimum from where I stand. And boy, having the run game like he does, having that offensive lineup in front like he has, it's going to put him in a position to succeed this year for that Colts. Wouldn't be surprising to me if they surprise a lot of teams, a lot of people this year. I've thought for a lot of years, Van Canada style, that the Indianapolis Colts have applied a smart process. It wasn't their fault that Andrew Luck decided to suddenly retire right as they had built all the team up around him, and they just got kind of handed that, and then they had to kind of find their way after that, and it's going to take you a little bit of time. It's not, franchise quarterbacks don't grow on trees. But I think they've been smart in their overall approach with how they've built that team over the last few years, even if the results haven't been there for you guys. So keep the faith. Bash Gordon says, the reason I believe he should have been paid and given his props is summed up in one play where he was going over the middle and the corner took a cheap shot and got leveled. DK didn't even flinch. That 49er play, Bash, right? That 49er play. That was an awesome play. Danny McCormick, what's up, Danny? Says, I'm late to the stream, so I'm sure this has been said, but Brando, there's some audio lag happening. Oh, yeah. Well, somebody said we had it resolved, so it might still be going on right now. I'm gonna have to troubleshoot it offline for the next stream. So we'll get it fixed by the next stream, Danny. I don't know why this one went. I didn't do any changes on my settings from the last stream, but there's probably some update on my Streamlabs deal, and it's probably the cause. But I will work to get that fixed and make sure that's not a problem as we go forward. Sorry about that. Daron Everest, hey Brandon, how do you think Noah Fant will fit into offense this year? I tend to think that teams are going to initially out the gate try to play Seattle a little bit from the offensive side of the ball as they did last year. In that you're going to see a lot of cover 2, and you're going to see teams trying to lean in out of that cover 2 into being able to double DK and Tyler at a very good high rate. I think that the thing that can help pull those double teams off are 2 things. Number 1, having a good run game that can draw a safety up into the box. Once you get a safety into the box, you're left with a single high safety. It's very hard to double players now when you have a single high safety out there, because more often than not, you're just having to play center field and the deep half. I think that then is going to open up more opportunities for the guys on the outside. But I think the second part of this is Fant. Fant's going to have a lot of open room. He's not going to have safeties dedicated to covering him, not corners dedicated to covering him. He's going to get linebacker matchups, and I think he can beat linebackers on the regular in coverage. And if you've got those safeties over the top that are doubling your receivers deep, that means there should be a lot of open space for Fant to run underneath with those safeties still playing that way, at least to start the season. So I wouldn't be surprised if Fant actually started out very productive until teams maybe adjusted a little bit. But I think that he's going to be a big part of this offense, and I think he is a significant upgrade over what you had in Gerald Everett last year, out of that H-back move tight end type role that you were utilizing. Disley will do the dirty work. Fant's going to get to go out there and just make the catches and make the big plays down the field. And I think he's going to get it done because he's going to be put in this position to where the job is going to be easier for him because of the other parts on this team. Breeze C Fam says 2 years ago, we only wanted 1, maybe 2 jerseys, maybe 3, 16, 54. Now there's so many players with so much sauce. You can't tell who's going to pop off and really be the big man that can step up. Well said. And it could be anybody, Breeze Fam and Breeze C Fam. I mean, it could be so many young guys. Jordan Brooks, Marquise Blair finally find his feet. Jamal Adams fits to this new defense like water. Trey Brown building off of that great rookie start he had last year. The two rookie tackles and what they potentially could be for you over on that side. Kenneth Walker III. Yeah, I mean you got some guys stacked up here, man. I agree. Well said. Bash Gordon says, I picked up my Cortez 96 jersey at the stadium shop. Next one I'm going to get is Beast Mode 24 and then 45 easily. Then I want a Cam Chancellor and Walter Jones. Yep, that's all the jerseys for now. Those are good jerseys. Those are good jerseys. UTK says, Jonathan Taylor should have been a Seahawk, another wasted opportunity. Yeah, that's another one, Huey, that just, to me, doesn't make sense. Like, if you want to be what you're going to be, then be it, right? And at the time, Seattle is absolutely obsessed with running those A-gap inside runs with the running gap. A-gap, 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 A-gap. And then you go and you watch Jonathan Taylor's tape at Wisconsin, and I swear I'm not overstating this, folks. You go watch the Wisconsin tape of Taylor, and every single run is over the A-gap, and he is absolutely destroying teams in the college level. Not running outside, just going right up the middle, play after play after play. And it was such a marriage to me of a no-brainer type situation of this is how you want to run your run game. You don't like running to the edges. You want everything up the middle. Here's the perfect guy for that. And you pass on him. It was an odd to me as well, because that was just seemingly a no-brainer. And a guy that wanted to be here too, Huey. He spoke about this being the team that he would love to be drafted to. Mason says, obviously we root for every rookie to do well, but in all your years of draft evaluation and seeing how our picks turned out, can you give us an honest prediction of how all our rookies will work out for us? I tend to believe that your two tackles are going to play, when it's all said and done, they're going to probably level out at like about a 65 PFF grade. They'll be middle of the road in their play at tackles. There'll be some ups, there'll be some downs, but overall they'll be league average solid for you on the edges. I think Kenneth Walker, I think gets you 120 carries, a 4.8 yard per carry average, probably rushes for about 550 yards, about in that area of things. So, that would be how it turned out next year. And then I think Boye Mafe probably gets you about 4.5, 5 sacks as a rotational guy. Into the future, I think Krosk has Pro Bowl potential. I think Abraham Lucas has upper level right tackle potential. I think Kenneth Walker has star running back potential. And I think Boye Mafe is more of a Cliff Averill type upside, right? Not a superstar pass rusher, but a guy that can get double-digit sacks for you for a good 4 or 5 years as they go into their prime. So no game changers, but guys that you need as part of a team to build towards a Super Bowl, building blocks on a potential Super Bowl team as we move into the future. I like all of those. This is why I loved all those picks, is that in my opinion, I lost my train of thought here. In my opinion, Mason, you got guys that not only have some floor that they give you off the jump, ability off the jump, that not all of them are just rough and raw and it's going to take them a long period of time. They give you some good play from the jump, and then they have ceilings in addition to that, which usually you got to go for one or the other. So that's part of what I really love about this draft class and where they're going to be. Kobe Bryant, I think, can play league average for you in his first year at the corner position, which again is nothing to shake a stick at. So he's another guy who I do expect to start and I think to play well. I don't think the other rookies give you very much more beyond that. Maybe Bo Melton, if he can come in, because we do have to wonder with Melton being, he plays at Rutgers. He was being courted by teams like Ohio State. He could have gone to bigger college programs. You never know. Maybe he would have been better going there, but he went with his family college, had poor quarterback play, not the best of rosters he was playing behind there. Maybe he comes here and he really looks great now that he's actually playing with a legitimate quarterback thrown to him, as opposed to a guy that's going to be an accountant in 2 years. Bash says, we did need to draft Jonathan Taylor. It's not a missed opportunity. We had Chris Carson, who was the baddest mofo in the league at the moment. I mean, he was a bad mofo there, Bash, but you knew you were going to come up on a decision of having to choose to pay Chris Carson in the very soon. That decision for the contract thing was coming up, and you could have gotten out ahead of that contract. This is what smart teams do, is rather than running into the road of now, Chris has earned it. We've got to pay him. He's earned it. We've got to pay him. Well, now you've already moved on to the next guy. And you don't have to worry about paying that running back. For while I don't want to draft a running back in the first round, beyond drafting a running back in the first round, I don't want to pay big money to a running back. I really don't want to pay any kind of big, substantial money to a running back, especially one that's highly injury prone, as Carson was when you signed him to the money deal that you did sign him to. So yeah, I agree that you had Carson, but you certainly had to you knew you were going to have to make a decision there on that. Mason Dale says, which players from the Legion of Boom era get their jerseys retired? I'll say Bobby and Russ, maybe Sherm. So we're talking about just jerseys retired, of course, Mason, and not retired, numbers, just retired jerseys. So Russ and Bobby get it retired. Sherman gets it retired. And I think that Cam Chancellor gets it retired. I'm not sure on Doug. I'm not sure on, but I feel pretty solid to say those guys will definitely get it. I do. I feel good about that one. Bear with me one moment here. I'll be right back, folks. All right, all right, all right, all right. Randall coming in with a $20 donation. Thank you, Randall. I do appreciate you coming with all the donos tonight, Randall. My goodness. Glad you're hanging here with me, too. I know sometimes you got to get up early, so especially when you got the wife with the bun in the oven, you know. I know you got to get that food ready in the morning. She might have a hankering for something. Randall says, tell me about the M's channel. Live streaming games or a stream to talk shop like we're doing now? Maybe a combo of the two? Lots of slow time for color commentating. Yes, Randall. In fact, folks, I might be live. I think Mariners go back to action tomorrow, Randall. I've got to check the schedule on this, but I'm going to plan on if they're on tomorrow, Randall, and I'm not doing the stream with. I'm not sure if me and Brendan are going live or not tomorrow, so I'll have to check with him. I'm guessing maybe no, but if I'm not, I'm going to be going live streaming the games, Randall. So the intention here is to try to live stream the Mariner games, and I'm going to try to live stream kind of as many as I can. So we will be doing some stuff like this, Randall. I'll be doing some of these kind of shows on this side of it, like we're doing here with you guys on the Mariners side of it. So that will be a part of it as well. But we're going to be actually live streaming the games because, like you said, it lends itself very well to live streaming because of the slow down time and the ability to kind of just color commentate and talk about what's happening. So I will probably be live with that. I think they're back tomorrow. If it's not tomorrow, and it probably won't be Friday because Friday nights are tough for me, but tomorrow or Saturday, I'll definitely be live streaming the next M's game, especially with the Houston Astros in town. And if I can do it, I mean, hell, Randall, if we get long term to the point of almost doing it every night, I'll try to get to that spot of it. So I would love to. That's going to be kind of the goal. Every night's probably too much, but at least a lot of games through the rest of this year. We'll be doing a bunch. So I'm super stoked, Randall. We got up over that 100 because I'm going to use it now. Thank you for that donation, though, man. You're awesome. Jason McEward says, hey, I worked a very long day. Did camp start today? Not quite yet, Jason, but we are inside 7 days, okay? So you got a mere 7 more days. You got 1 more week, you got to make it. And then we're fully back into true Seahawks news. The pads are hitting, the balls are being thrown, the leather's out there, the smell of the grass, it's all coming. 1 mere week away. Low Nick 714 says Cardinals are going to beat the Seahawks every time we play them. I don't think you are. I think you lost Chandler Jones. I think you haven't built much of an offensive line any further above and beyond for Mr. Kyler. I think Kyler is about to be paid big time. You're about to have to spend a lot of money on your quarterback. I think we got you this year. I think last year was your time to strike, Low Nick. That was the time for you guys. The moment was right. The time was right. The stars were right. The alignment was right. You had your chance. Now it's gone. Not hard to. Mason Dale says, I think it's inevitable that the Rams draft philosophy of not picking till late day 2 or 3 will catch up to them. Kind of like how we used to hit on late picks during our run, then we tailed off. It's hard to sustain that, Mason. You know, it's hard to be smarter than every other team in those later rounds and to find those hidden gems. And I think as much as ever, because I think the drafting process has gotten more refined through the years, especially with the analytics being added into the process and being embraced as it has by so many teams. I think that there's still guys that can slip through the cracks. I think the Rams have done a great job in their process of being very good in that back of into the day 2, day 3 situation. It's very hard to be good in that realm of things, but they are so. I think they've done a certain thing with their scouts where they've simplified a little bit of their evaluation process, which I think has helped them in that way, based on what I've read with them a little bit. But I don't know if it's sustainable, Mason. I agree with you. I think eventually when you run out of those picks, when you front load so many of your deals, when you choose to pay the price later on, the price does have to be paid. It's just that you have pushed it off. Mason Dale says, do you think there's a world where we bring back Penny next year under any circumstances? No. I think the Kenneth Walker pick is as much of an indicative of anything that there's no sort of circumstances that you would do that. You can draw Kenneth Walker into there. He's relatively cheap compared to what you have to pay. I mean, if Penny goes out and balls out and does 1,500 yards next year, while he's not going to probably command a $15, $20 million a year salary, he'll probably command a $10 million, $11 million a year deal on a 3 or 4 year kind of swing. And I think that that's going to be a little bit too pricey for the Seahawks at that point. They have the money to do it, but I don't think that they will do it. You know, I think they're going to look at this situation, especially now. They paid Marshawn that third contract. It didn't work out great for them. They had to end up having to eat a lot of dead money. They paid Chris Carson this money this last year. It looks like he's going to retire. Hardly played last year. A lot of sunk costs there for not a lot of return. I think that those kind of situations happen and you sort of learn your lesson and you go, you know, that's maybe not the smartest approach, paying these running backs. And I think that they'll implement that here. I think the reason you have Penny coming back this year is that it's on a 1 year deal and it's only $5.75 million. So the price wasn't that expensive this year to do that. Randall says next game is Friday versus Houston. All right, that'll probably be a tough one for me, Randall. So my Friday nights are usually pretty well taken up, but definitely then Randall's Saturday night. So Saturday night I will definitely be streaming the Saturday game for sure, Randall, 100%, and probably Sunday too if we don't do a show on Hawks Nest, if we don't get any news coming down like DK signing. But definitely Saturday, Randall. Definitely Saturday. Jason Meagher says, thank you, my Seahawk Insider. Brandon, you the man. Thank you, Jason. You're the man. Rain in the cut. Go Hawks. Go Hawks. Rain in the cut. Welcome on in. Fabio Garcia's, what about the Rams are go win them? Fabio, can you repost that? What about the Rams are going to win them? Yeah, you have to repost that, Fabio. I don't know what you were meaning on that. Kind of restructure that sentence a little bit. Bash Gordon says, B is the man. We should all rally to get his picture on the stadium wall somewhere. I'm with it. I'm with you. Imagine my big ass goofy face on the side of the building. DK, picture, looking worried out. Jordan Brooks, Warrior, looking worried out. Picture, Hawks Nest. Bash Gordon, in fact, let's get this man in the announcer's booth. Oh, that'd be the dream. That'd be the dream. I got to get better first. I got to get better. I got to keep improving the game. Bash, Duran Everest says, what's your confidence level in Drew Lock and Geno Smith? Duran, I'm actually feel pretty good with those guys. I'm not as down as others are on them. I did a show on Drew Lock where we talked a little bit, I called it Favre Lock, and I talked a little bit about how maybe the first stop for him shouldn't be where we draw our final assumption on who he is as a player. And maybe that the story has not completely been told for Drew as of yet. I started off this show, Duran, at the start of the show, and please look at the top of the show because I really get into some expansive thoughts on this. I think the same thing can be applied to Geno Smith. I look at the situation, it seems to be the narrative is like this, Duran, where the story is told on Geno Smith. He is what he is what so many people tell me. He's a backup quarterback. He's a marginally better than average backup quarterback, and that's all he is, and he'll never be anything but that. And the determination that he is this seems to come from one place only. The first 2 years of his pro career with the New York Jets. A Jets team that's being run by a defensive-minded coach in Rex Ryan, who is extremely so, let's just say, on a team that has not a lot for him on the offensive side of the ball at that point. He had like 2 good linemen, not a lot of other linemen that were decent around them, nothing at the skill position, and he was a young player. And he wasn't able to succeed behind that. Is that a surprise at that point? No, that's not a surprise. Should we is a guy like that maybe not good enough and maybe he is only a career backup? Maybe. But the determination of that, in my opinion, shouldn't be made on a guy's first 2 years in the league on one of the worst franchises in the league at that time. We should put a little bit of it in context, I think, at that point to say, man, there's a reason for this maybe. And if you look at after those first 2 years, he's not been given any other opportunities to come in and start, with the exception, Duran, of last year. And last year, in the 4 games that he played, he set career highs for completion percentage, touchdown to interception ratio, average yards per attempt. You know, he improved across the board last year from the last times that he was throwing in those first 2 years of the New York Jets. Maybe there is a little bit here of something that could be a little bit better than the worst of the worst of the worst, which is what a lot of people are trying to tell us he is. And that's the part that I push back on. It's not to say he's going to be top level. I don't think that there's any scenario where I could see Geno Smith or Drew Lock being top 13 quarterbacks in this league. But could they creep around that top 15 area? Could they get to league average in their play, especially if we're only asking him to make 25 to 30 throws a game? I do think so. Bash says we could definitely rally up all the 12 together as 12s and get this man at the stadium announcer booth during doing his thing. They have a podcast division or something. Hey, I'm with it. They come call him, Bash. I will jump from my chair if they ever do. I promise you that. Bash says, I'm not a fan of Geno Smith personally as a fan. I know that. I don't know anything about Drew Lock, so I would much rather watch him play even if he sucks. It's fair. Our Randall says Saturday's a rare day game. Oh, there we go, Randall. All right. I'll be cool. I can't wait to stream baseball games. This will be fun. This will be hella fun. Bash says, then we roll with Carson laughing out loud. Yes, B. I'm a sinking ship, 12. Breeze CFAM says, we got to shut down them boxes with the Rams. And plus, like you said, Geno did drive a 92, 94 yards on them. So if we can stay connected on fire on all cylinders, we can shut them down for sure. Hey, we played them tough last year. And the thing with the Rams and beating the Rams as we go into the future is we've got to get an idea of how to deal with Aaron Donald to some degree. And honestly, this is something that's driving me crazy where you've got to commit to doubling Aaron Donald through a large part of the game, in my opinion. You just got to do it. We have not done that in recent history. He's been as productive as any player against us on the defensive line and any player in the history of anybody that we've had to play. I'm talking go back generations here. And if you look at it, I think a lot of that production has been based on not double teaming him, not committing to a double team on Aaron Donald. Just commit to the double team. That doesn't mean you're going to necessarily stop him, but you can slow him down maybe just a little bit. And then on the defensive side of the ball, the key here for me, Breeze, is stop the flood zone concepts. That's where McVay has killed you. It's not been in running the ball. They've had some games that run good, some games that run bad, but it's consistently game in and game out. They've been able to attack you with the flood zone concepts. Work to remove those. And luckily, this new defense you're implementing should do just that. It should make those flood zone concepts not as easy, not as much feeling like stealing as they have in the past. So some things, to your point, things got to hit all together for all the cylinders to go here, but you could do it. Fabio says, are we going to be on top this year, or do you think we're going to be rebuilding next year coming up? So Fabio, I do think that there's a chance this year that you could turn around and be decent enough to push into the playoffs, but a lot of things have to go right. A lot of things have to work in your favor to get to the playoffs. You're probably kind of a middle of the road kind of team where you stand right now for this upcoming season, in my opinion. I do think it's a 1 year off though, Fabio. I think that what you're doing right now is setting the stage for getting that next quarterback to come in here. And while you will be bringing in a rookie quarterback next year at that point, you will be bringing a rookie quarterback in around a fairly well-stacked offensive line, good receivers on the outside, good running back. He'll have a lot to work with, good tight ends. He's going to have a lot to allow him to be successful right from the jump. So I do think this is only a 1 year situation of you being held back from being a team to get to an elite state. There's a lot of work still to do. They got to spend their money right. They got to have another draft like they had this last offseason. Good news is you got 4 picks in the first 2 rounds next year, which can help you take those steps to getting there that much easier and quicker. But that's what's going to have to happen in order to attain that. But I think it's a 1 year off, Fabio. I don't think this is a 2-3 year rebuild. I think you're rebuilding through this year. You're getting the dead money off the books from Russell, Bobby, Carlos Dunlap, and the like. Get through the dead money points. Get those extra draft picks next year. Get all that money freed up that you got to spend at that point. Get the quarterback of the future in next year's draft. No reason to me that you can't be ready to kind of go sooner than later. Rain in the Cut says, I really hope Penny and Walker run all over everyone. Penny with 1,200 yards would be awesome. Rain, I think he can get up to even 1,500 yards this year. So I got Penny down for 1,400 to 1,500 yards. I think he's going to shock a lot of people this year. They're going to be like, oh, wow, he really is this good. Oh, God, he really is that fast for that size. Mason Dale says, I'm curious if down the road people come around to saying Sean McVay got lucky inheriting Aaron Donald. Kind of like some people discrediting Bill Belichick for having Brady. I don't know if they're going to do that as much with McVay. because so much of what McVay's been able to do is also what he's accomplished on the offensive side of the ball. And what he's accomplished has been his own. It's his adjustments that he's done that with. He's had years where he's been elite from an offensive standpoint, running 11 personnel. He's had years where he's been able to run a very good offense running 12 personnel. He's really at the hallmark of what he's done is he shows you the illusion of complexity while actually maintaining a very much a simplicity on offense, which makes it that much easier for his players to play. He gives the defense the look of complexity and the ease of play on the offensive side of the ball. And that's something that he should be given credit for. It's a place that he has continued to push that West Coast offense forward in the same way that Kyle Shanahan is doing in a different way with the San Francisco 49ers. But I think that you've got to give him the credit for doing that because just Aaron Donald alone doesn't allow them to accomplish what they've been able to accomplish over the last couple of years. It's taken the injection of what McVay's brought to the offensive side of the ball in addition to that. And they both pair up and marry together to bring about what they brought about. But I get where you're coming from on thinking that's a possibility there. Always Compete says, totally agreed on the quarterback taken on both quarterbacks. I really needed that from an intelligent person. Well, thanks, Always Compete. I'm not giving false hope here with both of these two guys. And again, I'm a guy as much as anybody that will tell you about a player when we've got enough data built up to say, I know what this player is and this is what he is. But as I keep coming back to with Drew Lock and Geno Smith, you do not have enough data. Simply the fact that Geno Smith has been in this league since 2013 does not in itself mean you have enough data on him as a starting quarterback to make an assertion that he's complete dog water and that he has no potential to ever be up around. Again, I'm not talking about the height of heights, top 5, top 10. I'm talking around middle of the road. We do not have enough data to make that determination. Making that a judgment on a player's first 2 years in the league and saying that because of these first 2 years in the league on this piss poor ball club run by a defensive minded coach with no skill position players, that's you already have walked into that at that point, in my opinion, deciding you hated Geno Smith. Because beyond those 2 years, he's gotten no opportunities to be a starter in this league. And it does sometimes come down to opportunities and being put in the right situations. There are two different Carr brothers in the history of the NFL that have played the quarterback position. One went to the Houston Texans and had a god-awful team around him and got the crap beat out of him and got himself broken down and was seeing ghosts and was completely destroyed as a football player because they didn't give him anything. And then he got his brother who went to the Oakland Raiders and has actually at times been given a little bit more to work with. He's got a little bit more of a successful career. Now, maybe David Carr is way more, talented than Derek, or Derek's way more talented than David. But circumstances do matter. And I give Drew Lock and Geno Smith both a little bit more room because they both have a similar situation they're coming from. Drew had a little bit maybe more to work with on the offensive side of the ball, but both had defensive-minded coaches who essentially wanted their quarterbacks to not mess up the game, who looked at the quarterback position from their standpoint of kind of like, it's a necessary part of this team, but I'm really about my defense and running the ball. And, now they get to go to more of a player-friendly coach. Maybe that opens their wings up a little bit more. Maybe they can get a little bit better potentially. And the proof of this is in the back of what you saw from Geno last year and what he brought to the table, which was decent play when he came in those 4 games against some very tough defenses. Tony Wright says, what if Drew Lock balls out and has an outstanding year with, let's say, 32 touchdown passes, then what will your team do for the future in 2023? Will you still draft a quarterback? I tend to think that they would, Tony, because I think that this team really now at this point, and this is me making Tony a complete guess. So this is me just kind of trying to read the tea leaves in the background. I think the team feels that they've been hampered by the Russell Wilson contract over the last few years. I think that the team is trying to get back to the 2012 blueprint. In 2012, Russell Wilson was making 0.55% of the salary cap. In 2013, in 2013, Russell Wilson was making 0.55% of the salary cap. In 2014, he was making 0.88, I believe, of the salary cap. So both of the last 2 times, Tony, that you got to the Super Bowl, your quarterback was making less than 1% of the salary cap. I think that the team, right or wrong, whether they're misguided in this approach or not is another argument to be had altogether or another debate to be had altogether. But I think that they believe this is the route that we need to go back down. It worked successfully for us in the past. This is our formula. Let's fit to the formula exactly moving forward. And that means that if you have Drew Lock ball out, Drew Lock goes out and gets 32 touchdowns. Is he going to then just ask for merely a $25 million a year contract? No. The baseline then, the bottom, the beginning place on the negotiations then is going to be at $40 million a year on a multi-year deal for Drew Lock at that point. And I just don't think that this front office or coaching staff wants to get themselves back in that same boiling pot that restricted them so in their ability to build the roster when they were paying Russell Wilson similar percentages of the cap. Mason says, you probably say I'm biased, but I think you could make an argument DK is the most underrated player. People treat him like he's all physique and no skill. Never mind the fact Russ left meat on the bone in terms of production. I don't think you're biased for saying that. I can understand where you're coming from on that. I mean, I've got to push back in the chat at times as well. You know, I get he can't run routes, has no hands, no lateral ability. All of the old draft day narratives that we're following him are still being trotted out there. And I think wrongfully so, to your point on that, Mason. So I do think DK is a little bit underrated amongst the fan base and the national perspective. I don't think coaches in the league underrate him. I think he creates a lot of fear in their hearts when he steps on the football field. But yes, I think from a fandom standpoint, he's at least at the very least a little bit slightly underrated. Rain the Cut says, but what if Penny goes for 1,500 yards? We have to pay him at that point. I don't know that you have to pay him at that point. You have to pay him from a leverage standpoint if you have no backup options. If you're held over a barrel by the fact that if it's not for him, you're going in the barrel. But you have a Kenneth Walker behind him at that point. You have your starter waiting in the wings. So what if Kenneth then just takes over and then you go get your next running back in the draft and stack another talented one behind Kenneth Walker? To me, that seems like more of the straightforward place to go here, Rain the Cut. And again, I'm anticipating the team is learning from lessons of the past. You paid Marshawn Lynch that third contract and you ended up eating a lot of dead money. It ended up causing you a lot of pain down the line to sign him to that third deal. You signed Chris Carson last year when a lot of people, including myself at that time, said, don't make this move. This is the improper move to make. It's going to bite you on the ass. And indeed now, the Chris Carson deal is just about to bite them fully, all the way, both cheeks on the ass. So I think they've learned their lesson at this point. I don't think they go back down that track once again. Tony Wright says, I'm an Atlanta Falcons fan and I wanted us to draft Rashad Penny when he came out of San Diego State. He's a beast. Oh, nice, Tony. I agree with you, man. He is awesome. And your Atlanta team's been a little weird with the running back position a little bit in recent years and kind of how they've addressed it a bit. It's become a little bit of that red-headed stepchild position on your guys' team. I think that's the one place, if I'm an Atlanta Falcon fan moving forward, is a little bit more investment in the running back position. It doesn't have to be an insane amount of draft capital, but just a little bit more than, always looking for the undrafted rookie free agent or trying to get the Mike Davis type or trying to get the broken down Todd Gurley or now I guess Cordell Patterson's your main running back. Like, I could be off on that. I don't know. Alexander Wheeler says the Penny gets 1,500 yards. He's going to want like 12 million, if not more. Not worth it for a running back, regardless of who it is. IMO. 2,000, however, might be a different story. Yeah, 2,000 might be different, but then 2,000, the price is going to be up around probably 15, 16, 17 million, if not more, not 20. But bottom line, Alexander, I'm with you. Just too expensive. Can't spend that kind of money on the running back position. It doesn't make any sense to do so. That Soviet Spy says, I don't know if it's just on my end, but the audio is a little bit ahead of the video. Audio is a little ahead of the video. All right, well, let's try this. While I got you guys, let me try a couple fixes here. I'm going to try to add my milliseconds back in and we'll see if this fixes it. Because I had this working before like this, so let's try it. All right. All right, so I'm going to put a 100 millisecond deal in here and let's see if that allows the, let me know if that, I just put the setting in. Let me know if that fixes the audio up or if you guys are getting the same situation going on there. But yeah, that Soviet Spy, something happened weird on the stream. I don't know. The audio got desynced somehow. I'm not sure how it happened or what occurred, but I'll definitely fix it offline for the next stream. I promise. Alexander says the fact that DK can get open all game versus Ramsey and people still think he's all physical just because Russ couldn't read post snap defenses and target him is sad. Very sad. Yeah, I'm agree with, man. That's big thing I've had to push back with on DK on certain people in the chat at times where it's like, dude, he's doing fine. It's not his fault if Russ isn't going to target him. It's not his fault if Russ looks pre-snap and goes, oh, he's getting double teamed. That's what I'm seeing pre-snap. So that's absolutely what it will be post-snap, no doubt. So I'm just going to ignore him and go to my other reads off the jump. And that's sometimes what would happen, I think. Actually, a lot of times I think that's what would happen. It's still a little off, but fine. Mason, did it improve on that? Or did it get if it got a little bit better, I'm going to keep going in this direction. So let's give it 120 milliseconds and see if that sync off set works a little bit better. All right, so I'm going 120. Let's see if that works a little bit better. Hopefully. Ethan Techworld says, what do you think about this? Let's say Penny goes absolutely ballistic in the first half of the season before the trade deadline, seeing as we aren't going for it this year. Do we trade him? That's that place I think you got to be in, Ethan, where you're in the read the room where it's at as far as your record goes. If you're at a place where you're even 3-2, I'm more of a buyer. 4-1, I'm a buyer. But if I'm 1-4 going in the trade deadline, and somebody's willing to come in and say, I get a half year of Rashad Penny of his production, and he's playing as well as he was at the end of last year, and you're just not getting the returns on the team because of other things, I'm okay with making the move at that point, offloading him to get something back. He's a free agent at the end of the year. Anybody that's on a 1-year deal, if you're not competing around mid-year before the trade deadline, they absolutely should be on the trade block. There's no reason you shouldn't be willing to make those kind of moves, that you shouldn't be a seller at that point. Hopefully the team will be if they happen to find themselves in those circumstances. Kirk Stemmer says that Penny is balling and healthy through 6 to 7 games. I would think he gets traded before the trade deadline to help the Seahawks draft capital for 2023. That's Kirk. I could see it happen. I think the way it does have to occur though is that they have to be in a bad state. So if they come out the blocks 1-5 or maybe even 2-4, so it's got to be in that kind of state for them to do it. But if they are, I could see him do it, Kirk, for sure, man. Especially if Penny's still looking dynamic. You got a team that knows they can get a Rashad Penny, a difference maker at the position for half a year. Is that worth a late second round pick? If it's a team that looks at themselves as a contender, right? Maybe you could talk some team into that at that point. Teams get desperate, and especially if he's playing anywhere near where he was at the end of last year. Tony Wright says, we have a baller that we drafted from BYU and Tyler Algier. He led the nation in rushing touchdowns with 23 and had 1,604 rushing yards. He will be the Falcons' number 1 with free agent Damian Willis, the number 2. Yeah, Tony. I mean, it's Tyler, Tyler Algier, I mean, he did play well for them. I'll give you that. Is he one of those, Tony, 26-year-old rookie BYUers? Was he out missioning? Did he do a lot of missioning early on? But, I mean, you guys ended up taking him, I think, in like the 5th round or something. So it's like, boy, when you get a guy that late in the round to know that that's your bell cow and that you're counting on him, it's like, I don't know. But we'll see. We'll see. He's an interesting player. That's Ovi Spice's biggest positional battle to watch other than quarterback. Right tackle? I would put right tackle there. Yeah. I think you have a bit of a battle between Phil Haynes and Gabe Jackson at right guard because you can save $3 million from moving on from Gabe Jackson. So if it's close, Haynes is going to win that fight. I think 3-4 defensive ends, Soviet Spy. If you're playing a lot of snaps in 3-4 defensive ends, who's your starter as your defensive ends? Who are those 2 guys? I think Shelby Harris would be one of them, but I'm not sure. I think Quentin Jefferson would get a good amount of snaps out there, but I'm not sure. Right in the cut, the way Pete loves running backs, I don't see it. If Penny goes off, that's Pete's man. Could be. I mean, they may just roll with it. We just don't know quite where the front office's mentality would be around midseason and where they see things. Tony Wright says, I like your first-round draft pick, Charles Cross, and according to the publication Lindy Sports, your third-round pick, Abraham Lucas, will be your starting right tackle. Like them both, Tony. I looked at a lot of these guys pre-draft, and I loved both of their tape. Lucas had 30 straight starts at Washington State. A very good player. Both of these guys, Tony gets talked about, are in spread formations, so they didn't do a lot of run blocking, but when they were asked and tasked with doing run blocking, they were very good at it. So they were proficient when they were asked to do it. But yeah, I'm very high on both of those 2 guys, Tony. I like both of them. Alexander Wheeler says a lot of fringe 53-man level wide receivers to decide from. Oh, yeah. Here's your list, man. Freddie Swain, Penny Hart, Marquise Goodwin, Bo Melton, Derek Young, Cade Johnson, Cody Thompson, and even Aaron Fuller. It's not a talented list, but it's a deep list. Tony Wright says, my question is, you guys are going to start 2 rookies at both OT positions. Yeah, Tony, I believe that we are. Jay Currian definitely played well for us at the end of last year at the right tackle spot as a rookie himself last year. He's going to push Abraham Lucas, and it's going to have to be like, let the best man win. But I don't also look at it as a death knell, Tony, that you start 2 rookie offensive linemen like some do. There's been recent years where rookie offensive linemen have come in and played very good. Last year, Rashawn Slater, Penny Sewell, Creed Humphrey out of the second round. Every year, there's about 3 or 4 or 5 offensive linemen who actually play pretty solidly, and not always just the top guys that were picked at the, your top 10 offensive linemen picked. So it is a little bit of a risk. You're definitely going to have your rookie moments out there with both those guys on the outside, but they're both very talented. And because both of them had such a rich history starting in college, I think they're going to be pretty ready to go when they, when the live fire happens. Mason says, I'm still sad we didn't Arnold Ebiketie. I saw someone on YouTube say they had him over Thibodeau. I never went that far, but I do think he should have gone before Johnson and Karlaftis. You could make the argument to me, Mason, that he deserves to go over Johnson. You could tell me on that. I think Karlaftis is a little bit of a tougher one for me because I think Karlaftis is one of the safest pass rushers coming in this draft. I think Ebiketie is also one of the safer pass rushers in this draft, but I think Karlaftis was just a little bit safer in knowing what I'm going to get out of him versus Ebiketie. But Seahawks were very high on him as well. We know that from the behind-the-scenes article that we got from Boyle a couple months ago talking about it. They certainly were very high on him. He was very good as far as his pass rush win rate coming out of college, which, as I've talked about very often, does extrapolate to the NFL level nicely. So I get where you're coming from there. He's a good player. Breeze Fam says, y'all remember when Jamal got the interception in the Green Bay and they pushed him down out of the stand booth, even when the season was tanking major? That still makes me laugh. Made me love the Hawks more. I do remember that. How about that, Jamal picking off Aaron Rodgers? Mason Dale says, who do you predict starts at slot and nickel corner week 1? I think your slot receiver is going to be D. Eskridge. I think he does end up being your week 1 guy there. Nickel corner, week 1. Justin Coleman will be our week 1 nickel corner. And that's a complete guess, man. Mason, I'm not basing that on anything. Always Compete in case is not sure what Seattle will do next year, but if you were to take a quarterback in next year's NFL draft, who would you take? I've actually even got an initial list. Always Compete. I've already started to scout these guys, so I'm getting pretty deep already in the process of looking very closely at these guys. My number 1 guy on my list right now is Will Levis. Number 2 is C.J. Stroud. Number 3 is K.J. Jefferson. Number 4 is Bryce Young. Number 5 is Van Dyke out of Miami. The reason that I lean Always Compete to Will Levis over the other guys is that he is literally the only of those top 5 quarterbacks who is running a pro-style system. And not only is he running a pro-style system, he's running the Rams' offensive attack literally. So he's already operating within our very same offense we run, which is going to help him hit the ground running. He's a little older prospect at 24, but this isn't going to scare me coming out in next year's draft because he's just all that much more ready to go from day 1. We're trying to replicate the 2012 blueprint. So I need a pro-ready quarterback over the uber-talented guy. Having the uber-talented guy wouldn't be bad either, but finding more of the pro-ready quarterback who can operate and execute an offense where he's maybe only throwing 25 to 30 times a game is something more of where I see Levis fitting in. On top of the fact he's got upper-level mobility, nowhere near no statue out there. He can move, and he provides you a lot of, I love his mechanics. I love his throwing motion. I think he's got a good enough arm at the next level. I think he's going to vault up a lot of draft boards this year as he plays for Kentucky and people get more and more tape on him, in my opinion. Prediction for season 4 of DK Metcalf versus Jalen Ramsey. I think Ramsey's starting to fall back a little bit. I mean, he's getting a little bit, it's not like he's awful. He's still a very good corner, but I think he's getting way more inconsistent as he's starting to age along here in his NFL career. I think the DK gets the best of him at certain points in times in next year's matchup. I think there's times Jalen does well on his side of it. I'll give more of DK an edge maybe next year overall, just because he's due. And I think he's going to be targeted a little more often, where I think Russell at times would skew away from throwing in Ramsey's direction. Voodoo Magic says, I just saw a video of Will Levis drinking coffee with mayonnaise. No lie. He says it's his go-to drink. Yeah, that was disgusting. He also eats bananas, I think, with the peel on. It's not helping me with Will Levis and sell you guys on this. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. It's a bad look. I'm trying to sell you guys on this guy, and he's putting mayonnaise in his coffee. I'm like, Will, stop it. What is that? No. Oh, just awful. Awful. Yes, awful. Couldn't do it. I can't believe he did that. But hey, if it helps him, it helps him. Logan May Swain checking in. Keep it up, brother. Thank you, Logan. Appreciate you. Connor Wilson says, I know fullback is a dying breed, but I'd love to see another Max Strong. I really like Belore, but what about the Niners? But what the 49ers do with Kyle, with Kyle Juice, can't spell his last name. I know what you're meaning. Running back is good. I'd love to see the fullbacks enter back into this, Connor, a little bit more. You know, a forward-thinking team, a team with a little bit of maybe, a little bit of creativity could come back to using him, like the Niners have with Kyle Juszczyk. But boy, has the league really moved on from that position. A majority of teams in the NFL don't even have a fullback on their roster, and even those that do, there's probably only a handful of them. So it's something I'd like to see like you would, Connor. I'd love to see it brought back. I think if you could get a guy that could be more of a John L. Williams type fullback again, a guy that's really truly a threat to run the ball and catch the ball and can block too. But that's what it's going to take for a guy to reinvent the position a little bit. Is he's going to have to be an end all be all. He's going to be able to have to do all of those things from an elite standpoint. I think just because of how far that position has fallen. Thomas DeCastri says, I think cornerback is definitely the weak point on the D, not lacking talent, just experience. OMP. Could be. I've got a little more faith on that side of it, Thomas, not just for the fact that you have so much talent there and bodies there, but also, Thomas, look at even last year. Look at what Coach Carroll was able to get out of the corner room once you had to move on from Trey Flowers. Blasson Austin, John Reed, Sidney Jones, Trey Brown as a rookie. Michael Jackson Jr. was the highest rated defensive player for you in one of the games he played for you at the end of the year at cornerback. You know, Carroll is a cornerback whisperer. He can get more with less. And so now you've given him more just from a talent standpoint. I think you can get a lot out of that. From my standpoint, Thomas, the real concern for me comes from pass rush. Do you have enough consistent pass rush? Because that has been the defense's main problem going back over the last 3 years. Not enough guys who can consistently generate pass rush. You end up having like one guy on the line who's any kind of real true threat. And that's the part that needs, in my opinion, to step most forward. Always compete in cases. Levis is fire, no cap. He is. I love him. Just love him. Even with his mayonnaise coffee. Mason Dale, my friend just put down a $25 bet with a coworker that his Broncos would beat us week 1. I'm not betting, man, but for some reason, I got a good reason to think about that game. Good reason about that game. I do too, man. It's a confident man for not seeing one snap with Russell yet. Hasn't seen one snap with that Broncos team yet. That's a lot of confidence on his part. Byron D says, you should play Madden with Brendan Nelson. Also, I need a Mafe jersey. Well, thank you for being a member for 4 months, Byron D. You're awesome for being a Ring of Honor member. And I would like to play Madden. And I've got a Twitch channel, you guys. I'd love to be doing more on it. Just unfortunately, there's not any good games to play anymore. It's been bad. And Madden's at the front of that. I mean, the games have been in bad shape. And I don't like going online and doing the online thing. There's too many cheesers out there and all that. And I don't like to do the super team stuff. I want to play Dynasty mode, and Dynasty sucks right now. Dynasty just sucks. But if Madden can get their tail pulled out of their butt and figure it out, then I'm on board. But they just got to get better with it. It's been unplayable in recent years. Big Country says coffee and mayonnaise is a deal breaker. I can get it, Big Country. I get where you're coming from, man. I get it. I saw it initially too, and it made me, I was revolted. I was literally revolted. I went, oh my God, not that. Oh God, no. And it's not like he does like just a spoke. He doesn't just do like a little spoonful, right? The video, he's full chunking it into that coffee. I mean, full big chunks dolloping into the top of the coffee, and then he mixes it all. Oh God. Oh. It's horrible. It's as bad as it sounds. Sector 7, it's as bad as it sounds. Mason Dale, maybe if we get Levis, the fans can throw banana peels on the field like they did with Beast Mode Skittles. That would be funny. That would be pretty funny. He'd be crazy enough to just pick it up off the turf and start eating it too. He's got that little bit of I'm starting to wonder if I love him. He's my number one quarterback, but there might be a bit of a screw loose there too. Rain the Cut says, nah, if there's one thing we ain't got to worry about, it's corners. Pete knows what he's doing there. Yeah, I agree. Big Country says, Dynasty hasn't been good since Madden 12. Unfortunate. It has. It has been that long, Big Country. Agreed. It is unfortunate. It's because they want to do their tough, wuff teams, their super team stuff with the cards and getting the extra money after you already bought the game, and that's where everything's at. You know, they're trying to go to those whales who spend all that extra money on the game. But the Dynasty, if they just paid the attention to Dynasty, that game could be bigger than ever. You know, just give it a little bit more of a view, but they don't, from the way the stats compile to the way the simulations of the games play out. It's garbage. Garbage. Connor Wilson says, would love to see a Madden match live stream between you and Brendan Nelson. He's dope, but I'd be rooting for you. Great take on the potential of a futuristic fullback. You the man, Charles Hockley. I'll just tell you, the fullbacks are terrible right now. It's terrible. I can't do a Charles Barkley right now. But thank you, Connor. I appreciate it. I'm glad to have you in my corner if I got to be matched up against Brendan. I'm going to lay siege to Brendan. Brendan don't know about my Madden skills, man. I got Madden skills just because I ain't playing. It's there. It's like getting on a bike. That's all that is. So I get right with it. But someday maybe we'll have to match that up. That'd be much CTV. We both stream from each of our individual ends. I get heated. I bet Brendan gets heated in Madden. I bet that whole laid back, soft thing slides right off his back on that. He starts giving you the eye of the tiger look to him. Duran Ever says mayo is good in some things, not by itself. Yeah, it could be okay from time to time, but definitely not in coffee. There's so many more better choices for coffee than mayonnaise. Sector 7, so are fans going to start throwing mayo on the field when we get him? Maybe. They just start throwing those big, giant plastic bottle-sized mayos onto the field. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please, in the audience, please stop throwing mayonnaise onto the field? Please stop throwing mayonnaise onto the field. Joel Jones. Sorry, Joel. Mispronounced you there. How possible is it for the Hawks to not use a high draft pick on a quarterback in 2023 draft class? Maybe keep building the roster for a quarterback in the 24 class. Could do that, Joel. You could do that. I do tend to think that the team is going to sell somewhere a little bit out of after April of 2024 when they don't have to give 10% of the sale proceeds back to the city in order to make that sale happen. And so this front office and coaching staff could find themselves not as in certain and solid a ground as they're currently standing in by waiting to that stance. I think that that's a little bit too long of risking having a team now bad for 3 straight seasons, which is a very quick way in your patient approach to get yourself kicked out on the street, fired by a new owner or even by an old owner at that point, if the fans just are in so much of an uproar, especially if, God forbid, Russell goes and balls out in Denver. So it's a possibility they go that point, Joel. I think there's another thing within that is worth considering as well. Joel, what if they went with, again, sticking to more of the 2012 blueprint where you got a Russell Wilson in the 3rd round? What if instead of it being a high pick in the 1st round, they wait to the 2nd or 3rd round to get that quarterback? I mentioned in this draft, there's going to be 5 first-round quarterbacks, I think, minimum, maybe even 6. You could see within the first 2 to 3 rounds, 10, 11, 12, 13 quarterbacks taken. Phil Jerkovic, the kid from Florida, Cameron Ward at Washington State, the kid out at Stanford, Keldon Slovis. I mean, there's a lot of guys who, if they have a good final year, could start to vault themselves up, and you just end up with one of the deeper quarterback classes we've had in recent years, and it doesn't make as much sense to have to take one of the top guys because the fall off isn't as deep when you get into the 2nd round. But I think, Joel, to think that they'll wait all the way to 2024, that seems a little bit too patient, too far out. Mason Dale says, have you seen the Giants' new jerseys? Easily a top 5 jersey, in my opinion. I haven't yet. I'll check it out. I could say they got good colors to base off. They got the big, good base colors, so that's always helps you. When you don't have those brown like colors to operate off of, you can make some more moves. Mason Dale says, did you ever see the Rob Stanton Will Levis interview? Also would love to see you and him do a collab video. I would like to at some point to really reach out with Rob Stanton. So, he's got to get some more subs over there. He's growing, but definitely could use a little bit of injections from his standpoint. But I would at some point would love to do it. I haven't had a chance to check out that interview yet, but I've been meaning to want to. My time lately has just been not enough hours in the day, but it's absolutely going to be a must to go check it out. Would love to hear this guy talk. I know Rob's in on the Will Levis train as much as I am as well. So we like the guy quite a bit. Michael YT says the most overrated team in Major League Baseball. I'm thinking. I don't know, maybe the Dodgers right now. I think they're maybe a shade over where really they are, or where they really will shake out at the end of the year. I've not been laser locked as much in on Micah YT, the other teams in the league, so I'm definitely guessing on that one. Tony Wright says the Yankees are the most overrated team in Major League Baseball. And it's hard though, Tony, when they're on pace for 115 wins and they're just demolishing everybody. It gets hard to hang that on them. I mean, that's pretty far and away good baseball you're playing at that point. Get in that range of things. Spectre 7, Blue Jays are a good, that's also a good suggestion. They may be a team that's a little bit overrated in where they stood. And boy, they are really falling back now, aren't they? Did they fire their manager? I think they fired their manager. I don't know. All right, well, we are 5 hours and 20 minutes in. I have reached out to the end of the chat here. So we will go ahead and get the final comments, questions, trials, tribulations on in here as we do wrap this on up. As I said, I will be over on Saturday, streaming over on my Mariners channel, which is the Crow's Nest. If you're not subscribed over there and you want to check it out, if you're into some baseball talk, we'll be live streaming some more games over on that side of it, on the consistent level of it. We will also be ramping up more of these live streams. I know I've been doing just kind of a once every week thing over the last month or so, as we've been kind of waiting for news to break and things to come down the track. When we do get back into training camp here, you guys can expect that we will be going twice a week back here on the stream. I'm also looking at, I want to get your guys' feedback on this. I'm looking at doing a video segment. I'm going to target it on like a Tuesday of doing basically a look at the quarterbacks collegiately and how they did the past week that Saturday, as far as looking at it through the lens of our Seahawks and the future, and kind of evaluating those guys' performances as we track these quarterbacks, because we do know one of them is going to probably be ours at the end of the day, that we are going to probably draft one of these guys. So let me know if you guys think that would be a interesting segment to do on a weekly basis, is just the breakdown of how those quarterbacks are doing, kind of an update on their performance level on the given Saturday, the prior given Saturday. But I think I will also be expanding the show in that area of things as we get into the season. I'd like to kind of do a show around those college prospects at that point. Mason Dale says, do you think it's reasonable to give a true analysis on quarterback's performance from just the broadcast view and know all 22? Kind of hard to see the full play design and receivers. Certainly the all 22 gives you a full view of a quarterback. There's no doubt, or almost every player, the all 22 is going to tell you more of the story. Does it mean that the broadcast tape is unreliable and it doesn't help you? No, there's definitely stuff that you can still take away in your evaluation. You can certainly, Mason, you can look at the mechanics of a quarterback, which are very important, how they throw. You can look at how they are processing. I mean, you can see by a quarterback's head on a screen if he's going through multiple reads or if his head's just locking into one side of the football field. You can see how he handles pressure. You can see how he makes checks at the line of scrimmage. You can see how he hits his hot routes. There are things you can't see, but I think there's still more things you can see even with a broadcast view than necessarily just needing an all 22 to sort of be your end all be all, and that nothing else beyond that can tell you any of the story. There's still a lot of the story that can be told, I think, on the broadcast view. Big Country says everyone always overrates the Angels before the season starts. Well, before the season, I'd give you the Angels, that's for sure. Daron Ever says, what's with former Seahawks getting arrested? Dwayne Brown, David Moore, and others. I don't know. They've had a weird history with it. Wheeler, a couple of years ago, had that situation go on with his thing. And yeah, they've had some guys who've gotten arrested. I do think some of it maybe goes to a little bit of, and I don't know, I'm not trying to hang this on Dwayne Brown or David Moore necessarily, but I do think that the Coach Carroll is not a guy who is as much a guy that's going to, scratch you off his board if there's some things you have off the field. I think he likes reclamation projects and turning guys around, and he's not scared off just because you've got some things to you that might not be crystal clean at every turn. So I think that there's a little bit of that factors into it. But Daron, it has been a little bit odd how many of them do get hit. And I just think there's not much to it because it's random stuff. Moore got hit by a different thing than what Dwayne got hit by, who got dinged by something that was different by what Wheeler got hit by. It's kind of all over the map a little bit. There's not some one offense where it's like you have a bunch of people that are hitting women or stealing or it's drugs. It's all kind of different things. Sector 7, it says, if we sweep the Astros, I will donate $100 over the course of a month. Laughing out loud. Sounds good, man. Let's go, Mariners. Sweep those Astros. You just gave me a little bit more reason to care. Mason says, I won't spoil the interview, but he didn't give into his fandom. And I won't spoil the interview, but he didn't give into his fandom and didn't bring up the Hawks once. He was a real professional. Well, that's good to hear. That's good. And Stan's a true journalist. I mean, he's been doing that stuff with the soccer stuff for years there. So he knows how to interview guys. He's done good interviews in the past. Tony Wright says, in a weak quarterback class, what is your analysis on our first third round pick, quarterback Desmond Ridder? We like him. Tony, I believe that he was the most pro-ready quarterback of any of the quarterbacks in this draft. And there was a lot of quarterbacks that were going to take a year or two to get what you were going to need to get out of him. And that includes Pickett, by the way. I think Ridder was even more ready to get along than that. I do think that there's a little bit of a limited ceiling on him, Tony, to what you can see as far as his upside and where he eventually lands at. But I think that he's going to hit the field sooner than later. I think that he's probably, when it's all said and done, going to be the most successful quarterback of this class. He was my number one guy on my board of all the quarterbacks. I had him number one. Not just because of the pro-ready stuff, but the prototypical size, good arm strength. I thought his accuracy was good enough. I thought he brought that all together with some of the other guys. I just had so many other questions with them in their game of things I just didn't quite like. So I like him a lot. I just don't think you're getting to a star potential player. I think he's a guy that, the height of his heights is an Alex Smith. When Alex Smith is playing at his best, that's basically what you're going to kind of get from a Desmond Ridder, which is good, which has some value. But one reason I wasn't necessarily in on my team drafting him is if I'm going to draft a quarterback, even if it's a guy in the third round, I still want a guy with a little more of the upside potential to his game that I'm looking at rather than the floor. But a good player. Watch for this question. I think Mac Jones will progress this year. I don't know what to think of the Cheatriots. Feel like they could be sneaky good though. Boy, you look at Mac and the off-season workouts he's having. He's coming in all cut and ripped, and he's looking like he's changed that body over one off-season, which does speaks to something in me. When I see you got that flabby body going, I am going to have some questions about your work ethic as a pro athlete. I will. It's not that hard to stay in shape and be all pudgy and stuff. You're not working hard enough, in my opinion. But he got himself into shape this offseason. The big thing that I'm worried about with Mac Jones after this great first year, you lose Josh McDaniels, which is no small loss. And now instead of going out there and getting another legitimate offensive coordinator to replace him, the Patriots are going to go with Bill Belichick, and I crap you not, Matt Patricia is going to be your offensive coordinator. The former Patriot defensive coordinator is going to be your offensive coordinator this year. That seems like a situation that might not be successful. I'm going to say that I think Mac's going to have a little bit of a dip in year two, and almost just because of that. Even if he takes a step forward in some of the quotients of his game, the loss of McDaniels and then the lack of replacing him with something that's legitimate is weird. Patriots are being real weird with this one. Andy Thistleton, still hyped that I managed to get tickets for the Munich game and a trip to Seattle later this year. Ooh, those are some good tickets there, Andy. It would be awesome to go see that Seahawks game in that German stadium, man. Go out there and drink way too much beer before the game. I'm talking drinking those big, double pints that they got, the big glass mugs, just doubling them up prior to the game, going in there screaming German the whole game at your Seahawks. Das will nein! Das will nein! Tony Wright, I said all along that quarterbacks Kenny Pickett and Desmond Ridder were the only two quarterbacks in this year's draft that will be successful. I think those are the only two that have the best potential to be successful, Tony. I was out on Matt Corral and fairly out on Malik Willis as well. Both of those guys I thought were developmental guys that had a lot of question marks to their game. Pickett and Ridder, you know a little bit more on what you're getting. I'm not as much in on Pickett. I like some aspects of his game, but he played a lot of college football to finally only have one really good upper level year. But nonetheless, I agree with the standpoint of what you're saying. Tony Wright says, and before anyone says anything, Malik Willis is very, very overrated. He'll be a draft bust. Stay tuned. I'm on that point, Tony. I don't know if he'll be a draft bust. I think he's been way overrated. People were trying to talk himself into being something. Oh, he's a Lamar Jackson type. No, he's not. And right now, Tony, he's sitting third on the Titans depth chart, which isn't great. Mason Dale says, kind of random, but I just realized Debo and Ezekiel Elliott are the same age. Interesting. PTHV says, what's your prediction on starting quarterback? Call it now, laughing out loud. I'll give you Geno Smith. But it's not a confident call out, PT. It's not confident. It's sort of Geno Smith? It's kind of like that. Mason says, could have sworn he was like 3 years older, Zeke. I think Zeke came into the league really young, like 20 years old, 20 years young. So he was just super young. Have a great night. Always compete. Appreciate you. Any idea on when the next stream will be? Mason, for sure we'll have a next stream by next Wednesday. So that's 100% because Wednesday is the opening of training camp. So we will be absolutely live streaming next week. I will look at doing Sunday maybe if I've got something that jumps up to me as far as a topic I want to discuss or go into. So I'll try to think about if there's something that jumps out to me on that. But if not, Sunday, the next Wednesday, and then we'll be back doing the next Sunday stream after that. We'll be doing the twice a week as we get training camp kicked off. So that'll be definitely the schedule on that. So Wednesday for sure, and we'll TBD on Sunday. Let me see where I'm at on that. PT's laughing out loud. Yeah, it's a Gino. Kind of like that. AFC East will be tougher as well. Good point on that, Big Country. I mean, Bills aren't going anywhere. They're set up to really roll next year. Jets, if Kyle Wilson could take a step forward, that team's got the rest of it around him. It's good to go too. So yeah, those teams in that division are gonna be tough. Miami, with what they've added, if Tua can be anything this year, could get tougher in that division. Great point. Fantastic point. Tony Wright says, great show, sir, and looking forward to checking in with you and your squad again. Thank you, Tony. I love having fans in here from other fans of other teams coming in here, man. It just helps with our growth, number one, but also it gives us that great outside perspective that you can't get from other fandoms. And it just rounds, I always say, extra perspectives. The more input you can take, the more data that you can take is just the more well-rounded you get your perspective on the state of not only the things with your team, but with the league and other teams themselves, Tony. So thank you so much. Mason says, thanks for your time and perspective on our beloved Hawks. I'm out. Well, sounds great. And I think that is a great spot for us to go ahead and wrap this show up here. You guys always, I say it once, I say it again, I'm going to say it every show because it's the part of this show and doing this for 3.5 years, almost 4 years, that blows me away. You guys come in here, 99.9% of people come in here respectful and just want to talk football and just to dive into the depths of this stuff like I like to dive in the depths of this stuff. And you guys always blow me away with your knowledge and your perspective on things and how well thought out you guys are from within the chat. I always say I've got the smartest, most on-it chat of anybody out there on YouTube, and it's not just lip service. You folks are truly in that vein of things. Just blows me away. I really do appreciate on this. It's why I love doing these shows as much as I do, is you guys just constantly keep me thinking and me on my toes as well in all of the greatest of ways, in just the best of ways. So, look, we're a week out here, folks. We're a week out. There's a lot of people making a lot of predictions. A lot of people saying a lot of things. A lot of nationalists, a lot of pundits, a lot of talking heads. Oh, they say your Hawks aren't going to be nothing. They say Russ left and now we're just a wasteland. They're trying to pick over our bones like buzzards. But there's life in this body yet. This team's getting ready to surprise some people. This team is getting ready to show some people a way they didn't know that they were going to see. I've been spending this off season and I've been hitting that gas pedal on you folks. Not because I don't have gasoline in that tank. I do. It's full. Not topped off, but it's full. And it's ready to roll. And we're ready to hit that highway. And I don't know if this team is going to get to the playoffs. I know it might be not going to be elite, but I know this ain't going to be a team you want to play on Sundays. I know this is a team that's going to run down your throat. I know defensively you don't know what's going to come at you. And there are no weak links. I know this ground game is going to be good. I'm not selling short on Geno or Drew quite yet. I'm expecting some leaps, some jumps from younger players, and I'm expecting this team to be competitive. We'll see how it all shakes out. The NFL is the most unpredictable of any sport, I would argue, out there. You just don't know what's going to happen. Every year, 4 or 5 teams go into the playoffs, 4 to 5 new teams come out, 4 to 5 new teams go in, 4 to 5 old teams go out. You never know which one of those teams is going to be which. But I've got some faith, and I got some hope this upcoming season. Either way, you know where I'm going to be. I'm going to be right here with you guys, and we're going to be watching it, enjoying it all the way through. It's one of the more exciting seasons in recent Seahawks history because you don't know what you're going to get. And whoever says they do, they're talking out there behind. I'm hopeful, but I have no idea, and it makes this so damn exciting. Thank you guys for all of your support on the channel today, all of the many people who donated to the chat. Please do, if you could, do this little favor for me, just a small thing, hit that like button for me. And if you're not subbed up already, get subbed up. Come aboard the USS Hawks Nest. Get on this rise before everybody starts calling you a bandwagoner. Say, no, I was riding with the Hawks Nest when we were in the cellar. I'll remember. So you tell your friends who are down on this Hawks team. You tell your friends who says, oh, they ain't going to be nothing. This is a rebuild year. They're just telling people they're going to compete. It ain't lip service. We're here to compete. We're here to be a problem. So you get ready, NFL. You thought you were going to walk over us. It's going to be a dogfight. And you might win. You might come victorious, but you might lose an ear in the process. You might only see out of one eye when it's all said and done. So you grab your friend by his ears and you say, look, sucker, you wait and see. And you tell him, don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.